Adrift in the endless void of space, a colossal starship had become a floating tomb. Inside, the terrified pleas of the dying echoed through the cold metal halls. Blood-soaked palms slammed desperately against the reinforced glass, soon silenced by a sickening, bone-crushing snap. Crimson streaks painted the walls, leaving behind a horrifying masterpiece of slaughter. A guttural, unearthly growl rumbled through the corridors, drowning out the final, desperate cries for salvation. An abyssal nightmare stalked the shadows, a formless mass of pure darkness, dragging sinister, writhing tentacles behind it. Pitch-black venom oozed from its sprawling appendages, claiming every inch of the ship like a creeping plague. The creature continued to bleed its dark corruption, right until a heavy combat boot crushed one of its vile tendrils. A towering figure stepped forward, his expression hidden behind the sleek, reflective visor of a tactical combat helmet. He was not alone. An elite squad of heavily armed mercenaries had just breached the dying vessel. Suddenly, a frantic broadcast crackled over the comms, ordering all remaining units to fall back and defend the captain's quarters. The pathetic broadcast kept repeating until one of the mercenaries abruptly severed the connection, scoffing at their cowardly leader. A fellow soldier glanced over, questioning if they were really going to ignore a direct order. The squad leader, bearing the designation 01, coldly stated that he refused to die for a coward who only cared about saving his own skin. He tightened his grip on his weapon, determined to execute their original rescue mission. Barking out a new command, he ordered his team to find and extract any surviving crew members. Without hesitation, the elite squad fell into formation. But then, 01 froze. A faint, agonizing whisper drifted through the darkness, begging to be saved. Gripping their rifles, the squad pushed deeper into the abyss, their senses dialed to the absolute limit. But nothing could have prepared them for the nightmare ahead. A towering, gruesome mountain of mangled corpses blocked their path. One of the rookies gagged at the stench, prompting 01 to sharply order him to keep his weapon raised and his eyes peeled. Securing the perimeter, one soldier held the rearguard while the main strike force pushed forward to locate the source of the voice. Peering into the shadows, a mercenary tracked the desperate pleas coming from the heart of the slaughter. Beneath the sea of dead bodies, a trembling hand reached out, accompanied by a frantic voice pleading for rescue. The soldier rushed in to pull the survivor free, but the truth of the situation instantly froze his blood. There was no survivor. The nightmare beast was puppeteering a dead man's arm, mimicking human speech to lure its prey. Pure terror gripped the soldier as he screamed a frantic warning to his comrades. But he was too slow. A massive, shadowy claw latched onto his helmet, dragging him straight into the beast's gaping maw. 01 and his comrade watched in absolute horror. From the pile of corpses emerged a pitch-black abomination with a grotesque, squid-like head and dozens of thrashing limbs. Thick crimson drool cascaded from its jagged teeth as two massive tentacles completely immobilized the thrashing soldier. With a sickening crunch, the beast took a massive bite, tearing through high-tech armor and exposing the man's torn abdomen. The demonic entity actually flashed a twisted, mocking grin. Enraged, the remaining squad unleashed a storm of bullets. Muzzle flashes illuminated the grim hallway as they emptied magazine after magazine into the creature's hide. The beast let out a piercing screech as the rounds tore into its flesh, causing a sickly, glowing green fluid to erupt from its wounds. With a vicious swipe of its claws, the monster flung its own glowing blood through the air. The moment the droplets struck the soldiers, their heavy combat suits began to violently dissolve. Its blood was pure, hyper-corrosive acid. The terrifying substance chewed right through their heavy plating, melting their flesh down to the bone. 01 sprinted desperately through the crossfire, shouting for his men to hold on while he prepped emergency medical stim packs. But out of nowhere, a relentless barrage of gunfire struck his back. He crashed heavily onto the cold steel floor, helpless as the stray bullets kept tearing into his armor. His suit's artificial intelligence chimed in with a cold robotic voice, announcing that combat triage was complete and demanding an immediate medbay evacuation. A ragged, blood-choked groan escaped 01's lips as he struggled against the overwhelming agony. The light faded from his eyes, not from the pain, but from the utter despair of watching his last remaining brother get ripped to shreds by the nightmare. A final surge of blazing adrenaline pushed him past his limits. He primed a high-explosive grenade, ready to take the beast to hell with him, but a shadowy tendril suddenly snapped his wrist. The grenade clattered away uselessly. The abomination loomed over him, lazily waving a grotesque appendage in a gesture of pure, horrifying mockery. Suspended from the creature's tail was a pulsating, fleshy pink parasite. With deliberate cruelty, it lowered the repulsive mass right next to the squad leader's head. The parasitic nightmare lunged. It latched violently onto his face, secreting a terrifying acid that instantly began melting his flesh from the skull. 01 thrashed wildly in blinding agony, but the monstrous titan pinned him to the floor, forcing him to endure a slow, agonizing demise in the depths of space. In the aftermath of the carnage, the bizarre pink blob bounced around the room like an innocent child playing a game. It casually hopped onto the massive monster's shoulder, letting out a satisfied burp. With the meal finished, the towering beast turned its attention to the exit. Leaving nothing but a steaming skull in their wake, the monster's path was blocked. The heavy metallic door had completely sealed shut. It violently ripped an arm from a fresh corpse, slamming the bloody hand against the system scanner. But a red light flashed. Access denied. Unauthorized biological signature. The apex predator tilted its terrifying head in pure confusion. That's when the little pink blob pulled out a lethal souvenir, the high-explosive device it had snatched from the dead soldier earlier. The beast grabbed the explosive, tossing it to the ground. It bounced once, twice, before unleashing a deafening fiery blast. Stepping right through the mangled, smoking remnants of the blast doors, the monster let out a blood-curdling, bone-chilling roar. Two surviving guards shrieked in absolute terror at the nightmare before them. But the beast showed no mercy, slowly advancing like the Grim Reaper. Locking its deadly gaze onto its first prey, it launched forward with terrifying, explosive speed. Tears of despair streamed down the guard's face as rows of razor-sharp fangs eclipsed his vision. The beast fully embraced its identity as a cold-blooded alien nightmare. With one vicious bite, it devoured the man completely. This creature perfectly understood the brutal laws of the universe. Hunt, feed, survive, and endlessly evolve. But how did a human mind end up in the body of this galactic terror? Let's rewind the clock to where this absolute madness began. Drifting through the endless void of space, deep inside the freezing cargo hold of a starship, our main character awakened, transformed into a hostile alien life form. This wasn't reality just yet. It was all part of the legendary sci-fi role-playing masterpiece known as space survival, a brutal gaming universe where players choose their destiny from countless bizarre cosmic species scattered across the infinite galaxy. The ultimate goal? Survive against impossible odds, explore uncharted planets, and eternally evolve to reach the top of the food chain. You could play as a metallic gremlin, shredding human spaceships to pieces, or transform into an apocalyptic mutant beast. You could become a ruthless warlord massacring ground forces, or a brilliant commander leading a galactic armada. With a terrifying hive mind intelligence, entire planetary systems could be conquered in the blink of an eye. Our fearless main character was a hardcore veteran. He had masterfully played every nightmarish space monster the game had to offer. Yet, out of the massive roster, he had one absolute favorite: the notoriously brutal Unidentified Aggressive Space Morph, commonly feared by players as the UASM, though he simply and fondly called it the Morph. Its terrifying design was heavily inspired by the classic cinematic alien predators from the golden age of sci-fi horror, but its true power lay in its nightmarish biology. A terrifying race that continuously steals the genetic data of its victims to endlessly mutate and strengthen itself. On paper, this limitless potential makes the Morph sound like the undisputed god of the game. But there is a fatal catch. Its survival difficulty is absolutely hellish, and it completely lacks the ability to communicate or form alliances with other species. Because it must face the entire galaxy alone, it is universally ranked as one of the absolute worst, bottom-tier trash species in the game. So why would a veteran player dedicate his gaming life to a trash-tier monster? The reason is beautifully simple. It responds purely to the player's willpower and choices. The harder the struggle, the more legendary the evolution becomes. That intoxicating thrill of fighting against impossible odds and crafting the ultimate predator completely hooked our main character. A glowing blue system window flashed before his eyes. His UASM status? A pathetic level 1 hatchling. His sole objective? Secure a survival core at all costs. And his only starting weapon was a unique passive trait, the incredibly overpowered super sense. He stared at the holographic screen with his strange, newly formed crab-like claws, letting out a heavy, defeated alien sigh. He had customized this character's appearance to honor his all-time favorite sci-fi horror movies, but the final result? A terrifying scorpion body completely ruined by a goofy round head. He quickly shook away the embarrassment and focused on survival. Suddenly, a maddening itch began to crawl underneath his newly formed exoskeleton. He had totally underestimated how agonizing the alien molting process would feel. To fuel his evolution, he desperately needed to hunt for food. His many legs skittered silently across the cold metallic floor, exploring the dark corners of what looked like a massive stellar cargo warehouse. Judging by the sleek, high-tech architectural design, he instantly knew he had infiltrated a facility belonging to the galactic corporate giants, Megacorp, or Star Union. If the elite guard spotted a fragile hatchling like him, it would be an instant game over. Without hesitation, he activated his trump card, Super Sense. Like a divine radar pulsing through his mind, the world became transparent. He could see straight through the solid steel containers, gaining godlike spatial awareness of the entire sector. Guided by this overpowered radar, his predatory alien instincts led him directly to his first prize. He stealthily crawled to the top of a secured green military crate. A flashing digital lock mocked him, demanding a high-level security passcode. Trusting the classic laziness of human guards, he casually punched in 1, 2, 3, 4, beep. The heavy locks hissed open, revealing a glorious stash of nutrient packets. With razor-sharp claws, the newborn terror shredded the packaging, instantly devouring the human rations inside. It tasted like absolute rubber, but flavor meant nothing right now. Every single calorie fueled his desperate need to survive. Suddenly, a faint scuttling sound caught his attention. A lone cockroach darted across the metal floor, triggering his predatory instincts. Like lightning, his bladed tail pierced the insect. The squirming pest instantly went limp, and without a second thought, he tossed it into his jaws. A familiar blue glow illuminated his vision. The system window chimed in, confirming that the predation effect had been activated. He had successfully extracted the wing gene essence. A glowing prompt immediately asked if he wanted to integrate the new mutation into his body. A twisted grin formed on his face. Scoring a genetic extraction this early on was an incredible stroke of pure luck. For an apex predator known as an Amorph, absorbing genetic essences wasn't just an option. It was the absolute core of their existence. The rule of this universe was simple. The more biological data he devoured, the closer he stepped toward ultimate, unstoppable power. Craving that newfound mobility, he locked in his choice. Flesh tore and bones cracked as a pair of insectoid wings violently sprouted from his spine. The translucent appendages glistened under the dim lights. They looked incredible, but controlling them felt like trying to move a limb that never existed. Relying on sheer instinct, he focused his mind on his back, forcefully flexing his trapezius muscles to spark a connection. Bingo! The delicate membranes caught the air, buzzing furiously until his monstrous form actually lifted off the cold steel floor. But the victory was short-lived. Hovering drained his stamina incredibly fast, forcing him to aggressively shove more chocolate bars down his throat to compensate. Just then, his predatory gaze locked onto a gold mine. A whole swarm of cockroaches was hiding in the shadows. He lurked in the darkness, closely observing their erratic flight patterns. If he wanted to master aerial combat, these disgusting bugs were his only teachers. Target acquired! He launched a devastating ambush, skewering his first victim before ruthlessly crunching it to pieces. The kill count quickly reached 20, but his insatiable hunger for evolution screamed that it still wasn't enough. He tossed another squirming bug into his mouth, darkly chuckling to himself that, ironically, it tasted exactly like chicken. Ding! The system rewarded his gluttony with a brand new trait. The chitinous shell mutation had been unlocked, promising impenetrable defense as he leveled up. It was an absolutely god-tier defensive skill, but it required precious time and endless feeding to reach its true potential. What he desperately needed right now was the strong vitality trait, a rare evolutionary milestone that was incredibly frustrating to track down. This legendary biological perk drastically slowed down the aging process by hyper-optimizing the body's energy consumption. In this brutal universe, it was a survival mechanism naturally found in highly resilient, passive insect or plant-type monsters. With that trait equipped, his desperate, constant need to hunt for calories would practically vanish into thin air. The math was simple. If he wanted to secure his future on this hostile ship, a mass extermination of roaches was his only ticket to survival. Utilizing his powerful new muscles, he vaulted high above the massive steel shipping containers to secure a tactical vantage point. Launching himself into the air, his newly minted wings buzzed violently as he scanned the metallic wasteland for his next prey. Like a shadow of death, he silently swooped down, crushing an unsuspecting bug within his massive pincer before taking a vicious, crunchy bite. However, the gruesome sound of the kill alerted the others. Another prime target panicked and furiously scurried toward the nearest crack. Refusing to let his precious experience points escape, he blindly hit the gas, only to instantly lose control and slam violently into a solid bulkhead. A sharp jolt of pain shot through his exoskeleton, but a mere wall was never going to stop an apex predator's hunt. Acting purely on instinct, his razor-sharp tail whipped around the corner, snaking its way deep into the narrow crevice. A sickening squelch confirmed the hit. The impaled insect thrashed wildly in pure agony, even as he mercilessly dragged it straight into his gaping maw. He ground his powerful jaws together, filling the desolate cargo hold with a disgustingly loud, bone-shattering crunch. Once again, the mechanical glow of the system flared to life, confirming that the mighty predation skill had devoured its target. Jackpot! Golden text cascaded across his vision, triumphantly declaring that he had finally extracted the tough life force gene essence. He had actually done it. The legendary strong vitality trait, born from the absolute resilience of the cockroach, was finally within his grasp. The prompt demanded his decision. Without a second of hesitation, he accepted the upgrade. Immediately, immense pressure coursed through his veins, causing his monstrous limbs to violently bulge with power. His outer flesh hardened into an impenetrable armor of muscle and chitin. A sinister thrill washed over him as he admired his terrifying new form, before his cold gaze shifted toward the shadows. He could never forget the ultimate truth. The creators of this massive floating fortress, the human race, were his absolute, sworn enemies. Suddenly, the tiny hairs on his exoskeleton stood on end. Heavy, rhythmic vibrations were echoing through the cold steel walls. The distinct sound of marching boots steadily grew louder. The extermination squad was coming, and time was running out. If he wanted to avoid being slaughtered like a mere pest, he had to shatter the limits of his weak hatchling phase before they found him. And to achieve that terrifying evolution, the newborn monster would have to unleash his hunger far beyond the safety of the cargo hold. The real hunt was about to begin. But this was merely the prologue to his survival. The time had finally come to break free from the dark cargo hold where his new life began. His calculating mind raced, charting out the perfect path for his great escape. With his destination locked in, he slithered through the shadows, halting right before the massive cooling chamber situated beside the core reactor. This was the absolute heart of the ship's infrastructure, highly restricted and completely abandoned. It was the perfect blind spot to hide right under the enemy's nose. As an evolving predator, he could always just shatter the cooling tanks and use the resulting catastrophic chaos to make a desperate dash for freedom. Peering into the yawning abyss of the ventilation shaft, he prepared to dive in, but a sudden, menacing rumble gave him pause. The massive exhaust fans roared to life. Pushing his small body against the sheer force of that artificial hurricane was an absolute nightmare. Carefully maneuvering his way forward, he managed to pry the heavy bolts loose and cast the sturdy fan cover aside. Yet, the merciless steel blades continued their violent, high-speed spin right in front of him. Our monster protagonist knew the harsh truth. If he recklessly destroyed the machinery, the ship's advanced AI system would instantly alert the human guards. There was only one way forward. He had to slip through the deadly metal grinder with perfect timing, trusting entirely in his newly awakened Amorph biology. His heightened monster senses flared, analyzing the heavy scent of iron oxide and fine metal dust drifting through the violent air currents. Adding to his tactical advantage, the grinding joints of the massive turbines were severely deteriorated from lack of maintenance. These subtle clues painted a clear picture. At a highly specific interval, the lethal rotation would inevitably lag. His enhanced predatory instincts processed the data in a split second, calculating the exact microsecond he needed to make his leap of faith. The window of opportunity opened, and he dove into the steel storm. But the gap was painfully tight, and a spinning blade mercilessly sliced into his tail. Ignoring the sharp sting, he scrambled forward into the safety of the dark duct, exhaling a trembling breath of relief at having survived the metallic meat grinder. What fresh hell awaited him next? As he navigated the narrow metallic veins of the ship, a wandering space spider became a quick, crunchy snack for the beast. After a tense crawl through the suffocating darkness, the tunnel finally opened up to a brightly lit grating. From below, a cold voice echoed through the sterile room, demanding the latest experimental data on test subject number 026. His subordinate's nervous reply chilled the air. It was yet another catastrophic failure. The scientist let out a pathetic groan, absolutely terrified of the brutal reprimand waiting for them from higher command. His colleagues scoffed, stating their hands were completely tied since this particular Earthling specimen was the captain's personal favorite. Shock rippled through our monstrous protagonist. This wasn't just some standard cargo vessel. He had stumbled straight into a sinister floating laboratory. Narrowing his eyes at their distinct, futuristic uniforms, a chilling realization hit him. These researchers belonged to Megacorp. In his past life's gaming knowledge, Megacorp was an immensely powerful human faction holding a terrifying grip over the entire solar system. To put it simply, they were a technologically supreme race descended directly from the original inhabitants of Earth. But instead of democratic governments, ruthless megacorporations held absolute dominion, breeding a society of cold-blooded, extreme materialists. While most human factions in the game maintained a neutral stance, Megacorp undeniably played the role of the absolute villains. They were the only twisted species in the galaxy that systematically enslaved their own kind for profit and cosmic power. They were absolute scum as digital NPCs, but facing them in this cruel new reality was a completely different nightmare. Seizing his moment, the monstrous Amorph slipped silently out of the ventilation shaft and into the shadows of the lab. His predatory eyes scanned the high-tech facility, calculating every potential threat and hidden opportunity. His entire survival strategy hinged on the nature of these experiments. Channeling his aura, he expanded his sensory perception to analyze the lab's core function. Could this be a Hulk mutation facility? A bloody breeding ground for unstoppable genetically engineered foot soldiers? If so, assimilating their traits would bless him with an absolutely devastating physical form and unmatched combat prowess. Or perhaps it was a shadowy testing ground for the mysterious cult, a psychic race of interstellar elves. That route would allow him to devour their essence and absorb mind-bending psychic abilities. Deep down, he craved the cult's telepathic mastery, but he knew the ruthless mechanics of this universe. Acquiring overpowered psychic skills this early on was a pipe dream. Suddenly, a pathetic, muffled plea for help pierced the silence. He stealthily peered out from his vantage point to investigate. Trapped inside a glowing stasis capsule was a bizarre, round, pink entity, trembling and broadcasting its agonizing pain. His system knowledge instantly identified the tragic specimen. A bubble amoeba, whose sole evolutionary trait was the ability to conserve oxygen. For a deadly predator like the Amorph, such a passive skill was absolute garbage. Brushing the pitiful creature aside, he reactivated his super senses to hunt for real power. And that was when his instincts locked onto it. A crackling, deadly surge of high-voltage electricity. Was this the twisted fate those scientists had whispered about in the shadows? Thanks to his heightened monstrous senses, our Amorph hero had already deduced the dark truth. The experiment was slated for immediate termination. With a single press of the glowing yellow button, the infernal machine powered down, earning him a pulse of pure gratitude from the trapped bubble. The shape-shifting creature sent a silent blessing, hoping the little amoeba would somehow find a peaceful existence in this cruel world. But suddenly, the unmistakable sound of human footsteps echoed. Without wasting a second, he launched himself into the shadows. He clung silently to the highest cabinet, blending perfectly into the suffocating darkness above. The heavy metal doors hissed open. A woman strode in, her presence radiating a suffocating, cold authority. She immediately cornered the trembling man behind her. When would she see the awakened power of Subject 26? The terrified scientist could only beg for a little more time. Her eyes narrowed into a lethal glare. Time was a luxury they did not possess. She needed concrete results to present to the higher-ups before their imminent arrival. With a venomous tone, she made the threat crystal clear. Produce a breakthrough right now, or the corporation would swiftly sever his worthless employment. Desperation painted the man's face, as he pitifully pleaded for his livelihood. The senior researcher, Mr. Wei, was a pathetic sight to behold. Cold sweat drenched his back the moment she barked his name. A cruel, condescending smile played on her lips as she reminded Mr. Wei of the crushing weight of her expectations. If he could just force out the hidden aptitude locked within the core of Subject 26, then that coveted title of Chief Researcher, Wei, would practically be handed to him on a silver platter. Mr. Wei's eyes widened with desperate hope. Was she actually telling the truth? She confirmed it without a shred of hesitation. If this wild gamble paid off, they would finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the absolute power of Mars. In fact, the Martian elites had already fixed their greedy eyes squarely on this very project. Swallowing his immense fear, Mr. Wei proposed a highly dangerous gamble. What if they injected the forbidden catalyst, sonium? It was the legendary awakening drug forged by the Star Union, an extreme, volatile method they had never dared to test. The cold-hearted executive scoffed. They had exhausted every synthesized alternative on the market. Sonium was the only unturned stone left. Her eyes gleamed with a reckless hunger. She gave the absolute order. Inject the dangerous drug into the subject immediately. But sheer panic gripped Mr. Wei's heart, his hand hovering nervously over the master controls. The risk was catastrophic. Without the neutralizing agent taking hold, the subject's very life force would be ripped apart from the inside. She did not care if the creature burned to ash. She demanded instant results. Mr. Wei tried one last time to appeal to scientific reason, but her sharp voice sliced through his warning like a blade. Did he not comprehend the absolute gravity of their situation? Stripped of his backbone, the cowardly scientist could only surrender to her madness and begin the fatal procedure. His trembling fingers initiated the sequence, carefully administering a microdose of 0.01 milligrams. He agonizingly cranked the dial, pushing it to 0.03, and then crossing the threshold to 0.05 milligrams. The biochamber violently hummed. The trapped amoeba was intensely reacting to the foreign power. Just as he braced to inject 0.07 milligrams, the ruthless woman commanded him to freeze. But not to end the torment. She ordered him to blast the dosage to the absolute maximum. Mr. Wei froze in sheer terror. Losing her patience, she viciously slammed the console herself. A torrential flood of the awakening serum violently surged straight into the helpless amoeba. A wave of unimaginable agony ripped through the creature. Telepathic screams echoed in the room, desperately begging for a savior that would not come. A sick, twisted smile painted the executive's face as she basked in the pure suffering. Hidden in the shadows above, the Amorph was forced to watch this living nightmare unfold. A few agonizing moments later, the violent thrashing slowly ceased, leaving behind a chilling, eerie silence in the laboratory. Her eyes danced with wicked fascination. The data was glorious. She immediately ordered a brand new wave of hellish experiments for Subject 26. Mr. Wei swallowed his horror, weakly asking if the fragile creature could even survive such immense stress. She brushed off his concerns like absolute dust. Survival did not matter. She ordered him to monitor every pulse and report any signs of an evolutionary breakthrough. Pivoting on her heels to leave, her razor-sharp instinct suddenly flared. She snapped her gaze toward the high cabinets, but the shadows revealed absolutely nothing. Dismissing the creeping paranoia, the cold-blooded executive finally stepped out of the nightmare chamber. The Amorph dropped from the darkness, his mind reeling. Were those agonizing telepathic screams aimed directly at his very soul? A heavy, suffocating disgust churned within his monstrous core. In that exact moment, a dark, unbreakable resolve solidified in his heart. That vile woman's fate was permanently sealed. He would hunt her down and end her life before the week was out. In the background, the sinister machinery continued its heartless hum. Dozens of mechanical veins fed into the central biovat. Ignoring the twisted science around him, the stealthy monster simply kept chewing, silently preparing for the bloody slaughter to come. He expelled a thick, glowing green fluid from his maw. His hunting grounds were finally prepared. Activating his enhanced senses, the entire research vessel suddenly felt like an extension of his own flesh. He had meticulously scattered this mysterious secretion through every hidden corner of the sector. This was his ultimate surveillance web. Through it, a massive influx of data flooded his mind, revealing enemy movements, their exact locations, and even the hushed conversations they shared. It had only been 4 days since he awakened in this bizarre form known as an Amorph, but his sanctuary was already complete. And with his stronghold secured, he began his grim routine. Crawling between the vents in the cargo hold, he devoured every stray roach and spider to survive. But mere survival wasn't his only goal. From the shadows, he had been continuously stalking his primary target, gathering crucial intel. Like clockwork, the woman stepped out into the corridor at her usual hour. Her name was Kisaragi Eugene, the brilliant, cold-blooded head researcher of this floating laboratory. The ship's security forces were nothing special, but she was the absolute core of this vessel. Her mere existence was the greatest threat to his survival. Just 2 days prior, another terrifying experimental specimen had broken out. While the rest of the research team completely lost their minds in sheer panic, she calmly engineered a specialized tracking device in barely 2 hours, recapturing the rogue beast without breaking a sweat. Had that monster chosen to hide in the ventilation shafts, she would have undoubtedly discovered his nest as well. The conclusion was painfully clear. This woman had to be eliminated, and it had to happen immediately. Peering through the narrow slits of the vent, he watched her. But suddenly, Kisaragi's head snapped directly toward his hiding spot. He was perfectly concealed in the darkness, yet her piercing gaze suggested she could feel his predatory eyes upon her. One of her heavily armed escorts nervously asked if something was wrong. With a dismissive wave, she claimed it was nothing, and the squad resumed their patrol. Back in the shadows, the Amorph's alien heart was hammering against his ribs. That was far too close for comfort. Her intuition was terrifyingly sharp for a mere mortal. It was almost as if she possessed some kind of dormant psychic ability. In this world, psychic prowess was a supernatural trait, usually monopolized by fanatic cults. It granted monstrous abilities, ranging from telekinesis and telepathy to downright terrifying mind control. It was the ultimate cheat code. And while incredibly rare, a few exceptional humans were simply born with this terrifying potential. Kisaragi wasn't just a genius scientist. She possessed razor-sharp instincts and lethal competence. To make matters worse, she was never without her heavily armed guard dogs. How on earth was a weak monster like him supposed to land a killing blow? Just as despair began to creep in, a glowing holographic screen flashed before his eyes. The system had granted him a brand new skill, paralyzing venom. This was an absolute game changer. The perfect assassination tool to compensate for his fragile physical form. A deadly toxin now coated the tip of his tail. Just a single, microscopic drop was potent enough to completely drop a fully grown man. The paralysis would wear off in exactly 5 minutes. But for a predator like him, 5 minutes was an eternity. However, reality was cruel. This lethal trump card was utterly useless, unless he could catch her completely isolated. And that was the biggest hurdle. Her loyal soldiers clung to her like a second shadow. Overthinking this would only drive him insane. He needed to clear his head and step away from the hunt for a moment. Slithering deeper into the labyrinth of vents, he cautiously peeked around a rusty corner. A trembling little bubble amoeba happily wiggled in greeting. He noted with a quiet sense of pride that his fragile companion was looking much healthier today. Like a monster providing for its kin, he had brought a fresh supply of rations for the little guy. He tossed the scraps into a nearby container, watching as the nutrients flowed directly into the tube sustaining the amoeba. The gelatinous creature shivered with pure joy at the meal. In the original game, this pathetic monster possessed absolutely zero offensive skills. But now that this world was real, he couldn't help but wonder if this specific amoeba was just a dud. Or perhaps this trembling blob belonged to an entirely different, undiscovered evolutionary branch. As he watched the weak creature eat, a sudden, sinister thought struck his mind. Kisaragi kept a pet cat in her quarters. The gears of his predatory mind began to turn, piecing together a ruthlessly brilliant scheme. That cold, untouchable researcher showed an uncharacteristic, obsessive affection for that miserable feline. A dark, menacing grin crept across his monstrous face. If that precious cat were to meet a sudden, tragic end, would the Ice Queen finally shatter, revealing the fatal opening he desperately needed? Unlike the heavily guarded Kisaragi, this feline target was left completely defenseless. Isolated in the master bedroom, it was the perfect bait. The shapeshifter hatched a deadly plan to draw out its true prey. Lurking within the shadows of the air duct, the monster watched in silence as the clueless pet stretched its lazy limbs. What a ridiculously pampered creature. This furry little aristocrat went by the name of Kaiser. The beast observed Kaiser rolling over the luxurious sheets, its belly round and plump, from a daily diet of high-grade delicacies. A lavish lifestyle that practically screamed. Kisaragi was no ordinary human. Snapping the pet's neck would be child's play. But the apex predator held its ground, sensing a hidden trap. To the naked eye, the ventilation grate seemed perfectly ordinary. But through the Amorph's heightened supernatural senses, the entire passage was rigged with a deadly glowing web of high-tech laser tripwires. One wrong twitch, and the artificial intelligence would instantly sound the alarm. Frustrated by this technological barrier, the monster violently whipped its tail against the metal casing in pure irritation. Thud! Kaiser's ears perked up at the sudden sound, eyes gleaming with curiosity. The feline dashed straight toward the grate. Its sharp claws raked against the metal cover, instantly tripping the high-tech security sensors. Heavily armed soldiers stormed the room in a flash, only to find the fat cat playfully pawing at the wall. The guards exhaled in pure annoyance. False alarm, again. One soldier even muttered under his breath about throwing the annoying furball out the airlock. Hidden just inches away, the shapeshifter held its breath in the suffocating shadows. It cursed its own careless tail slap, but in that brief moment of panic, a sinister realization dawned on the beast. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. A bored, pet-craving stimulation combined with totally apathetic, lazy guards. A wicked smirk twisted across the Amorph's face. It had just formulated the absolute perfect infiltration strategy. Back on the plush bed, Kaiser lazily flipped over until a faint, scratching sound caught its attention once more. Creeping back to the vent, the feline predator locked onto a new target, a juicy, scurrying cockroach. Hunter instincts activated. With sparkling eyes, Kaiser forcefully slammed its paws against the metal grid. But this time, the heavy grate swung open effortlessly. Without a single second thought, the cat squeezed into the dark tunnel. Warning sirens blared once more. Yet the guards completely ignored the flashing lights, assuming the dumb pet was just acting up again. After all, they blocked the only exit door. Where could a fat, spoiled cat possibly escape to? Deep within the suffocating ducts, Kaiser relentlessly pursued the tiny bug, finally reaching a dead end. Its ears twitched with absolute excitement as an opening appeared in the gloom. The feline gathered its strength, readying itself to pounce downward into the unknown. But while its eyes were entirely locked on the roach, the Amorph materialized from the shadows, striking a devastating blow to the cat's spine with its tail. Agony ripped through the poor creature. It thrashed wildly in the narrow space, desperately gasping for air that simply would not come. With ruthless efficiency, the monster swallowed its prey. A sickening, bone-shattering crunch echoed through the vent. The beast practically hummed with pure delight, savoring the rich taste of premium, high-grade meat. Quick trigger warning for all my fellow feline lovers out there. I know that scene was absolutely soul-crushing to witness, but remember, it is purely a work of fiction. Drop an F in the comments to pay your ultimate respects to Kaiser. All right, let us dive right back into the nightmare. Meanwhile, the heavy laboratory doors forcefully flew open. Kisaragi stormed inside, sending a massive shockwave of panic through the research team. Her heels clicked ominously against the cold floor as she marched straight toward the man in charge. She slammed her hands down, demanding the captain's absolute attention. "Where is Kaiser?" she hissed with venomous impatience. He desperately tried to placate her with excuses, but her blazing fury only escalated. 2 unbearable hours had already passed. Kaiser never ever missed a scheduled mealtime. The fact that her precious companion had not returned was a glaring, terrifying red flag. A dreadful certainty settled deep in her chest. Something horrific had definitely happened to her beloved pet. The captain sighed heavily, reminding the furious VIP that they were currently sealed inside a massive naval vessel. He firmly insisted that unless that furball suddenly grew wings, it had to be hiding somewhere on board. Unmoved by his logical deduction, Kisaragi issued a cold, absolute command. "Find my cat and bring it here immediately." Maintaining his unwavering composure, the officer promised that a search team would deliver good news if she just patiently waited. But behind his calm, professional facade, a burning question gnawed at the captain's mind. Just what massive secret was tied to that spoiled feline? The captain ground his teeth so hard they threatened to crack. If Kisaragi were not a high-born noble from the capital, he would have thrown her in the darkest dungeon ages ago. Her voice dripped with absolute disdain as she demanded to know the exact whereabouts of the missing guards. Swallowing his burning pride, The captain formally reported that the men had already been detained. But mere detention was not enough for the furious aristocrat. To his utter horror, she coldly ordered their immediate execution. Her eyes narrowed with vicious intent. As the base commander, she practically spat that wielding the executioner's blade was well within his authority. Desperation crept into the captain's voice. He pleaded that shedding blood over such a trivial matter would completely shatter the morale of the entire battalion. Trivial. That single word ignited a blazing inferno of wrath within Kisaragi's soul. Realizing he had just stepped on a massive landmine, the captain frantically scrambled to backtrack his statement. He carefully argued that the ultimate punishment should only be delivered after exhausting every single search protocol available. But the tension in the room was suffocating. A dangerous undercurrent of resentment was rapidly boiling over among the watching soldiers. Unfazed by their glaring eyes, Kisaragi coldly reminded the captain that this catastrophe was born entirely from his men's pathetic incompetence. Crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of her absolute authority, the captain bowed his head in bitter submission. He swore through gritted teeth that he would personally discipline the soldiers to the bone. The raging noblewoman was far from satisfied, but she forced her volcanic temper into a fragile, trembling stalemate. Turning her back with a dramatic swirl, she issued a chilling ultimatum. She would return in exactly 2 hours. If her precious pet remained missing by then, the captain would be permanently stripped of his rank. With that devastating threat hanging in the air, she stormed out of the command room. Left behind in the suffocating silence, the captain smashed his trembling fist against the steel table. A storm of fury raged in his heart as he cursed to the heavens, desperately wondering where in the world that wretched feline had vanished to. Little did they know, the Amorph was silently watching the entire drama unfold from the ventilation shaft above. A wicked thought crossed his mind. The cat was impossible to find, because it was already digesting comfortably in his stomach. Devouring the beast had unlocked a mysterious new trait known as wild instinct, though its true hidden purpose remained a complete mystery to him. However, in this reality, there existed a hidden mechanic known as the characteristic convergence system. It was an absolute game changer that fused compatible traits together to forge overwhelmingly powerful new abilities. As a former master-level player, the main character had memorized every single fusion recipe etched into the game's code. Yet, while enjoying his high-class feline snack, the shimmering system notification left him completely paralyzed with shock. Staring back at him was a legendary combination that even a hardcore veteran like himself had never encountered. The glowing holographic text declared that the wild instinct trait had successfully taken root within his soul. But the magic didn't stop there. It forcefully merged with his pre-existing supersensibility in a brilliant flash of inner light. The raw essence of the wild and his heightened perception intertwined, violently evolving into an entirely new, terrifying power. The predatory sense characteristic was born. Armed with this monstrous upgrade, the Amorph could now read the subtle whispers of impending danger long before they ever materialized. He immediately attempted to test the skill when it signaled a vague threat, but it merely amplified his sensory net to breathtaking new heights. The grand, explosive, active skill he had eagerly anticipated never actually triggered into existence. Analyzing the situation like a true gamer, he concluded it was a godly passive ability that operated purely on survival instinct. The ultimate warning bell had remained silent, simply because no true life-threatening crisis had entered his domain yet. Shifting his predatory gaze back to the main event, the Amorph locked his sights onto Kisaragi's crumbling facade. He could practically smell the desperation radiating from her. The haughty noblewoman was undoubtedly losing her absolute mind. Deep within her quarters, Kisaragi viciously slammed her hands against her desk. The agonizing wait for the stabilization process was driving her to the brink of pure madness. The shadow-dwelling monster observed her mental breakdown, with cold, calculating eyes. His psychological profiling was absolutely flawless. Kisaragi only ever showed a shred of humanity toward her personal possessions. Aristocratic parasites like her possessed incredibly fragile egos. The exact moment their precious belongings were snatched away, their sophisticated masks shattered completely. A sinister smile stretched across the creature's face. Phase 2 of his grand scheme was a resounding success. The wedge between the noble and the military was now firmly planted. A microscopic missing pet had unexpectedly created a massive, unbridgeable chasm between the commander and her loyal hounds. To the battle-hardened guards, that spoiled furball was nothing more than a monumental nuisance anyway. While they survived on tasteless military rations, that arrogant creature had feasted on luxurious delicacies that ordinary foot soldiers could only ever dream of tasting. It was an absolute slap in the face. The searing anger of the working class had been fully ignited by this blatant display of aristocratic privilege. And sitting at the absolute peak of this twisted hierarchy was Kisaragi, the supreme, highest-ranking noble dispatched from the heart of Megacorp. Her tyrannical reign was finally beginning to crumble. The soldiers had suffered her insane demands for too long. Yet, fear kept their mouths tightly shut. That furry little pet, It was nothing but a convenient punching bag to absorb her twisted wrath. In the brutal ecosystem of this ship, that cat was their absolute shield against her madness. A wicked thought crossed the Amorph's mind. What happens to the prey when their shield completely shatters? These exhausted guards had turned the ship upside down, desperately hunting for a beast they secretly despised. Without their little stress reliever, would these broken men truly lay down their lives to protect this vile woman? The paranoia would soon consume her. Kisaragi's fragile trust in her own bodyguards was already crumbling to dust. After all, in her twisted mind, her precious pet vanished simply because her worthless guards failed their duty. A spine-chilling predatory grin stretched across the Amorph's face. He silently thanked the little feline for its ultimate sacrifice. The stage was finally set. It was time to harvest the precious genetic code of Kisaragi herself. Meanwhile, the arrogant noble was unraveling. Unchecked fury painted her face a sickly, venomous shade. She stormed through the laboratory like a hurricane. Her trembling fingers smashed onto the control panel with violent force. Sparks violently erupted. High-voltage currents mercilessly tortured the helpless specimen trapped inside the glass. Capsule after capsule lit up with agonizing electricity. She screamed that she was surrounded by absolute trash. But her cruel eyes locked onto a new target. She slowly marched toward the containment unit of the bubble amoeba. She mocked the trembling creature as another worthless failure. Suddenly, a sadistic idea sparked a sinister smile on her lips. Slamming another heavy switch, a torrent of noxious chemical fluid flooded rapidly through the feeding tubes. The innocent amoeba writhed in pure agony. It sent out desperate, pitiful waves of telepathic pleas for mercy. After basking in its torture for long enough, the cruel scientist casually hit the green release valve and turned her back. She callously left the poor creature drowning in the burning acid. Deep in the shadows, murderous rage ignited within the Amorph. But a faint voice echoed in his mind. The Amorph froze as the suffering amoeba weakly whispered how happy it was to see him. Through the agonizing pain, the tiny creature managed a friendly wave. The apex predator watched in stunned silence. His eyes narrowed with deadly intent. He silently slipped backward, disappearing deep into the darkness of the ventilation shaft. Empty words of comfort were utterly useless here. He was going to gift this suffering creature something infinitely sweeter than sympathy. He would bring it absolute, bloody vengeance. Back on the bridge, Kisaragi barked at the captain that his 2-hour deadline was over. She violently demanded results, right that second. The battle-hardened captain coldly replied that the search had only just begun. With zero emotion in his deep voice, he commanded the arrogant noble to practice some patience. Her authority challenged. She screeched his full name, Yusung Samuel. Did a mere ship captain dare defy the absolute will of a capital noble? His eyes sharpened into daggers. He firmly reminded her who ruled this vessel, warning her to watch her insolent tongue. Veins popped on her forehead as she screamed. She threatened to strip away his precious rank and destroy his entire career. But Samuel stood like an unmovable mountain. Noble blood or not, he would absolutely not tolerate this blinding arrogance on his ship. His voice dropped to a threatening growl. He reminded her that he possessed the absolute authority to throw her in the brig. A mocking, venomous scoff escaped her lips, as if a low-born captain could ever touch royalty. But the captain's aura flared with imposing authority. Any threat to his ship's order would be locked in chains, regardless of their bloodline. The noblewoman threw a massive, screaming tantrum. From the dark vents above, the Amorph savored every delicious second of this chaos. The venom between them was incredibly thick. It was obvious this bitter rivalry had been festering long before the predator arrived. Kisaragi stormed out of the command center. Blind, suffocating rage radiated from her every stomping step. She marched furiously toward the executive washroom, but abruptly paused her steps right before the sliding doors. Snapping at her bodyguards to wait outside, she haughtily declared she needed privacy and vanished inside. Taking advantage of the break, one guard signaled his partner that nature was calling. The Amorph's predatory instincts flared. This was the golden opening. By standard protocol, a heavy security detail should have swept the room and stood watch beside her. But these men were pushed to their absolute breaking point. They were completely drained by her endless, hysterical screeching. With both guards distracted by their own needs, the impossible happened. The arrogant noble was utterly and completely alone. Even better, the washroom was a total blind spot. 0 cameras, 0 alarms, nothing to stop a monster in the shadows. The stars of fate had perfectly aligned. It was the ultimate, inescapable hunting ground for a lethal ambush. Lurking in the shadowed abyss of the ventilation shaft, the Amorph fixed its predatory gaze on its prey. Down below, Kisaragi stood utterly defenseless before the mirror. This was a golden opportunity sent straight by fate. The metal grate had already been stripped away, leaving an open path to a fresh feast. As the oblivious woman splashed water across her face, the monstrous entity slithered down the cold tiles right behind her. A jolt of primal tension shot through its nerves. Pausing for a fraction of a second, it seamlessly transitioned its weight onto the ceiling above. Droplets fell from Kisaragi's chin as she let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the creature launched its silent advance. Suddenly, a chilling instinct spiked down her spine. Kisaragi recoiled in pure horror. Whipping around, she locked eyes with the nightmare descending toward her throat. With a desperate pivot, she barely managed to evade the creature's lethal tail strike. But the beast merely bounced off the wall with terrifying agility, instantly resetting its deadly trajectory for a second assault. A sickening puncture echoed through the room. The stinger buried itself deep into Kisaragi's neck, flooding her nervous system with absolute blinding agony. Bulging veins snaked across her pale skin as white foam bubbled past her lips. Her legs completely gave out beneath her, sending her crashing helplessly to the floor. Viscous poison dripped right before her fading eyes. Violent tremors racked her dying body, yet absolute paralysis kept her hopelessly pinned down. Thick saliva pooled in the monster's maw. Gazing down at its broken prey, it coolly pondered what final thoughts were racing through her shattered mind. Was it the soul-crushing terror of staring directly into the eyes of an otherworldly horror? Or perhaps it was a burning resentment toward her tragic fate? Or maybe just the primal, icy dread of her impending demise? In the grand scheme of survival, such human emotions were utterly meaningless. Her death was already carved into stone. With terrifying ruthlessness, the Amorph unhinged its jaws and consumed her whole, swallowing the head first. A horrific, bone-shattering crunch violently shattered the dead silence of the room. Rich, warm blood surged into its core. The second, Kisaragi's raw genetic code assimilated into the creature's neural network. A profound revelation washed over it. The missing biological puzzle piece, to unlock its ultimate potential, had finally snapped perfectly into place. A glowing blue system interface materialized before its eyes. The conditions to evolve from a mere hatchling into a formidable youngling, AT, were officially met. The sacred prompt flashed on the screen, asking if it was ready to cross the threshold of evolution. This was the exact destiny it had been hungering for. Without a shred of hesitation, it accepted the command. But without warning, a brutal premonition flashed through its mind. A vision of an armed guard breaching the room and unloading a fatal barrage of bullets. Pure shock froze the creature in its tracks. An icy chill swept through its entire being as its antennae vibrated with electric urgency. Was this the legendary predator sense awakening within? A divine instinct warning of imminent slaughter. The sixth sense screamed that a soldier was mere seconds away. Fleeing was the logical choice, but the ticking clock offered absolutely zero room for retreat. Slithering back into the suffocating shadows, the beast made a swift and lethal calculation. It would turn this bathroom into a slaughterhouse. Heavy boots kicked the door open. The armed guard swept the room, his eyes immediately locking onto a gruesome anomaly on the tiles. The air left his lungs in a horrified gasp. Lying in a pool of absolute carnage was what remained of Kisaragi. As the soldier's mind short-circuited in pure panic, the Amorph launched itself silently through the air directly behind him. A sudden spike of murderous intent raised the hairs on his neck. But before he could even twitch, the deadly tail whipped forward, piercing his skull with ruthless precision. Like a puppet with its strings severed, the soldier crumpled lifelessly onto the blood-soaked floor. Wasting no time to gloat, the predator bolted into the vents. The scent of blood was heavy, and reinforcements were bound to swarm the area at any given moment. Its hyperactive mind raced with tactical scenarios. For all it knew, the human military possessed invisible tracking technology. To throw off any invisible scent or signal, it executed a flawless series of evasive loops through the labyrinth of ducts. Moving with the speed of a phantom, it finally plummeted back into the safety of its hidden nest. Immediately, its newly honed super senses flared out to scan the perimeter. After verifying the sanctuary was completely devoid of hostile life, it initiated the grand metamorphosis sequence. The cosmic process instantly took hold. The beast convulsed as a bizarre, luminescent liquid began seeping out from the seams of its crustacean-like claws. Its entire physical form rapidly liquefied into a grotesque soup. The dissolving flesh surged upward, completely drowning its own face in biological ooze. From the primordial sludge, a massive, heavily armored shell began to forge. This new blueprint was far more towering and robust, a truly mesmerizing sensation of biological rebirth. As consciousness drifted in the warm fluid, it mused if this was the profound tranquility a human fetus felt inside the womb. Every single cell in its entity was rewriting itself. It was ascending beyond its former limits into a true apex predator. The dense layer of mucus relentlessly sculpted this terrifying new architecture. An overwhelming urge to witness its own monstrous beauty surged, but its vision was completely sealed away. The moment the hardened chrysalis fully encased its form, every shred of physical control was severed by the system's design. The die had been cast, and the hunt was temporarily paused. Now, isolated in the dark embrace of the cocoon, all this nightmare had to do was patiently wait for its glorious awakening. In the suffocating abyss of the chamber, an eternity seemed to drift by. Suddenly, harsh artificial light shattered the gloom. Eerie, glowing green nutrients steadily dripped from the life support tubes. The corrosive drops struck the leathery shell, triggering a massive fissure. The beast within began its slow, agonizing crawl to freedom. With newfound strength, the monstrosity hoisted itself upward, stepping free from its shattered, fleshy prison. Searing steam hissed from its mutating flesh. The grotesque crustacean pincer had been completely replaced by a humanoid hand with 4 lethal digits. Rows of terrifying, razor-sharp fangs lined its jaw. Its entire exoskeleton darkened to pitch black, now balancing perfectly as a terrifying bipedal predator. The apex predator unleashed a blood-curdling roar of triumph. A brand new, terrifying stage of evolution had finally been achieved. Meanwhile, inside the tense command bridge, the furious captain demanded to know the exact cause of the gruesome assassination. Sweating profusely, Mr. Wei reported the grim truth. The brilliant head researcher had been viciously slaughtered by a lethal strike to the throat. He nervously elaborated that the horrific wound pattern suggested a weapon resembling a high-speed, miniaturized saw blade. However, to confirm this terrifying theory, a microscopic forensic analysis would be absolutely mandatory. The captain narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with dread. Did this mean they actually had to carve up the corpse for an autopsy? When Mr. Wei hesitantly asked for permission, the captain erupted into such a violent string of curses that the forensic expert recoiled in sheer terror. Massaging his throbbing temples, the exhausted commander slumped into his chair. He bitterly confessed that he was completely out of options. Pivoting his glare toward the chief of security, he growled, demanding an immediate update on the desperate manhunt. Standing rigidly at attention, the security chief swore that every single surveillance feed on the dreadnought had been meticulously scrubbed. Yet astonishingly, not a single trace of the phantom assailant, UASM, had been captured on any digital recording. The lone patrolman caught at the scene remained their prime suspect, currently enduring a brutal interrogation in the holding cells. Leaning in close, the captain venomously questioned if the chief truly believed this low-ranking grunt was the actual mastermind. Shaking his head grimly, the chief shattered that illusion. The odds of that pathetic guard pulling off this assassination were practically zero. Based on their current tactical intel, the killer was a ghost with terrifying stealth capabilities. Slamming his fist down, the captain issued a lethal ultimatum. He demanded concrete results brought to his desk the very second they surfaced. The room fell into a deathly silence as the commander's eyes drifted toward the vacant seat of power. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Surely every man in this room remembered the unspeakable horror that occurred in the biolabs. He recounted the tragic fate of their most brilliant prodigy, a genius who dared to defy a single, simple command from the late head researcher. For that minor insubordination, the prodigy's skull was sawed open. His living brain was violently extracted, cursed to float endlessly in a miserable glass suspension tank. If such a nightmare was the punishment for simple disobedience, a wave of absolute terror washed over the commander's face. What unimaginable tortures would the High Command inflict upon them for allowing a noble superior to be butchered under their watch? The sheer psychological horror of his words sent a freezing, collective shudder down the spines of every hardened veteran present. With killing intent leaking from his aura, the captain roared. They needed a scapegoat immediately, unless they all wanted to become brains in jars. A desperate junior officer suddenly broke the silence. What if they forged a cover story, claiming a horrific biological experiment went catastrophic? Instantly, a battle-scarred veteran snapped at the rookie. The grizzled crew leader glared with absolute disgust at such a foolish proposal. Bede. He furiously argued that the ship was crawling with hundreds of scientists. Bribing that many brilliant minds to keep a dirty secret was statistically impossible. Outraged by the veteran's venom, the younger officer fired back, hurling vicious insults at the old man's lack of respect. He spat that the old man's pathetic, cowardly attitude was the exact reason he was forever stuck rotting at the rank of middle captain. Trying to salvage the chaotic meeting, an elderly tactician interjected. What if they claimed the noble Kisaragi was assassinated via an untraceable cosmic poison? The tech leader instantly vetoed the idea, fearing the culinary staff would be executed. Enraged by the constant rejection, the tactician's face turned purple with fury. All logic completely evaporated. The high-stakes strategic meeting violently devolved into a brutal, bloody tavern brawl. Enough! A thundering voice shattered the chaos. A calculating middle-aged strategist roared that their petty squabbling was only tightening the nooses around their necks. The crushing weight of his aura flooded the room, forcing every brawling officer to freeze instantly in their tracks. Adjusting his glasses, the mastermind presented a digital star map. He coldly reminded the captain that their dreadnought was currently orbiting the cursed sector of planet C-08. The captain frowned, demanding to know the relevance of a dead rock. A sinister smirk crept across the strategist's face as he uttered 2 words, the legendary space dogs. The captain's eyes went wide with sudden realization. Was this cunning bastard suggesting they pin the entire assassination on a pack of bloodthirsty alien beasts? The strategist's smirk widened into a demonic grin as he nodded. He began weaving a flawless, untouchable web of absolute lies. They would report a devastating, unavoidable alien ambush. A tragic cosmic raid so overwhelmingly brutal that saving the head researcher was fundamentally impossible. The captain's mind raced as he calculated their odds. The infamous space dogs were not just simple mercenaries, they were ruthless scavengers who violently plundered the cosmos. To the megacorporations, these cosmic outlaws were an absolute, unstoppable nightmare. Masters of orbital warfare, their fleet combat skills were so devastating that even veteran armadas suffered catastrophic losses when crossing their path. The captain weighed the grim reality of their situation. How could their flimsy, unarmored research vessel ever hope to survive against such an overwhelming force? Total annihilation was a certainty. The structural destruction would be absolutely absolute. But in the fiery chaos of a pirate raid, convenient little accidents could easily be arranged. By framing this impending catastrophe on the space dogs, they could perfectly bury the dark truth behind the head researcher's untimely demise. A sinister smile crept onto his face. It was the perfect blood-stained alibi. However, the captain pointed out a glaring flaw in their defense. Their pathetic security weapons would not even leave a scratch on the pirates' heavy armor. Suddenly, a shadow-draped crewmate stepped forward. He claimed to have deep underground connections with the outlaw faction, leaving the entire command room paralyzed with shock. The captain rubbed his throbbing temples in disbelief. This ordinary-looking subordinate definitely did not seem like the type to mingle with cosmic pirates. Pushing his towering doubts aside, the captain cut straight to the chase and demanded to know the bloody price tag. The man's answer was ice cold. Buying their services would cost them a staggering 1 million credits minimum. The captain ground his teeth in pure frustration. But the subordinate quickly justified the massive fee, reminding him that provoking the mighty Kizaragi Corporation was basically a death wish. For taking on that level of suicidal risk, demanding a mountain of black market wealth was only natural. Cornered by fate, the captain finally caved and declared that the underworld funds would be secured. But he issued a chilling warning. This cover-up operation had to be executed with absolute, flawless perfection. Rising slowly from his command chair, the captain abruptly dissolved the meeting, transferring all operational authority over to the crisis management director. Mr. Wei nervously broke the silence, questioning what exactly they were supposed to do with the researcher's cold corpse. The captain's eyes gleamed with corporate malice. They would put it on ice, perfectly preserved to be served up to the pirate scum. His final, commanding order echoed through the room. Absolutely no one was to lay a single finger on that dead body. Meanwhile, deep within the dark bowels of the ship, scorching steam erupted from the Amorph's mutating form. The sheer rush of power was intoxicating. Being a youngling was on an entirely different level. With this terrifying new evolution finally complete, his entire survival strategy had to be drastically rewritten. Up until this pivotal moment, lurking in the shadows and fleeing from danger had been his only viable option. But now, the prey was about to become the predator. Ruthless hunting was just as crucial as staying alive. Basic survival was practically guaranteed in this new form. It was time to set his sights on the apex. As he pondered his next move, a glowing blue system window manifested before his eyes, proudly declaring his first successful evolutionary leap. The glorious notification confirmed his new reality. He had officially shed his weak origins to become a terrifying youngling. In the grand cosmic design, an Amorph's path to supreme power was divided into 6 legendary tiers, requiring 5 agonizing leaps of mutation. It all began with the fragile hatchling phase, before breaking through to the vicious youngling stage. Phase 3 was the juvenile, followed by the subadult, then the full adult, and finally, the mythical ascension. Achieving that final godlike ascension was the absolute endgame condition. It meant absolute victory over the system. Back in his gaming days, reaching ascension unlocked the forbidden lore hidden deep within the Amorph species' dark history. It revealed the terrifying truth of their cosmic origins and their catastrophic purpose in the universe. He firmly believed this bloody reality would follow the exact same rules. But there was one massive catch. Surviving long enough to reach that ending was nearly impossible. Out of millions of players, barely 20 elite souls had ever witnessed a species reach its final, magnificent evolution. And among those living legends, he was the one and only player to ever achieve the legendary Amorph Ascension. The monstrous creature's glowing predatory eyes locked onto the floating holographic screen. Now that he had broken through to the youngling stage, an exclusive class system had finally been unlocked. Analyzing his brutal combat traits, he smirked inwardly. His destiny was clearly bound to overwhelming physical dominance. The system chimed with a golden light, offering him a glimpse into the devastating specialized classes he could inherit. He mentally selected Confirm without a second of hesitation. Just as his veteran gamer instincts predicted, the physical enhancement class resonated perfectly with his stats. This flawless synergy was entirely thanks to his newfound gifts. His impenetrable reinforced exoskeleton and highly corrosive acidic blood were absolute game changers. While these classes mirrored the job systems used by other cosmic races, his monstrous physiology gave them a terrifyingly superior twist. That is, provided he could actually survive the brutal conditions required to trigger them. The system chimed in, signaling that his evolutionary path would finally unlock, perfectly synergizing with his acquired abilities. A glowing blue status screen materialized before his eyes, revealing two distinct specialization trees waiting to be claimed. First was physical strengthening, currently sitting at 6 out of 10, and second, superpower enhancement at 1.5 out of 3. He paused to calculate. If predator sensing accounted for 1 full point, where did that mysterious 0.5 come from? It did not make sense. After all, his recent buffet only consisted of random bugs and that unfortunate cat, nothing that screamed psychic abilities. But then, a chilling realization hit him. There was one meal he had left half-eaten, Kisaragi's corpse. Thanks to her psychic prowess, her raw instincts must have been off the charts, a true delicacy of power. Driven by a ravenous hunger for those psychic abilities, the Amorph set his sights on reclaiming her body. With lightning speed, he vanished into the shadows. He forced open a ventilation shaft, only to realize his newly evolved, hulking frame barely fit into the cramped metal space. Suddenly, a foul yet enticing scent hit his heightened senses. The unmistakable aroma of rotting flesh. Like a predator on the hunt, he followed the scent trail. Creeping silently over the grated covers, he finally spotted his target. Dark, monstrous drool instantly pooled in his maw. Jackpot. Right beneath his claws lay the facility's cold, sterile mortuary. An all-you-can-eat buffet of corpses. Down below, an oblivious security guard sat at his desk, completely lost in the blasting music of his headphones. His eyes were glued to the massive surveillance monitors, until a sharp, burning stench snapped him back to reality. Following the acrid smell, the guard stumbled upon a sight that made his blood run cold. The solid steel flooring had been completely eaten away, reduced to a massive, smoking crater by highly corrosive acid. But the poor fool was looking down, completely unaware of the horrifying monstrosity clinging to the ceiling right above him. Panic setting in, he reached for his radio to call for backup. But as he spun around, a gaping, nightmarish maw was already descending upon him. A sickening crunch echoed through the room as a lethal appendage pierced straight through his skull. The guard collapsed, lifeless before he even hit the ground. With the nuisance dealt with, our monster yanked his prized body straight out of the freezer. His claws snatched the white shroud, ripping it away. And there she was, the frozen corpse of Kisaragi. He stared at her pale face, noting how perfectly preserved her final moments of terror had been kept in the ice. To the humans, the body of a noble prime was sacred, a vessel completely forbidden from being defiled. Yet, as he stood over his prey, a strange thought crossed his mind. Despite butchering so many humans, he felt absolutely zero remorse, not a single drop of guilt. They say a creature adapts to its environment, reshaping its very soul to survive the harshness of the world. Had turning into an Amorph truly stripped away his humanity? Or was this cold-blooded monster who he had always been deep down? He quickly brushed the philosophical nonsense aside. Dwelling on the past would not fill his stomach or grant him power. His only focus now was the feast before him. In this brutal reality, blood and slaughter were his only path forward. This was the tragic yet thrilling destiny of an Amorph. Eat or be eaten, a monstrous lifestyle he was more than ready to embrace. The circle of life dictates that the dead return to the earth, their energy absorbed by nature itself. With a dark smirk, he wondered. By devouring these bodies and stealing their essence, did that make him a twisted force of nature too? Suddenly, his ravenous chewing came to a halt. His fangs hit something rock solid. Hacking it up, he examined a strange, glowing spherical object. It had been hidden deep within Kisaragi's heart, pulsating with an unknown, mysterious energy. Without hesitation, he crushed the core in his monstrous grip. Instantly, a blinding system notification exploded into view. His instincts were dead on. The sweet, intoxicating flavor of psychic abilities was confirmed. The holographic screen flashed golden letters, announcing that he had successfully devoured and extracted the genetic essence of a superpower organ. The system chimed once more, prompting him with a crucial choice. Would he like to integrate the superpower organ into his very DNA? He clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Of all things, why did it have to be a literal physical organ? His amorphous body was already capable of channeling psychic energy naturally. Slapping on a rigid biological characteristic felt like a massive downgrade. But wait. A cunning glint returned to his horrific eyes. He needed to look at the bigger picture. Unlocking his ultimate evolutionary type required stacking up as many rare characteristics as possible. With a mental command, he confidently hit yes. In an instant, a sickening symphony of snapping bones and tearing flesh echoed through the morgue. Gross, Fleshy tentacles violently burst from his head, writhing with newfound psychic energy. He flexed them, utterly fascinated by his grotesque upgrade. A sinister grin stretched across his face. This bizarre mutation could be just like predator sensing. Once he fused it with his other deadly traits, his power would be absolutely unstoppable. With Kisaragi fully devoured, his predatory gaze naturally shifted. Was the heavily armored guard destined to be his next meal? He aggressively sank his fangs into the armored flesh, but a strange, metallic bitterness instantly flooded his monstrous taste buds. The terrified prey was incredibly tough to tear apart. Suddenly, his hypersensitive antennas violently vibrated with a sharp warning. Danger was fast approaching. The patrol schedule had completely shifted, bringing fresh prey and absolute peril. Through his heightened, otherworldly perception, he watched the off-duty guard transfer his mechanical combat suit to the next soldier in line. A curious revelation struck his evolving mind. Did this colossal space vessel actually suffer from a pathetic shortage of battle gear? Regardless, the countdown to discovery had begun. A replacement sentry would inevitably march in to check on the mutilated corpse he had just created. The very second that heavy door slides open, the fresh recruit would instantly smell the suffocating scent of death lingering in the room. In this highly advanced era of space exploration, humanity's survival instincts were sharper and more paranoid than ever before. The crew would immediately sound the absolute highest alarm. They would instantly realize a terrifying, unknown monstrosity was lurking in their shadows. The Amorph calculated his bleak odds of survival. He possessed nowhere near enough raw power to slaughter an entire starship crew just yet. He desperately needed a brilliant distraction, something catastrophic to buy him precious time until his ultimate evolution was complete. Suddenly, a stroke of villainous genius hit him. He noticed a highly corrosive acid nearby, violently hissing and billowing thick, toxic smoke. The gears in his monstrous, calculating mind rapidly turned. He remembered that his current hiding spot was actually the ship's morgue. This morbid chamber was an absolute goldmine. It was packed to the brim with highly reactive chemicals and flesh-melting preservatives. A wickedly clever scheme took shape in his dark consciousness. He could engineer the perfect chemical catastrophe to mentally torture the crew while making his grand, chaotic escape. Far beyond the infinite sea of stars, the absolute corporate ruler known as Megacorp operated without a single, fixed capital city. But in the greedy hearts of the universal elite, one sacred territory stood proudly as the undisputed core of their absolute empire. That ultimate sanctuary was the planet Earth itself, the absolute beating heart and untouchable command center of Megacorp's dark reign. 5 legendary megacorporations forged this universal monopoly long ago. Now, they rule over the mother planet like invincible, arrogant gods. To the trembling, impoverished masses across the galaxy, these corporate titans are simply feared as the almighty 5 families. Among these untouchable monarchs was the mighty Kisaragi bloodline. They fiercely dominated the territory that ancient history books, once referred to as East Asia. Meanwhile, the legendary Eugene family, built their terrifying corporate empire from the ashes of a forgotten nation called the Republic of Korea. Today, that entire conquered country has been completely terraformed. It serves as nothing more than a private, luxurious backyard for the Eugene nobles. They travel via blazing fast magnetic levitation trains and even command a brilliant artificial sun to perfectly nourish their flawless, synthetic paradise. Basking in this ultimate, unimaginable luxury are the direct, arrogant descendants of the almighty Eugene bloodline. Beneath their diamond-crusted boots exist tens of millions of humans. Nameless, faceless tools, bred for the sole purpose of absolute, unquestioning obedience. Deep within an endless, tranquil agricultural sector stood a solitary, massive estate. An elderly patriarch was gently tilling the earth, a surprisingly peaceful smile gracing his ancient face. But just beyond the freshly turned soil, 2 incredibly nervous subordinates stood frozen in absolute, terrified silence. Brushing the premium dirt from his knees, the old man finally stood up. He casually apologized for keeping his elite guard and loyal butler waiting in suspense. The butler offered a trembling, deeply respectful nod. Stepping forward, the heavily armed guard prepared to speak, as the patriarch calmly asked for his daily report. Swallowing his overwhelming dread, the guard revealed that the urgent news directly concerned the master's own flesh and blood, his granddaughter. The old man tilted his head in mild confusion. He had countless descendants to keep track of. The terrified guard quickly clarified that the grim report was regarding Kisaragi. A spark of sudden recognition flashed in his ancient, calculating eyes. Ah, yes, the precious daughter born to his 3rd child. Still wearing that gentle, grandfatherly facade, he happily asked what sort of trouble his lovely descendant had gotten herself into. The guard braced himself and delivered the chilling truth. Kisaragi's vital life signal tracking device had just been completely, violently obliterated. The patriarch let out a hearty chuckle, waving off the ridiculous notion of danger. He had specifically placed her in a completely safe, utterly effortless desk position. but the guard stammered out the truly horrifying details. The final transmission painfully echoed from Sector C-08, the deadly, lawless hunting grounds of the savage space dogs. The smiling old man gently patted the trembling guard's shoulder. Then, in a terrifying blur of monstrous speed, he viciously smashed his heavy farming tool directly into the guard's skull. Hot crimson fluid violently erupted, painting the pure, artificial soil in a macabre masterpiece. The guard collapsed instantly, convulsing in pure, unadulterated agony. The gentle, grandfatherly aura vanished in a single heartbeat. The patriarch loomed over his broken, bleeding subordinate like an absolute demon from hell. He brought the heavy iron weapon down again. And again, splattering the pristine earth in a horrific shower of total gore. Finally breathing heavily, he tossed the blood-soaked tool aside like worthless garbage. Wiping his violently stained hands, he coldly commanded the deeply traumatized survivors to immediately dispose of the ruined, twitching meat. His chilling, absolutely ruthless voice echoed across the quiet field. He sternly reminded them that he absolutely despises defective tools, who dare to answer questions they were never specifically asked. He glared at the terrified onlookers, delivering a chilling final lesson. To the absolute rulers of this dystopian world, flawlessly obedient tools are their most precious, indispensable assets. The head guard bowed deeply, his loyalty unwavering as he accepted the command. Kisaragi's grandfather coldly revealed the twisted truth. Raising that girl had drained 10 billion credits from his coffers. To him, she was nothing more than a carefully crafted vessel. He had even subjected her flesh to agonizing genetic enhancement surgeries. There was absolutely no way a mere space pirate could have scratched his masterpiece. His mind churned with a dangerous question. Just who had the sheer audacity to lay a finger on the prized darling of the legendary Eugene family? He shot a chilling glare at his butler, demanding to know if the captain in question was named Yusung Samuel. The pieces were falling into place. The Samuel bloodline hailed from Titan, and the ambitious Ascertain family had their eyes locked on them. But his sharp instincts told him the Ascerteans were not the ones pulling the strings. Their so-called patriarch was nothing but a spineless coward. Those weaklings lacked the stomach to wage war against the Eugene Empire. He turned to his trusted butler, fishing for his insight on the matter. The butler adjusted his stance, suggesting the dark shadow of TNC might be looming over this incident. A sinister smirk crept across the grandfather's wrinkled face. Their thoughts were perfectly aligned. TNC and the Ascerteans played the perfect rivals, pretending to wage war over Jupiter's mining rights. But in the shadows, they were operating as one. Every single credit funding the Ascertain family, C, flowed directly from TNC's bottomless pockets. The old man wagered his fortune that the scheming bastard was plotting a surprise ambush on their board of directors. The butler nodded in solemn agreement. Chamberlain, the ruthless head of TNC, was undeniably gunning for the chief executive throne. The grandfather's eyes gleamed with wicked delight. By launching a direct strike, that arrogant brat had only proven his own absolute terror. A booming, villainous laughter echoed through the grand hall. But in the blink of an eye, that amusement vanished, replaced by an aura of pure, suffocating malice. Since their enemies had handed them the perfect excuse, it was time to draw first blood. He barked a flawless command, ordering the butler to mobilize every single member of the Eugene syndicate. Next, he issued a dark directive. Contact his hidden shadow agent stationed near Sector C-08 and have them exterminate the problem from the inside. The butler bowed in flawless obedience, but a shiver ran down his spine. He knew a catastrophic bloodbath was about to unfold. The tyrant's final decree was absolute. Drag Yusung Samuel before him, along with every unfortunate soul connected to that pirate. He wanted them all. Not a single rat was to be spared. His face contorted into a demonic scowl as he whispered his golden rule. Anyone who dared to break his property would pay with their life. Meanwhile, deep within the cold void of space, thick, toxic fumes billowed as the heavy metal doors hissed open. Yusung Samuel stood there, his entire body trembling with explosive fury. He roared into the haze, demanding to know what kind of madness had taken place. Before him lay rows of bodies, scorched black by corrosive chemicals. Just moments ago, the security detail had frantically reported thick smoke seeping from the containment unit. And the second they breached the room, they were greeted by a raging inferno. The panicked guards tried to justify their actions, claiming they only broke protocol to assess the catastrophic disaster. But base regulations were incredibly strict. Only the medical staff possessed clearance to enter. Now, the surviving doctors were hastily scrubbing down the charred remains. The captain gritted his teeth in utter disbelief. How in the universe could a massive fire ignite inside a freezing morgue full of corpses? Stepping into the wreckage, Mr. Wei carefully examined a burnt figure, his eyes locking onto a distinct ring still clinging to a blackened finger. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was this the charred remains of someone working the graveyard shift? But suddenly, the horrifying truth struck him like lightning. He spun around, frantically asking if any other bodies had been recovered. A trembling researcher shook their head. These were the only remains left in the ashes. Mr. Wei felt the blood drain from his face. His voice shook as he muttered that this was absolutely impossible. The captain demanded answers instantly. Pale as a ghost, Mr. Wei pleaded to summon the commanding officers. They had just stepped into a living nightmare. Tensions ran incredibly high in the emergency briefing room as a devastating revelation dropped on the crew. The chilling reality sent shockwaves through the room. The corpses of the chief researcher and the head guard had completely vanished without a trace. The captain slammed his fist on the table in blinding rage. It was an unsolvable mystery that defied all logic. Corpses do not just stand up and stroll out of a locked facility. He cornered Mr. Wei, demanding to know if this nightmare was actually true. Sweating bullets, Mr. Wei swore on his life. He had combed through the ashes time and time again, but the missing bodies had practically evaporated into thin air. He noted that the chemicals stored in the mortuary could easily ignite, though they shouldn't have caused such massive destruction on their own. A chilling realization swept through the room. This wasn't some unfortunate accident. Someone had sparked this inferno intentionally. Whispers of paranoia echoed among the crew. Who could possibly be insane enough to pull off such an act? One trembling crew member voiced their darkest fear. What if an unidentified alien life form had infiltrated their vessel? Panic erupted instantly. Terrified out of his wits, another crewmate snapped and screamed at the man for spouting such terrifying nonsense. The accused man defensively raised his hands, explaining it was just a wild theory. There was absolutely no reason for the supply management leader to fly into such a blind rage. Mr. Wei slammed his fist down, forcefully shifting the focus. The truly catastrophic issue wasn't wild theories, but the mysterious disappearance of the head researcher's corpse. The clock was ruthlessly ticking, and they were already bound by a deadly promise. They were scheduled to rendezvous with the bloodthirsty space pirates at Sector C-08. The captain's eyes blazed with desperate fury. They had to recover that missing body, no matter the cost. When someone suggested systematically narrowing down the suspects first, the captain unleashed a string of curses so vicious that the entire room flinched in sheer terror. His thunderous voice shook the metallic walls, screaming that if they valued their miserable lives and feared the devastating wrath of the capital's revenge, they absolutely must cooperate and tear the ship apart. A suffocating, deathly silence instantly swallowed the command center. Breaking the heavy tension, the captain glared at the crisis management leader and demanded to know if contact had been established with the pirates. The man swallowed hard, confirming he had sent the transmission the very second their previous meeting ended. The captain's tone turned ice cold. He strictly ordered the leader to keep their disastrous situation a total secret from the outlaws. They would lie through their teeth, claiming the handover of the prized corpse was proceeding exactly as planned. The crisis leader hesitated, sweating bullets as he asked if playing such a dangerous game was truly a wise choice. The captain grimly explained the harsh reality. Exposing their failure now would spell certain doom. They would be walking into the lion's den utterly defenseless, with no backup plan to save their skins. Their only glimmer of hope was to track down the missing body before the fateful rendezvous. Gripping the head of security's shoulder with bone-crushing force, the captain demanded to know if his orders were crystal clear. He had to hunt down the rat responsible for this chaos, and he had to do it right now. The security chief insisted he was already pushing his men to their absolute limits, but the captain viciously shut him down. His best simply wasn't enough. In an unprecedented move, the captain granted him absolute authority to ruthlessly interrogate every single soul aboard the vessel until the culprit was found. Total, absolute command over the investigation was officially transferred into his hands. Bowing his head with iron resolve, the security chief made a solemn vow. He would absolutely drag the culprit out from the shadows and deliver justice. But little did these foolish humans know. The terrifying Amorph was listening to their every word, lurking perfectly hidden in the ventilation shaft above. A sinister sense of satisfaction washed over the monster. His brilliant strategy of sparking an inferno had flawlessly masked his tracks and plunged his prey into utter chaos. By ingeniously mixing the volatile chemicals inside the mortuary, he had orchestrated the perfect disaster. Not a single soul among these primitive humans would ever suspect an alien predator possessed such terrifying intellect. He had combined medical drugs to forge a lethal toxin, then elevated the reaction with a few potent drops of his own acidic blood. The devastating concoction worked like absolute magic, incinerating the evidence and reducing the bodies to ash. However, the sudden mention of an alien infiltrator had caught the monstrous protagonist completely off guard. And to make matters even more thrilling, they were scheduled to meet with notorious space criminals. The Amorph mused that this human captain must have a death wish. The predatory creature locked its sights on a new target. He needed to investigate this crisis team leader immediately. Because the man who orchestrated this shady deal might just be a filthy traitor secretly working with the pirate crew. The space pirates were known to be a chaotic alliance of multiple extraterrestrial species. To the Amorph, this meant an absolute feast of diverse genetic essence was waiting to be devoured and absorbed. Yet, a sudden pirate raid could severely wipe out the delicious prey aboard this very research vessel, threatening his immediate evolution. He decided to bide his time and strike once the pirates revealed themselves. But suddenly, a figure caught his predatory gaze. It was none other than the supply management leader, the very man who had violently denied the alien rumors just moments ago. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he darted paranoid glances in every direction before hastily pressing his trembling palm against a secured biometric scanner. He slipped silently into the shadowy depths of the cargo hold. The shape-shifting predator found this highly amusing. The man was the head of supply management, so there was absolutely no reason for him to be creeping around his own territory. Why the sudden paranoia? Every nervous glance over his shoulder screamed of guilt and dark secrets. The scent of fear and sweat led straight to a massive, isolated storage container. This wasn't just any ordinary storage box. Maximum-level security systems and heavy-duty locks guarded its contents like a fortress. The reinforced walls were incredibly dense, completely blocking out even the monster's supernatural sensory perception. A sinister grin formed in the creature's mind. Whatever was locked inside had to be unimaginably valuable. The medical team leader could wait. The winds of fate had just violently shifted his priorities. His new prey was decided. The supply management leader had just moved to the very top of the menu. Meanwhile, at the ship's dimly lit tavern, the corrupt manager slammed his empty glass onto the counter, heavily praising the cheap liquor. His nervous subordinate urged him to cut back, sensing the impending disaster that was. But inside the manager's chaotic mind, a devastating storm of stress and anxiety was tearing him apart. Deep down, he cursed his own blinding greed for making a shady deal with that underground cult merchant. The promise of unimaginable wealth had blinded him. Those ancient relics were supposed to be his golden ticket to early retirement. He had smuggled the terrifying cargo aboard with perfect precision until one fateful drunken night caused one of the mysterious alien eggs to hatch. If only he had double-checked that damn container door. The crushing weight of regret was literally suffocating him. Confessing was completely out of the question. If the ruthless captain discovered this catastrophic blunder, his execution would be swift and absolutely brutal. Alcohol ruins everything. He suddenly roared into the quiet bar. The exhausted bartender shot him a heavy glare, bluntly announcing that it was closing time. Pleading like a desperate beggar, he scored one final glass. Soon after, he stumbled blindly out into the desolate hallway. Slurring his words, he continued to curse the booze until a sudden, bone-chilling sensation stopped him dead in his tracks. "Who's hiding there?" he snapped, whipping his head around. But the sterile metallic corridor was completely abandoned. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead. His irritation flared to mask his rising panic, and then a sinister clicking noise echoed from the shadows. Peering over his trembling shoulder, he caught a horrifying glimpse of an unnatural entity slithering out of sight. Pure, unadulterated terror seized his soul. Tears streaming down his face, he sprinted desperately down the hallway, screaming curses into the empty void. Reaching his quarters, his wildly shaking fingers smashed against the digital keypad, begging for salvation. The heavy door hissed open, and he practically threw himself inside, violently collapsing onto the cold steel floor. He scrambled for his communicator to call for emergency backup, but the blood completely drained from his face as the electronic lock beeped right behind him. Paralyzed by a primal fear, he didn't dare turn around. The door slowly glided open, inviting the nightmare inside. The alien monstrosity slithered into the room with deadly grace. The corrupt manager shook like a leaf in a hurricane before his executioner. It closed the distance in a single heartbeat, silently thanking the heavens for the late-night snack. The shapeshifter unhinged its massive, terrifying jaws. In the very next second, a sickening, bone-shattering crunch echoed through the soundproof room. Eliminating the supply chief had been absolute child's play. His pathetically predictable routine made him the perfect prey. The fool had spent 90% of his life drowning in cheap liquor. Clearly, the ship's administration was paying him way too much. Honestly, the creature mused to itself. The captain owed him a massive favor for this. After all, he was just doing management a favor by permanently downsizing their most useless, money-draining employee. The predator began tossing the disgustingly messy room apart. The absolute filth of the place made him wonder if the human had ever heard of a broom. His primary objective right now was simple: secure the high-clearance identification card. During the chaotic search, a glossy poster of a swimsuit model fluttered down from the cluttered shelves. To a human, she might have been a goddess of beauty. But to the alien life form, she was just flesh and bone. Human attraction meant absolutely nothing to an apex predator. Yanking a greasy folder from the desk, the shiny metallic keycard finally dropped onto the floor. A massive surge of triumph washed over the beast. With the victim's severed hand clutched in his grip and the master key secured, the ultimate prize was finally within his reach. Leaving evidence behind was a rookie mistake, so it was time to devour the rest of the crime scene. He aggressively chomped down on the remaining flesh, but instantly gagged. The meat was horribly bitter, utterly tainted by years of heavy drinking. Just a few moments later, the shapeshifter stood before the heavily guarded vault. He slid the stolen card into the slot and firmly pressed the dead man's bloody palm against the glowing biometric scanner. The heavy metallic door hissed open, revealing the frozen secrets hidden within. Rows of cryogenic pods lined the freezing chamber. Each one held a captive alien beast in a deep, icy slumber. It all made sense now. This human was a black market smuggler. But then, a familiar silhouette caught the monster's eye. Multiple Amorph eggs rested in the frost. He could hardly believe his own eyes, especially when he noticed one of the shells was already broken and hollow. A realization struck him like lightning. Was that his own birth pod? The pieces clicked together, realizing the smuggler had brought his egg aboard this doomed vessel. Back when this world was just a video game, the Amorph race never spawned on corporate starships. They were destined to awaken in the depths of ancient, unidentified alien ruins. The timeline of events remained shrouded in absolute mystery. But the tragic truth was clear. The original infant inhabitant of this monstrous body had somehow hatched and crawled out of its prison, only to perish shortly after from agonizing starvation. That was the exact moment his human soul transmigrated into this alien vessel. Suddenly, his repulsive appetite made perfect sense. No wonder those filthy ship roaches tasted like a gourmet feast. His primal biology was taking over just to stave off death. A bitter, complicated emotion washed over his human consciousness. Lowering his monstrous head toward the shattered shell, he offered a silent prayer for the infant creature who died so he could live. With the brief moment of mourning finished, his gaze hardened. It was time to embrace his destiny as an apex predator. He lunged at the remaining pods, his jaws snapping shut with brutal force. He devoured every last unhatched sibling without a single hesitation. Disappointingly, no system notification chimed in his mind, but the lack of new abilities hardly bothered him. After all, this room was an absolute buffet. Sickening crunches and tearing flesh echoed through the freezing cargo bay as he feasted. Calling up his status window, dark anticipation bubbled within his heart. He was merely 2 evolutionary traits away from unlocking the ultimate physical enhancement form. Though, if he was being completely honest, a lingering sense of disappointment gnawed at him. Devouring Kisaragi was supposed to grant him devastating psychic abilities. Instead, he had mutated a seemingly worthless superpowered organ. However, hunting down the supply management leader had yielded an unexpected treasure. He had absorbed an overpowering trait, a legendary skill he normally would not acquire until the absolute endgame. It was the perfect, deadly weapon designed to silently massacre this ship's pathetic crew. Armed with this lethal evolution, he could finally unleash his true, terrifying potential from the shadows. The clock was ticking. Soon, this research vessel would cross paths with the notorious space dogs. Those ruthless mercenaries were absolute wildcards, and he had no gauge on their true combat strength. He needed overwhelming power to survive. A wicked thrill ran through him as he prepared to harvest every last drop of genetic essence. The absolute best part? No matter how agonizingly loud these captive beasts shrieked, the soundproof walls would swallow their cries entirely. Every pitiful scream from this doomed crew, every desperate plea for mercy, would be eternally buried within the cold, cosmic abyss. Meanwhile, down in the sprawling hangar bays of the Megacorp starship, a weary mechanic flagged down his buddy Scott for a meal. Scott waved back, shouting that he would join him in just a heartbeat. His colleague wiped black grease from his hands, groaning as he asked how much longer the endless shift would last. Scott let out a heavy sigh, admitting he was stuck on overtime duty. Both men groaned, absolutely drained by the crushing corporate grind. The conversation quickly shifted to their bizarre new orders. Command had demanded a full combat readiness check on every single fighter jet. It made zero sense for a peaceful research vessel. The coworker grumbled, hating that ominous shop talk was ruining his precious dinner break. But Scott leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. He insisted that the sudden military prep was wildly suspicious. Glancing around nervously, Scott revealed a dark rumor spreading through the lower decks. The higher-ups were gearing up to hunt a legendary metallic gremlin. Fincher scoffed at the insane idea. If they ever crossed paths with a space monster like that, they would be instantly slaughtered. A cold sweat broke out on Scott's forehead. He whispered the terrifying truth, claiming the beast was already lurking right here on board. Fincher froze, his eyes widening in pure disbelief at the chilling, impossible claim. Scott pointed out the foul, metallic stench lingering in the ventilation shafts lately. That sickening odor was the signature calling card of a gremlin on the prowl. He leaned in even further, his voice trembling as he shared what the panicked kitchen staff had witnessed. Crew members were vanishing into thin air, plucked from the shadows, one by bloody one. Fincher forcefully rolled his eyes, dismissing the ghost stories as complete and utter nonsense fueled by exhaustion. But right on cue, a bespectacled engineer approached their table, his face pale with dread. He dropped a bombshell revelation. The supply management leader had just mysteriously vanished without a single trace. Thanks to that little incident, the cargo manager snagged a sweet promotion, stepping up as the temporary boss. Scott leaned in, aggressively reminding Fincher that his theories were dead on the money. But Fincher was skeptical. Even if the rumors of vanishing crewmates were true, the whole situation reeked of suspicion. If people were really going missing, why were the top brass sitting on their hands doing absolutely nothing? Pushing up his glasses, their coworker chimed in. The higher-ups were burying the truth, terrified of sparking a massive panic. Scott scoffed, completely convinced that the legendary metallic gremlin was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Fincher raised an eyebrow, questioning what a mythical monster had to do with routine ship maintenance. Honestly, no one had a clue. The shadowy whispers creeping through the corridors only spoke of crew members vanishing without a trace. Scott muttered under his breath, wondering if this was just some twisted disciplinary action from the management. That ridiculous theory instantly soured Fincher's mood, and he snapped, calling them both a bunch of clueless idiots. As the night dragged on, casting heavy shadows, only a single ship remained illuminated in the docking bay. Before heading out, someone offered Scott a bite to eat. But Scott just grunted, asking for a stiff shot of compound liquor to get through the shift. He groaned, complaining bitterly that the mountain of maintenance work was impossible to finish before dawn. Gritting his teeth, he crawled back under the hull, only stopping when Cameron's voice suddenly echoed through the bay. Annoyed, Scott yelled back that he was up to his neck in repairs. But Cameron wouldn't let it go, insisting desperately that it would only take a quick second of his time. When Cameron called out a second time, Scott's patience snapped. He swore he would smack the guy upside the head if this turned out to be a waste of time. Sliding out from the ship's underbelly, Scott dusted himself off, but a wave of confusion hit him. The bay was completely empty. Where the hell did Cameron go? Oddly enough, his voice was now echoing from the pitch-black maintenance room. From the shadows, Cameron urged him to step inside. Squinting, Scott demanded to know why he was lurking around in total darkness. The voice replied, smooth and casual, claiming he dropped something and desperately needed Scott's help to find it. Letting out a heavy sigh, Scott crossed the threshold. He clicked on his flashlight, instantly noticing a sharp, metallic stench hanging in the air. Sweeping the beam around, he asked where Cameron was hiding. The voice eerily whispered back, saying he was right over there. Taking another step, Scott's foot caught on a stray dumbbell, sending him crashing face first onto the cold steel floor. Pain flared through his skull as his head slammed hard against the ground. But as he groaned in pain, a chilling realization washed over him. The darkness in this room felt unnatural, swallowing even the beam of his flashlight. His heart started racing. Why on earth would Cameron be searching for something without a single light source? Like a bucket of ice water, the terrifying rumors suddenly flooded his mind. The missing crewmates, the silent disappearances, the empty bunks. The myth he had just been bragging about, the terrifying metallic gremlin, was suddenly feeling way too real. The heavy sound of dragging footsteps echoed right behind him. Trembling, he called out Cameron's name, but whatever it was just kept slithering closer, ignoring his desperate pleas. In a flash of pure terror, the monstrous Amorph lunged from the shadows, violently snatching him off the ground. The nightmare-inducing creature loomed right in his face. With a sickeningly cheerful tone, it whispered, "Welcome." Scott's vocal cords tore as he unleashed a blood-curdling scream. But his screams were instantly drowned out, swallowed by the horrific, wet crunching sounds of bone breaking. The Amorph's terrifying vocal imitation skill, a truly deadly asset in hunting oblivious prey. Minutes later, Fincher strolled into the bay, loudly announcing he had brought the promised compound liquor, but he stopped in his tracks, utterly confused by the empty workspace. A knot formed in his stomach. He knew for a fact that Scott was a workaholic who never abandoned his post mid-shift. Just then, Scott's familiar gruff voice echoed through the silence, calling out from the pitch-black maintenance room. Relieved but annoyed, Fincher marched toward the open doorway, demanding to know what his coworker was doing goofing off in there. Scott's voice casually replied that he was searching for misplaced tools. Fincher squinted into the void, asking why he was fumbling around in total darkness. The voice calmly ordered Fincher to step inside and help lift something heavy out of the way. Muttering complaints, Fincher crossed the threshold. He opened his mouth to scold his friend, but his eyes caught a flickering flashlight abandoned on the floor. Bending down to grab it, a warm, thick droplet suddenly splattered against his bare hand, falling straight from the ceiling. Confused, he rubbed his fingers together. As he brought his hand into the dim light, the horrifying truth hit him. It was fresh crimson blood. Pure terror paralyzed his body. Slowly tilting his head up, he was met with the horrifying sight of Scott's lifeless, agonized face dangling right above him. Hidden in the shadows, the monstrous Amorph was playing with Scott's severed head like a morbid puppet, perfectly mimicking his voice in a spine-chilling display of predatory intelligence. A blood-curdling scream tore from Fincher's throat, before he met the exact same gruesome end as Scott. As the monstrous Amorph devoured its fresh prey, it relished in its terrifying talent for deception. Its newly acquired imitation skill was proving to be an absolute game-changer. Among the contraband creatures smuggled by the supply leader, there had been a rare specimen known as the red worm. It was a colossal, nightmarish beast, native only to barren desert planets. Its terrifying trademark? The supernatural power to perfectly mimic the voices of its victims, a deadly evolutionary trait designed specifically to lure prey in the most unforgiving environments. Absorbing the genetic essence of that red worm larva was an absolute jackpot, though it was a bit of a letdown that the system had nerfed the ability compared to the original beast. Now, the Amorph could only mimic the voice of its most recent meal. Still, it was a terrifyingly useful tool. Tomorrow's main course? Someone straight from the kitchen staff. The target was already locked in, a man named Pierre. Whether the guy was actually close friends with Fincher did not matter in the slightest. With tomorrow's bloody dinner menu settled, the Amorph's thoughts drifted to its little experiment. How was the bubble amoeba holding up? Since calling it bubble amoeba felt too clumsy, the monster officially dubbed the creature number 26. A quick check-in was in order before retreating to the shadows of its nest. Suddenly, a tiny greeting echoed directly inside its mind. The Amorph froze, completely stunned by this hidden function of its superpower organ. To think it could actually communicate through telepathic wavelengths. Intrigued by this new development, the ultimate predator sent a casual greeting right back. Number 26 instantly whined about being hungry. Amazingly, the little creature's vocabulary had evolved significantly since their last chat. Could the mysterious sonium be triggering some kind of rapid, unseen mutation? However, the Amorph had to gently shut down the request, explaining the harsh reality of their situation. When the little amoeba innocently asked what the word difficult meant, the Amorph bluntly replied that it meant absolutely zero snacks for today. A wave of pure sadness radiated from number 26. The Amorph felt a twinge of pity. But breaking cover now was just too catastrophic. Ever since the head researcher vanished into thin air, the ship's security had skyrocketed to absolute maximum lockdown. Even the ventilation shafts, once a perfect hunting ground, were heavily compromised. Smuggling calorie bars to its little companion was now a complete and utter impossibility. For now, keeping each other company through the telepathic link was the only option. As the Amorph announced its departure, the tiny creature sent back a solemn goodbye. Wishing its little pet survival, the Amorph swore to grant number 26 true power once it evolved into its juvenile form. However, the system's evolution conditions were nothing short of a total nightmare. To ascend to the next stage, the user was forced to slaughter 10 members from 2 entirely different species. Not just any prey. They had to be highly intelligent, and their genetic essence had to be completely absorbed. With only human prey trapped aboard this floating metal coffin, fulfilling that second species requirement seemed utterly impossible. There was the pirate faction, sure, but their fate on this ship was a complete wildcard right now. Tuning into its superhuman senses, the Amorph expanded its terrifying awareness. The voice of the crisis management leader echoed faintly through the thick metal walls. He was ordering someone to fall back near Sector C. But who on Earth was on the receiving end of that command? The corrupt leader smugly declared that their grand scheme was flowing with absolute perfection. But suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on his face. A direct, top-secret transmission from the main family had just come through. His arrogant tone shifted instantly, bowing his head as he addressed the mysterious caller as Sir. He rapidly reported that Kisaragi was completely wiped out. The ship was on a dead-set collision course for C-08, and Captain Young's fatal orders were all officially recorded. Pledging his undying loyalty, he vowed that every drop of spilled blood was for the eternal glory of the family. Pausing slightly, he corrected himself with absolute terrifying reverence. It was all to fulfill the grand design of Lord Yongwu Eugene. For a legendary prize like that, the man was willing to gamble his very life. The stench of betrayal was heavy in the air. They definitely had a rat scurrying in their ranks. The Amorph's dark memories clicked into place. This was the exact same silver-tongued devil who manipulated the captain's earlier commands. But the crisis management leader's grand ambitions cast a much darker, far more dangerous shadow. The shapeshifter narrowed his hidden, predatory gaze. He would watch this calculating leader closely, waiting to see if he was a useful pawn or a threat that needed devouring. Down in the command room, furious roars echoed off the walls. The captain was practically breathing fire. He slammed his heavy fist down, demanding to know what the hell the head of security was doing to stop this living nightmare. The security chief bowed his head in a desperate apology, but his empty words only fueled the captain's blazing wrath. Their absolute deadline was suffocating them. They were scheduled to clash with ruthless space pirates in exactly 2 days, and yet this internal slaughter remained completely unsolved. Trembling under the crushing pressure, the chief pleaded that they had doubled the patrols and surveillance grids, but it was completely useless against this phantom killer. His patience thoroughly shattered. The captain barked into the comms channel, immediately summoning the navigation team. He demanded the cold, hard truth right then and there. Exactly how many crew members had vanished into thin air. The voice on the other end trembled with pure dread. 8 souls, 8 bodies, gone without a single trace. The captain's face twisted in sheer, furious disbelief. 7 more victims swallowed by the shadows since the first blood was spilled, and still no damn culprit. His intense paranoia finally spiked. Were they secretly conspiring with the invisible killer? Were his own men dragging this ship straight to hell? As they desperately cried out their complete innocence, a chilling, silent chuckle echoed from the shadows. The Amorph was watching their pathetic panic unfold. The almighty, elusive predator they were tearing each other apart to find was lurking right beneath their very noses. Suddenly, a calm and collected voice cut through the heavy tension, defending the seemingly incompetent security forces. It was none other than the crisis management leader. The captain's eyes narrowed into deadly piercing slits, demanding an immediate explanation for this bold interruption. The leader adjusted his posture, his voice steady and unwavering. He had analyzed every shred of data, and humanly speaking, the security squad had played a flawless game. This triggered a massive volcanic eruption from the captain. To him, it sounded like blatant shielding for a squad that couldn't even catch a simple rat. But the crisis leader suddenly amplified his dominant aura, projecting a terrifying theory that made the seasoned captain completely freeze in his tracks. With a grim and heavy expression, he finally dropped the bomb that would completely shatter their reality. If this invisible assassin were merely flesh and blood, there was simply no way a human could evaporate so perfectly on this highly locked-down vessel. He dragged the darkest rumors out into the glaring light. Whispers of a nightmare creature, a metallic gremlin haunting the lowest, darkest decks of their ship. A freezing chill ran down every single person's spine. They weren't hunting a simple murderer. They were being ruthlessly hunted by an unknown, terrifying entity. Up in the pitch-black shadows, a cold bead of sweat rolled down the Amorph's hidden form. The tides of fate had shifted way too damn fast. Before pure panic could fully consume the suffocating room, another officer desperately cut into the frantic conversation. He clung to their last desperate shred of hope. Their onboard artificial intelligence was a military-grade masterwork, forged in the ruthless fires of actual galactic warfare. If a monstrous alien anomaly was prowling their metallic corridors, the omniscient sensory grid of the system would have detected it instantly. The crisis leader slowly and methodically nodded, completely acknowledging the flawless logic of their mechanical guardian. But then, he unveiled a truly horrifying, nightmare-inducing truth. The top-secret cryogenic containment units, personally managed by the supply team leader, were completely and utterly empty. His heavy words echoed like a sudden death sentence. Where exactly did those contained, monstrous beasts vanish to? The ultimate shapeshifter gritted his teeth in the pitch-black darkness. The absolute worst-case scenario, the one terrifying nightmare he wanted to avoid, was finally unfolding right before his very eyes. The captain swallowed hard, the suffocating weight of the situation crushing his pride, assuming this bloodthirsty anomaly was actively stalking them. He demanded to know its ultimate sanctuary. Where could it possibly conceal its horrific presence, completely evading their infallible surveillance web? The crisis leader's eyes gleamed with razor-sharp, terrifying deduction. There was exactly one blind spot left. One single domain completely untouched by their cameras. He slowly and dramatically raised his arm, his finger aiming directly at the steel grates right above them. The air ventilation shafts. He laid out the grim, terrifying architecture. Those dark, winding metallic veins stretched like a massive spiderweb across the entire vessel. Based on the incredibly tight spatial dimensions, the monstrous infiltrator had to be roughly a meter tall to violently navigate that claustrophobic labyrinth. A sudden murmur of sheer disbelief rippled through the terrified crew. How could a creature no larger than a tiny child possess the immense brute strength to butcher fully grown adults? But another voice fiercely fired back, completely shattering their false sense of security. A metallic gremlin was a mere 80 centimeters of concentrated terror, yet it packed enough destructive force to annihilate an entire battleship. Listening closely from the dark vents, the Amorph carved that specific crewmate's name deep into his dark memory. Arnold. Bitter regret burned like toxic acid in the monster's core. He should have completely silenced that smart-mouthed pest when he had the chance. Damn the terrifying risks. An overwhelming, suffocating dread finally crashed over the entire command room. If this terrifying deduction was accurate, their high-tech fortress was nothing but a floating slaughterhouse, and they were already trapped inside, especially if that very monstrosity had already devoured the head researcher's corpse. One officer proposed capturing the beast alive, offering it as a grand prize to the noble capital. A second voice quickly chimed in, fully backing this ambitious and arrogant plan, arguing that the highborn elites would gladly overlook Kisaragi's gruesome demise once presented with such a rare specimen. But another lingering threat remained. How were they going to handle the space pirates? The stern reply echoed through the room. If not a single trace of the body survived, all-out war with the pirates was inevitable. he declared with absolute conviction. To crush our enemies on the battlefield, we must first establish absolute control from within. Therefore, eradicating the lurking abomination ends was their absolute top priority, to guarantee the crew's survival. The captain turned his piercing gaze to the crisis management leader. How many elites do you require? Without hesitation, the man answered. He would handpick 6 elite operatives from Unit 8 to purge the entire ventilation network. With a solemn nod, the captain granted him full tactical authority. Lurking in the shadows, the Amorph heard every single word. A shiver of genuine panic ran through its core as it silently retreated into the darkness. It had evaded detection for so long, but deep down, it knew this fateful day of reckoning was unavoidable. That ruthless crisis management leader, Arnold, was undoubtedly preparing to lock down the area, deploying a lethal security grid across the vents. Its primary hunting ground was now a fatal death trap. Stepping outside its carefully crafted nest meant stepping into absolute nowhere. The main corridors were swarming with surveillance eyes, and the ventilation shafts were completely compromised. Backed into a corner, the ultimate crossroad of its survival had arrived. Should it desperately flee into the unknown void, or stand its ground and bathe the ship in blood? The creature fell into deep, calculating thought. Arnold's arrogant words echoed in its mind. The human had boldly declared that the predator was a mere beast, a pathetic creature blindly scurrying through the endless mechanical veins of their starship. Their audacity to casually discuss capturing it alive like some exotic pet for the noble capital. As those condescending memories flooded its consciousness, a terrifying fury ignited within the Amorph's very soul. Its pride was profoundly shattered, treating it like a brainless wild animal. Even if these humans tore its limbs from its body, it would still crush their skulls with its bare teeth. In that instant, the fierce resolve for absolute carnage was locked in. It swore a blood oath. It would brutally teach them the consequences of hunting an apex predator in the isolated vacuum of space, with a mere handful of pathetic soldiers. It was the absolute pinnacle of human arrogance. The Amorph vowed to unleash the true depths of its terrifying power. They were about to experience a waking nightmare in the cosmos, driving its monstrous claws deep into the cold metallic floor. The creature established a sprawling biological interface. Its parasitic neural tendrils pierced the ship's mainframe, instantly downloading streams of complex data. Like a sudden revelation, the complete architectural blueprint of the massive research vessel flooded its alien mind. Along with the real-time heat signatures and tactical formations of every single enemy on board, if this colossal metal behemoth drifting through the cosmos were to be seen as a living, breathing leviathan, then the Amorph had just become the deadliest parasite infecting its mechanical brain. Now, every pulse, every whisper within these steel walls was as crystal clear to the monster as it was to the ship's own captain. Through the hijack sensors, it watched Captain Young and his elite commanders assemble on the main bridge. With the ruthless tactician Arnold standing at the helm, the pieces were rapidly falling into place. The central command post was locked down. Simultaneously, the Amorph's expanded senses detected the heavy boots of the strike force advancing. Just as its predatory instincts predicted, the foolish prey had split their vanguard, launching a classic pincer movement from 2 entirely different corridors. The grand chessboard was finally set, and the initial battle lines had been drawn in the shadows. It would adapt its slaughter, perfectly matching the human's pathetic weaponry and desperate maneuvers. A chilling, wicked grin stretched across the Amorph's horrifying face. It was time to give these uninvited guests a proper, blood-soaked, welcoming party. Meanwhile, Squad Alpha 1 proudly radioed the commencement of their search and destroy mission. The central command room immediately acknowledged their status. Moments later, Squad Bravo 1 chimed in on the frequency. However, a crackle of static filled the airwaves. The control operators urgently ordered Bravo 1 to troubleshoot their critically unstable comms link. Back on the bridge, the oblivious commanders stared blankly at the massive holographic monitors, completely unaware that the hunted had just become the master. The command center barked their orders over the comms. Report back the second you spot anything out of the ordinary. Arnold narrowed his eyes, a dark suspicion brewing in his mind. Was this the very same beast that slaughtered Kisaragi? Taking that life was supposed to be his personal mission. Still, the core plan remained unchanged. Every unknown variable needed to be violently erased from the board. Failure was not an option, until they finally came face to face with Han Eugene. Arnold silently swore to butcher that creature with his own 2 hands. Team Ayani reporting. The radio crackled. Fork in the path ahead, taking the right passage. Team Bone echoed the exact same situation, veering off into the right-hand corridor as well. Meanwhile, Team B3's signal broke up in a sea of static. Interference detected, they warned, going radio silent to recalibrate. Copy that, the control room operator replied, logging the transmission. Arnold glared at the flickering monitors. Broadcast a general warning, he ordered the operator. This labyrinth is a death trap. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. But in that exact moment, a chilling detail caught Arnold's piercing gaze. Team B3's body cam feed had frozen dead in its tracks. Check that feed, now, he commanded. The operator frantically hailed B3, but was met with nothing but dead air. Panic bleeding into his voice, he frantically pinged the frequency again. Just as tension reached its absolute peak, the screen flickered, and B3's visual feed violently snapped back to life. Team B2, hold your position, the operator instructed. B3 is approaching your 6 o'clock. A curt confirmation came crackling back. The tactical map showed B2 and B3 merging, while Bone remained completely isolated in a distant sector. The two squads finally linked up, but salvation instantly transformed into a waking nightmare. Blood-curdling screams violently ripped through the comms. B2, sitrep! What the hell is happening? It's the beast, came the frantic, terrified shriek, right before the line went agonizingly dead. Desperation set in. With B2 completely wiped off the grid, the control room desperately hailed B3. The monster had clearly snatched B2, but the live camera feed showed absolute nothingness. B3, talk to us. What exactly are we looking at? I can't track it, B3 stammered, his voice trembling with sheer terror. It's like a ghost. It just materialized out of thin air. Hearing the absolute despair in a hardened soldier's voice, cold dread washed over the leadership. They surged toward the command deck, sending the frantic operator into a total frenzy. Arnold stood completely frozen, his mind struggling to process the nightmare unfolding on screen. It was utterly inconceivable. A total wipeout, executed in the mere blink of an eye. An elite mercenary, heavily clad in intermediate reinforced armor, had been butchered before he could even raise his weapon. Pulling off a phantom kill of that caliber? Even a master assassin would find it nearly impossible. The horrifying truth crashed down on him. Calling this thing a mere wild beast was a fatal miscalculation. It was an apex predator, boasting speed and lethality far beyond human comprehension. Snapping out of his stunned silence, Arnold roared at the comms officer to patch him through to the entire strike force. Listen up, he bellowed. Weapons hot. If even a single shadow twitches, you light it up with everything you've got. He immediately pivoted to the remaining survivors. B3. Rendezvous with Bone immediately. Then initiate a tactical sweep for B2's remains. The chilling orders echoed through the headsets. But deep down, Arnold could taste the bitter ashes of defeat. They were walking right into an absolute slaughterhouse. According to the glowing radar, Bone and B3 were mere moments away from intersecting at the main crossroad. Hold up. Bone's voice crackled through the static. I've got movement. Heavy footsteps. Identify the source immediately, the control room demanded. Negative. Can't get a visual, the soldier whispered, his rifle trained deadly still on the blind corner of the intersection. But then, a heavy sigh over the radio. Stand down, it's just B3. I have voice confirmation. A collective sigh of relief swept through the entire command center. Even Arnold felt the suffocating tension loosen its death grip. Copy that, the operator replied. Acknowledge the moment you two are shoulder to shoulder. Seconds ticked by like an absolute eternity. They waited for the final confirmation, but all that answered was a deafening, horrifying silence. Suddenly, Bone's terrified voice shattered the quiet. He's gone. The enemy just took B3. Arnold's eyes blew wide open. He physically stumbled back from the glowing monitor. Rage and sheer disbelief boiling over, he lunged forward, violently ripping the headset straight off the operator's skull. What do you mean, gone? He roared into the mic. Explain yourself. I couldn't even react, Bone cried out. It moved faster than I could even blink. Pure, unadulterated fury erupted from Arnold. Thick veins throbbed wildly against his temples, threatening to burst under the immense pressure of his rage. His thunderous bellow echoed through the entire bunker, drawing the shocked, wide-eyed stares of every single person present. How the hell does a man vanish when he is standing right in front of your face? Arnold screamed. A pathetic, whimpering apology was all Bone could offer in return. A primal growl escaped Arnold's throat as he viciously smashed the headset against the concrete floor, shattering it into a million pieces. It defied all earthly logic. How could an elite soldier have his comrade snatched right before his very eyes and not even see the shadow of the Reaper that took him? The horrifying truth began to dawn on Arnold. He noticed that operatives B1 and B3 were completely missing from the camera's field of vision. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Were these seasoned soldiers intentionally keeping the monstrous entity hidden from the surveillance feed? Suddenly, the terrifying reality struck him like lightning. Without wasting a single second, he aggressively snatched his headset. Asserting his absolute authority as commander, he barked into the comms. He ordered Operative B1 to state his name and rank. His voice roared with an urgency that demanded immediate compliance. On the other end of the line, the squad captain completely froze, utterly blindsided by the sudden interrogation. But instead of a soldier's disciplined response, a chillingly amused voice echoed back. You caught me. In that exact split second, a grotesque, mutated limb violently smashed right into the camera lens. A horrifying symphony of crunching bones and wet, tearing flesh flooded their earpieces. Then, absolute dead static as the connection was severed. Panic laced the voice of Operative A1 as he demanded a situation report. He frantically screamed into his radio, begging the control room for an explanation. Blazing fury ignited in Arnold's eyes. The cunning Amorph had completely annihilated Team B. It had actually evolved its sinister tactics based on his previous interrogation with subject number 26. The creature's brilliant but terrifying strategy was finally revealed. It had hijacked their communication lines by manipulating the very radio wavelengths. By emitting a targeted jamming frequency, the beast forced the radio of Operative B3 into a blinding wall of static. This brilliant tactical disruption forced the poor soldier to lag behind his squad, desperately trying to recalibrate his malfunctioning gear. Once isolated, the Amorph struck like a shadow viper. It neutralized its prey using a deadly neurotoxin, a terrifying new evolutionary trait it had just acquired. From that fatal moment, the squad's doom was sealed in blood. The chain of command collapsed, leaving the supreme predator to enjoy a one-sided, gruesome feast. Now, its insatiable hunger shifted directly toward Team A. Channeling its hyper-enhanced predatory senses, the beast effortlessly locked onto their exact coordinates in the pitch black. These remaining soldiers were on extremely high alert, moving with absolute tactical caution. But that was to be expected. Unlike the slaughtered previous squad, these men knew a monster was prowling. Furthermore, Command had just leaked its most terrifying secret. The remaining operatives were fully aware that this monstrosity could perfectly mimic human voices. A wicked intelligence sparked within the mind of the Amorph. It decided to weaponize their own paranoia and knowledge to orchestrate their ultimate downfall. Slithering seamlessly through the shadows, the beast positioned itself at a critical intersection. The deadly trap was set, perfectly timed for the imminent arrival of Team A. Lurking silently in the dark, the creature pondered a foolish human proverb. Is knowledge truly power? Because in this deadly game of survival, knowing just enough is exactly what gets you killed. Slicing through the suffocating darkness, Operative A1 activated their blinding tactical floodlights. He delivered a rigid status update through the comms. They had breached the crossroads and were officially committing to the rightward path. Back at base, the control room swiftly verified the maneuver, with heavy tension thickening the air. Arnold's grim voice cut through the channel one more time. He hammered the warning into their skulls. Never forget that this nightmare can perfectly replicate human speech. His orders were absolute and merciless. Shoot, to kill, the exact second a voice speaks. And right on cue, a desperate, agonizing cry for help echoed down the cold corridor. The squad instantly unleashed pure hell. Muzzle flashes illuminated the pitch black as they emptied their magazines without an ounce of hesitation. In the flashing strobe of gunfire, a monstrous silhouette darted across their vision. The deafening roar of assault rifles abruptly ceased as they held their fire, letting the smoke clear. Command immediately barked at Operative A1 to confirm the absolute status of the target. Swallowing his rising dread, Operative A1 strictly acknowledged the command. The remaining unit was strictly ordered to lock down the perimeter. They aimed their sights down the terrifying hallway, providing vital cover fire for their point man. But fate is a truly cruel master. While all their guns were trained forward, the apex predator was already looming right behind their vulnerable backs. The grotesque claw of the Amorph clamped directly over the skull of the rearguard. Operative A3 shrieked in pure, unadulterated terror. The squad spun around in absolute panic, demanding to know what had happened. Trembling in the suffocating grasp of the creature, A3 screamed that the nightmare had successfully flanked them. Tactical command instantly roared through the comms. They ordered operatives A1 and A2 to pull the trigger and eradicate the threat immediately. But their trembling fingers completely froze on the triggers. The cunning beast was using their comrade as a living flesh shield, completely obscuring its massive body behind Operative A3. Unleashing a hail of bullets meant absolute certain death for their brother in arms. Yet, Arnold's cold and calculating voice demanded they shoot straight through him. Arnold screamed the name of Operative A1, demanding the immediate execution of his brutal order. With his heart completely shattering, A1 gritted his teeth and surrendered to the command. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Realizing its flesh shield was now useless, the monstrous entity finally broke cover and bolted. Searing hot lead managed to graze the outer flesh of the beast. Hissing in sudden pain, it instantly scrambled into the deep shadows, completely escaping the deadly kill zone. With a voice heavily shaking from adrenaline and dread, Operative A2 relayed the grim reality. They had suffered a massive casualty, but the control room showed absolutely zero mercy. They ordered the squad to press the attack and hunt down the abomination at all costs. On the cold floor, poor A3 violently choked on his own dark blood. The surviving duo frantically rushed to the side of their dying comrade. His body was violently thrashing in a terrifying venom-induced seizure. They desperately prepared the emergency antidote syringe. With heavily trembling hands, they plunged the life-saving serum directly into his collapsing veins. Forcing back his soldiers' composure, Operative A1 updated the command center. The antidote was successfully administered, and despite the absolute horror, they would push forward with the mission. A cold and completely calculated confirmation echoed back from the base. The deadly hunt was still on. Back in the control room, a savage string of curses violently erupted from Arnold. His commanding aura flared with pure, unadulterated vengeance. He swore to the heavens that he would personally tear the beast apart, limb from miserable limb. The squad radioed in a crucial update. The beast was wounded. A trail of violently acidic blood marked its escape route. The corrosive fluid left them completely stunned. Just what kind of nightmare creature were they actually hunting? Tracking the beast with extreme caution, they squeezed through the suffocatingly narrow pathways, refusing to back down. Alpha 1 grabbed his communications device. He requested immediate authorization to deploy combat enhancement stimulants for a total suppression operation. The command center gave the green light. It was time to unleash their hidden power. Veins bulged as their eyes turned completely bloodshot. The overwhelming surge of the drug forced them to their knees in uncontrollable tremors. Explosive power coursed through their bodies. Fueled by chemically induced rage, they swore to annihilate the creature. Crouching low, they observed the terrifying reality. The creature's blood was literally melting the solid steel floor beneath them. Alpha 1 spotted the breach. A massive, gaping hole had been torn straight through the ventilation shaft, yet the shadows remained completely empty. The squad assumed their prey had slithered further down the dark corridor. Base Command acknowledged the chilling situation report. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The operators demanded their exact coordinates to run a thermal scan of the surrounding labyrinth, but the hunters were completely oblivious. The nightmare was already lurking right behind them. The Amorph launched its deadly ambush. A soldier whipped around at the sudden sound. He unleashed a storm of bullets, but the beast completely ignored the barrage. In a flash of brutal violence, it seized the man's skull and crushed it mercilessly against the cold floor. The sickening crunch alerted his comrade. Screaming in pure terror, he sprayed blind fire at the looming shadow, but the beast was blindingly fast. Its razor-sharp tail lashed out like a whip, piercing the soldier's arms and disarming him instantly. Driven mad by the combat stimulants, the bleeding soldier charged straight at the monstrosity with his bare fists. Roaring for the creature to drop dead, he swung with everything he had, only to strike nothing but empty air. Consumed by drug-fueled frenzy, the soldier gave chase, firing wildly into the dark. His wrath had completely blinded his judgment. The Amorph slithered rapidly through the metal veins of the facility. This human was far stronger than its previous prey. The combat stimulants had pushed their physical limits to an unexpected extreme. A direct confrontation was too risky. The evolutionary predator instantly adapted its strategy. Brute force against Alpha 1 would be a fatal mistake. It needed a more cunning approach. A chilling realization sparked in its mind. The perfect bait was already waiting. Back in the isolated passageway, Alpha 3 lay broken and bleeding out. Agony consumed his every breath. The echo of sinister footsteps approached. The nightmare peeked out from the dark corridor, drawing a blood-curdling scream from the helpless man. The terrified soldier watched in absolute despair as the shadow darted toward him with terrifying speed. Paralyzed by primal fear, his body convulsed. He shrieked for salvation, but his broken limbs refused to carry him to safety. Our ruthless protagonist seized its prey, sinking its blades deep into the man's spine. An agonizing howl echoed through the empty halls. The feast of evolution had begun. The beast devoured its prey in a grim spectacle, painting the sterile walls in crimson splatters. Sated by the grim harvest, the creature carelessly discarded the remains. Only shattered bones were left behind. The trap was perfectly set. The entire squad would soon realize that Alpha 3 had met a horrific end. Spotting the blinking lens of the helmet camera, the Amorph crushed it beneath its weight. Base Command's feed instantly cut to dead static. Panic erupted over the communications line. The control room blared the grim warning. Alpha 3 had fallen to the beast. Alpha 1 sprinted desperately through the corridors, gasping for air. Ignoring the massive pool of blood, he frantically yelled out to his fallen comrade. He rushed toward the motionless body, desperately shaking Alpha 3 and begging for a response. Fumbling for the emergency medical kit, he tried to save him. But in a horrifying twist of fate, a monstrous tail suddenly erupted from the corpse. The lethal venom struck Alpha 1 instantly. He collapsed to the cold metal floor, thrashing in unimaginable torment. A sickening tear echoed through the hall. Alpha 3's abdomen ripped completely open as demonic limbs burst free from inside his hollowed shell. The squad leader's mind shattered in absolute horror. Our monstrous main character hadn't just eaten the man, It had used his armored corpse as a flesh suit. The nightmare slowly slithered out from the ruined body. Witnessing this grotesque rebirth, Alpha 1 trembled like a cornered rat. A low, predatory growl vibrated through the air. Screaming his lungs out, the elite soldier desperately crawled backward through his own blood. But there was no escape. The Amorph casually lifted him by the skull, ripping off his tactical helmet before crushing his windpipe. Locking eyes with its terrified prey, the creature delivered a silent, chilling message. Your life force now belongs to me. The apex predator sank its fangs in. The soldier's eyes rolled completely back, as his very soul was violently drained away. With a sickening crunch, Amorph tore the soldier's head clean off his shoulders. He swallowed his gruesome prize whole, fully embracing his monstrous nature. The comms link was dead silent, but the sweet scent of human terror was absolutely intoxicating. Watching their comrade get devoured live on screen sent pure, paralyzing dread through the squad, shaking even the ice-cold Arnold. This bloody spectacle was a crystal-clear warning. The nightmare wasn't just hiding in the vents anymore. The prey finally realized that the apex predator was coming straight for their throats. A twisted curiosity filled Amorph's mind. How would these desperate mortals try to fight back? 6 down, but the hunt was far from over. 90 heavily armed soldiers and commanders still stood in his way. After that gruesome declaration of war, he fully expected them to unleash their entire arsenal. The ship's shortage of defensive power suits didn't bother him. The real threat lay in their heavy firepower. One clean hit from a plasma weapon could turn him to ash in an instant. Those devastating weapons were forged to melt through thick armor in full-scale space warfare. Designed to obliterate battleships and tanks, they were usually far too massive for a single human to wield. Lighter, portable models did exist in this universe, but they came with a staggering price tag. The legendary Megacorp occasionally issued these compact launchers to their elite strike teams, but judging by this scrap heap's pathetic supply line, he severely doubted they possessed such elite gear. Suddenly, the subtle vibrations of heavy footsteps echoed from the lower decks. The fools were swarming the agriculture sector, blindly assuming he was digging in for a defensive siege. A sinister smirk crept across his face. The perfect window of opportunity had just opened. While the grunts wasted their time chasing ghosts, he would strike straight at the brain of this operation. Severing the heads of the command structure would throw the entire ship into beautiful chaos. But above all else, Arnold had to die. That man's sharp intellect was a blade aimed right at Amorph's neck. Inside the command center, chaotic shouts filled the air. The terrified soldiers demanded to know what this ungodly horror was. With ice in his veins, Arnold revealed a dark secret to the furious captain. The supply chief had been hiding an alien specimen. It was an illegal, unregistered bioweapon, and it was rapidly mutating into their worst nightmare. The captain slammed his fists down in fury, screaming that equipping their squads with elite power suits had yielded absolutely zero results. Lurking just out of sight, Amorph drank in every word of their pathetic squabbling. Those high-tech suits were the fragile shells keeping these mortals alive in the cosmic void. They should have invested a fortune in better armor. Cutting corners on safety was about to be paid in blood. Arnold calmly shot back, blaming the higher-ups for severely under-equipping his tactical teams. His gaze sharpened as he fiercely corrected the captain's arrogant assumptions about their lack of progress. The captain physically flinched, shrinking under the heavy, suffocating pressure of Arnold's aura. Arnold laid out the cold, hard truth. They were dealing with an apex predator boasting hyper-intelligence and a taste for human flesh. The captain continued to bark like a cornered dog, but Arnold coolly reminded him that information was the ultimate weapon. Survival now depended entirely on adapting to every single drop of intel they bled to gather. Without missing a beat, Arnold stepped forward with one final desperate demand. The captain's face contorted into a furious, sweaty scowl. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he ordered Arnold to speak his mind. The captain's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief when Arnold requested clearance to unlock the armory's plasma launcher. The brass fiercely objected. That weapon was meant for wiping out space pirates, and firing it indoors was pure madness. Even inside a reinforced battleship, pulling that trigger in closed quarters was basically a guaranteed death sentence for everyone on board. A cold chill ran down Amorph's spine. His worst fears were just confirmed. They actually had the heavy artillery. With the chain of command spiraling into panic, he decided to strike the killing blow right now. Sadly, the genius mastermind Arnold was out of reach. But another, much sweeter target was standing right in his hunting grounds. It was Dr. Wei, the very same sadistic scientist who relentlessly tortured test subject number 26. It was time for absolute revenge. The predator locked onto his new prey. It was a perfect match, as he had already marked this man for an absolute death. With a deafening crash, he shattered the steel vent cover. The metallic screech instantly drew Arnold's piercing gaze. From the shadows above, the beast plummeted straight toward Dr. Wei, its massive jaws unhinged in a horrifying display of doom. The terrifying abyss of its maw shadowed the trembling researcher's face, leaving no room for escape. The moment the creature's heavy feet slammed into the floor, its razor-sharp teeth violently clamped down, crushing Dr. Wei in a single devastating strike. Pure terror paralyzed the onlookers as they witnessed this gruesome, blood-chilling feast. Panic erupted, and they frantically scrambled to escape the slaughter. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the cold corridors as the monstrous entity shifted its gaze, beginning its merciless, high-speed hunt. The head of security was brutally torn apart in seconds. In the blink of an eye, a fatal strike pierced through another helpless researcher. As the desperate survivors stampeded toward the exit, Arnold barked a sharp, authoritative command. He ordered the communications officer to broadcast a ship-wide emergency warning. Trembling with overwhelming fear, the terrified soldier desperately reached for the broadcast controls to obey the order. But just as he opened his mouth to sound the alarm, a lethal appendage pierced straight through his jaw with blinding speed. A gruesome fountain of crimson painted the control deck, instantly extinguishing the young soldier's fading life force. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire echoed through the blood-soaked room. Standing amidst the chaos, holding his ground, was Arnold. Amorph had fully expected this fragile human to flee in terror. Yet, here he stood, radiating absolute defiance, even without the protection of a heavy power suit. Still, a standard firearm was utterly useless. It wouldn't even leave a microscopic scratch on the monster's indestructible, armored hide. This unnatural bravery piqued the apex predator's curiosity. What was this mere mortal plotting? Amorph coiled its muscles, preparing to launch a deadly, overwhelming assault. But in that split second, a chilling premonition flashed through the creature's mind. In the vision of its attack, it managed to impale Arnold, but took a blinding shot in return. That final, devastating blast would be a fatal blow. The terrifying revelation forced Amorph to violently halt its advance, completely taken aback. Hidden within Arnold's grasp was a plasma pistol, a weapon of astronomical cost, dangerously compact to conceal, yet packing apocalyptic destructive power. A direct hit to the skull or vital organs would mean instantaneous annihilation for the beast. Even a glancing blow would cause catastrophic, crippling damage. Amorph's predatory instincts flared. This man reeked of a deep connection to the legendary Eugene family. Across the blood-stained floor, Arnold's sharp eyes caught a subtle shift in the beast's demeanor. Realizing the monster had sensed the invisible danger, he casually discarded his useless rifle and slowly reached into the dark depths of his coat. With a menacing high-voltage hum, he drew the god-tier plasma pistol into the light. The surviving captain gasped in absolute disbelief. To witness such an impossibly expensive artifact in person was simply mind-blowing. Arnold's voice was cold as ice. "I have no idea what kind of abomination you are," he muttered, "but your combat flow. It brings back memories of a certain someone." This nightmare's versatile, evolving abilities perfectly mirrored the legendary prowess of his own master. See Hyun Eugene. Without a second of hesitation, Arnold pulled the trigger. A deafening, explosive roar shattered the heavy air as a blinding beam of concentrated plasma erupted from the barrel. The overwhelming wave of searing heat proved terrifyingly effective, forcing the monstrous entity to violently dodge backward into the shadows. "I will ruthlessly eliminate all unpredictable variables until he finally arrives," Arnold declared with pure killing intent. Deep in the darkness, Amorph realized the tides had dangerously turned against him. This was it, the absolute greatest crisis threatening its existence since hatching in the pitch-black abyss of the cargo hold. But the player's soul behind the beast simply smirked internally. He had survived far worse apocalyptic scenarios back in the game, and the ultimate victor had always been the Amorph. It didn't matter who was rushing to this slaughterhouse, whether it was Arnold's legendary master or some other foolish high-level prey. When those blast doors finally opened, that newcomer would be welcomed by a blood-soaked nightmare and a thoroughly broken Arnold. On Earth, humans are constantly brainwashed by the media to view bears, lions, and wolves as the absolute apex of nature's wrath. They are constantly glorified in stories as the ultimate embodiments of reckless, fearless violence. But the cold, hard reality of the wild is far more calculating. True predators are absolute cowards at heart. They will instantly abandon a hunt if the risk of injury outweighs the reward of the kill. This calculated paranoia, this cowardly, hyper-vigilant prudence, is the true mark of a flawless hunter, and the human soul piloting this monstrous avatar had carved that absolute truth deep into his very core. In this brutal survival game, overpowered traits and future knowledge mean absolutely nothing. If a single moment of reckless arrogance gets you killed. Searing heat scorched the air as Amorph fluidly twisted its massive frame, narrowly evading another deadly plasma blast. Recognizing Arnold as a legitimate, life-threatening adversary, the beast fully unleashed its biological supersenses to scan the battlefield. Invisible sensory waves washed over the human, analyzing his vitals, only to reveal a terrifyingly calm, dead-steady heartbeat. The realization hit like a lightning bolt. Every drop of sweat, every sign of panic, This cunning bastard had been faking his fear from the very beginning. A psychological chill ran down Amorph's spine. Arnold hadn't just observed him. The human had perfectly deduced that the monster possessed a biological radar and played absolute mind games with him. Amorph's instincts flared. He could practically smell it in the air. This man shared the exact same apex predator, blood running through his own veins. Arnold was no rookie. He was a seasoned hunter. Knowing this, Amorph immediately melted into the shadows, making a tactical retreat. A deadly laser grazed past him, instantly followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire tearing through the room. Sweating bullets, the captain frantically yelled at the crisis management leader to watch his aim. One stray shot could destroy the entire control room's mainframe. With ice in his veins, Arnold simply shot them a deadly glare, muttering that he would keep it in mind. He squeezed the trigger once more, ready to unleash another devastating blow. But suddenly, his finger froze. The cunning beast had ducked behind the crucial machinery. A vein popped on Arnold's forehead as pure irritation washed over him. But Amorph wasn't an ordinary prey. His heightened senses told him this was nothing but a calculated trap. Relying on his monstrous hearing, Amorph picked up a silent command. Arnold was secretly calling every single armed unit to converge on their location. The pieces finally clicked into place. The wild shooting wasn't meant to kill him, it was a stalling tactic to lock him inside a deadly cage. He saw right through the human strategy. Arnold was just playing for time. The veteran hunter was purposely driving the beast away from the high-ranking officers, creating a perfect kill zone for his reinforcements. A twisted sense of respect flickered within Amorph. This human had actually managed to outsmart him for a moment. But the hunter was about to become the hunted. Amorph decided to end this slaughterfest right now, before the cavalry could arrive. His predatory eyes locked onto a red fire extinguisher. In a flash, he ripped out the safety pin and coiled his body for an ambush. He blasted the high-pressure foam directly into Arnold's face, instantly blinding the veteran soldier. Roaring that the creature was playing dirty, Arnold blindly unloaded his weapon into the thick white cloud. Total chaos erupted. A dense fog swallowed the entire control room, leaving everyone completely blind and terrified. Arnold barked fierce orders through the haze, cursing his panicking soldiers for their sloppy trigger discipline. A terrified voice echoed through the mist, asking where the beast had vanished to. But Arnold's sharp instincts already knew the answer. He screamed at his squad to evacuate the captain immediately. Hidden in the fog, Amorph smirked at the human's terrifyingly quick reaction time. But Arnold's brilliant deduction was dead wrong. Amorph bypassed the captain entirely and unleashed his lethal venom on a completely different target. Flesh tore as the monster feasted on his helpless prey in the shadows. Meanwhile, a frantic soldier desperately searched for the commander. Out of the thick fog, the captain's familiar voice called out, claiming he was right beside them. But suddenly, another voice pierced the confusion, yelling that it was impossible the captain was actually on the completely opposite side of the room. Arnold's commanding voice boomed over the panic, ordering his men to hold their ground and ignore the beast's psychological warfare. But the mental damage was already done. The monstrous shadow lunged through the mist, hunting down its next victim. In the blink of an eye, the creature snatched him up, executing a brutal and silent kill. Panic infected the ranks as someone screamed not to trust the echoes. The real team leader was already dead. Trembling, a young soldier called out into the white smoke, desperately asking if he was actually speaking to the real navigation chief. Another desperate shout warned everyone not to fall for the trap. The monster was flawlessly mimicking human voices. Yet, the voice in the fog sounded perfectly human, pleading and insisting that he was the real deal. Furious, Arnold roared at his squad to stay sharp. It was the beast pulling their strings, playing them like absolute fools. He ordered them to fire at will. Lost in pure terror, the young soldier squeezed the trigger, spraying bullets wildly into the blinding fog. A sickening groan echoed through the room. The soldier's blood ran cold as the terrible realization hit him. His stray bullet had struck Arnold. Gripping his wound, Arnold felt a terrifying chill crawl down his spine. He whipped around and instantly opened fire at the looming shadow. Amorph twisted away from the blast, moving at blinding speed. But as he sprinted, a horrifying mutation began. The flesh on his back violently tore apart. Massive, nightmarish wings burst out from his spine. Launching himself into the air, the beast dive-bombed straight toward the veteran hunter. The monster's gaping jaw closed in on his target. In his final moments, Arnold stared directly into a jagged abyss of razor-sharp fangs. In one sickening crunch, Arnold's head was completely severed. A horrifying fountain of crimson erupted from his neck, painting the room red. The heavy plasma gun clattered against the metal floor. What was left of the once great commander collapsed, twitching in a massive, expanding pool of his own blood. A heavy footstep echoed through the silence as the victorious predator stepped right into the gory mess. Nearby, a terrified soldier kept his weapon locked on a massive shadow. But suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling presence right beside his ear. Slowly turning his head, the soldier's eyes widened in absolute, soul-crushing horror at the nightmare greeting him. Dangling from the beast's gruesome jaws was Arnold's mangled head. With a sick sense of mockery, the monster shoved its dead trophy right up against the trembling soldier's face. The nightmarish creature slithered right past him. Pure, paralyzing terror kept him locked in place, unable to twitch a single muscle. With chilling silence, the monstrous shadow vanished up into the ventilation shaft. Amorph desperately wanted to savor his fresh kill. However, his primal instinct screamed at him to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, the ship's captain was boiling with absolute rage. He barked at his heavily armed soldiers, demanding to know why their reinforcements took so agonizingly long to arrive. The trembling guards could only lower their heads in deep apology. Spitting out vile curses, the commander ordered them to scrub the blood-soaked scene spotless. A grim report soon reached the captain's ears. The devastating death toll had finally been tallied. The one delivering the crushing news was the acting chief of the medical division. With a heavy voice, the commander demanded to know if anyone had managed to survive the slaughter. The nervous medic delivered the brutal truth. Every single soul had perished, leaving the head researcher as the sole survivor of the massacre. A wave of sheer disbelief washed over the captain. He couldn't fathom how the frail senior scientist had cheated death. The acting chief quickly clarified that the battered man was currently secured inside the intensive recovery ward. By some sheer miracle of genetics, the researcher possessed a rare immunity to the beast's paralyzing neurotoxin. However, the cost of his survival was devastating. His vision, smell, and taste had been violently and permanently stripped away. Even though he clung to life, he was reduced to an empty shell, requiring constant life support until his final breath. Trembling with despair, the medical chief made a cowardly suggestion. They should just wave the white flag and surrender to the ruthless space dogs. Those pathetic words instantly ignited a blazing inferno of fury within the commander's chest. He viciously spat out how incredibly selfish the medic was being, before turning his back and storming off in disgust. The desperate doctor chased right after him, pleading his case, but the captain was completely done with his cowardly whining. Alone with his dark thoughts, the commander calculated the catastrophic loss of his elite forces. The strategic backbone of the ship was completely shattered. The heads of research, tech, medical, navigation, crisis management, and even the chief cook had all been slaughtered. A chilling realization crept up his spine. In this crippled state, surviving an all-out war with the cosmic pirates was absolutely impossible. For a fleeting, shameful second, the heavy temptation to abandon ship and flee into the dark void crossed his mind. Suddenly, an eagle-eyed soldier spotted something gleaming in the wreckage, a highly unusual firearm that stood out from standard-issue gear. He loudly pointed out that it resembled an exclusive commander-class weapon. Those words instantly hooked the captain's full attention. Barking an immediate order, he demanded the weapon be handed over. The subordinate quickly placed the heavy metal into his palms. His sharp eyes analyzed the high-tech rifle. The digital energy gauge glowed brightly, showing exactly 60% power remaining. The reinforced barrel bore a few jagged cracks, yet it still pulsed with enough lethal force to serve as his ultimate lifeline. In this blood-soaked hellscape, the commander realized the only person he could trust was himself. He grimly tallied up their impending doom. An apex predator was currently stalking their dark corridors, and to make matters worse, a ruthless pirate fleet would intercept them in exactly 2 days. A heavy, defeated sigh escaped his lips as he desperately searched for a survival tactic. The creature known as Amorph had systematically executed their entire command structure. He painfully understood that the ship's artificial intelligence would take agonizingly long to fully process and report the catastrophic system failures. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the beast calculated its next move. It determined that Captain Young was no longer a genuine threat. Driven by primal ambition, the creature resolved to expand its terrifying territory. 3 strategic locations instantly popped into its monstrous mind. With his primary hive already flourishing inside the freezing cooling chamber, he possessed the power to claim exactly 2 additional zones. The absolute top priority was the massive cafeteria area. After all, dominating the biological fuel source meant absolute control over life and death. His wicked strategy was beautifully simple: corrupt the remaining rations and slowly starve the pathetic humans out. The second prime target was the heavily fortified armory. Deep inside those reinforced steel walls, the ultimate destructive weapon was resting, a devastating heavy plasma launcher. Amorph recognized the absolute necessity of neutralizing that lethal threat before the humans turned him into cosmic ash. And finally, the ultimate prize lay in the main laboratory. That sacred vault held endless treasures of exotic genetic blueprints and ultra-rare psionium energy. However, there was a frustrating catch. The system calculated a pathetic less than 10% probability of successfully absorbing any legendary traits from those fragile samples. Yet, if he could just devour the raw psion energy, it would trigger a massive evolutionary leap, evolving him straight into his devastating juvenile stage. Once that power awakened, he would possess the overwhelming strength needed to obliterate both the incoming pirate fleet and any other foolish challengers. The evolutionary path was set in stone. He would establish his terrifying new hives inside the food hall and the genetic laboratory. As a deadly bonus, He resolved to infiltrate the vault and hijack the mighty plasma launcher for himself. He pictured himself wielding the massive artillery, yet his dark thoughts drifted back to Arnold's chilling words. A cryptic warning about his legendary master, the one known as Sehun Eugene. Or perhaps this mysterious threat would strike an alliance with the ruthless space pirates, or even lurk among them in perfect disguise. For an evolving predator like Amorph, nothing sent chills down his spine quite like an enemy shrouded in shadows. He needed to hoard every possible advantage he could find. Just then, number 26 offered a cheerful, bubbling greeting. The little creature seemed unusually ecstatic. Amorph quickly pieced the puzzle together. No cruel injections or twisted experiments had tormented it today. Curious about his fellow captive, he asked the tiny being if its body was finally at peace. Number 26 chirped back with pure innocence, revealing that the agonizing torture had temporarily stopped. A sudden realization hit Amorph like a shockwave. These heartless researchers would never halt their twisted games unless a massive crisis had paralyzed the facility. The cowardly humans were definitely cowering in their bunkers. Knowing this, it was time to make a terrifyingly bold move. Blaring sirens instantly shattered the silence, as blood-red security lights bathed the room, trembling in fear. Number 26 questioned Amorph's reckless actions, but the predator, claiming he was testing the waters. 30 agonizing minutes ticked by, and not a single guard dared to show their face. His sinister suspicion was absolute truth. The era of crawling through the shadows was officially over. With a display of raw, monstrous strength, he violently ripped the heavy steel vent cover right from its hinges. Stepping into the light, he welcomed his old prison mate. The little slime was glowing with a vibrant, brilliantly healthy hue. However, a grim reality set in. If abandoned in this sealed glass cage, the helpless creature would eventually wither away and starve. A fleeting thought crossed his monstrous mind. Should he claim this tiny being as his own trusted companion? After all, a bubble amoeba was the ultimate survivor, never picky when it came time to feast. Even better, it boasted total immunity to lethal neurotoxins. Whether guarding his future lair or riding into bloody battles, it would be the perfect sidekick. He offered the creature a taste of true freedom. When the confused amoeba asked where they would go, Amorph promised a permanent escape from this hellish laboratory, trembling with absolute uncontainable joy. Number 26 eagerly accepted the pact. Warning his new ally to brace itself for impact, Amorph lunged forward with explosive, unstoppable velocity. The reinforced capsule violently shattered into a million pieces as he safely snatched his tiny companion from the falling wreckage. The amoeba bounced around in pure ecstasy, showering its savior with gratitude. But Amorph firmly ordered his little friend to hold on for dear life. When the curious creature questioned his next move, Amorph's eyes gleamed with primal instinct. He was about to forge his very own sanctuary. A terrifying torrent of corrosive acid erupted from his maw. He ruthlessly painted every single inch of the sterile facility with his deadly melting venom. The horrific slime morphed into thick, writhing vines of absolute destruction, thanks to his masterpiece. This cursed territory would never serve human hands again. But unleashing that massive wave of power completely drained his energy, triggering a ravenous hunger. He swiftly snatched up a preserved human brain. The grotesque organ was actually still pulsing with life, yet its flavor was absolutely revolting to his monstrous palate. Beggars could not be choosers in the harsh wild. He devoured the repulsive flesh without hesitation, craving raw evolutionary nutrients rather than a 5-star meal. Right beside him, number 26 happily joined the gruesome feast. Watching the little amoeba savor the grotesque meal brought him a twisted sense of peace. But suddenly, Amorph's killer instincts flared to life. Heavy footsteps echoed through the ruined corridors. His enhanced senses immediately locked onto 2 distinct heartbeats, an armed soldier and a white-coated researcher. A cruel smirk crept across his face. Just 2 measly humans? When an entire elite squad could not even scratch his scales, the heavy blast doors hissed open, and the fragile men completely froze in absolute mind-numbing terror. Their pristine lab had been transformed into a nightmarish alien hive. Foolishly, the armed guard stepped closer to inspect the dripping acidic vines. He was completely blind to the apex predator lurking right behind his neck. Finally sensing the bloodlust, the guard frantically raised his assault rifle. Blind panic took over as he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a desperate hail of bullets at the advancing nightmare. But he was tragically too slow. A monstrous claw blurred through the air, piercing straight through his chest and shattering his heart in an instant. A violent spray of crimson erupted from his lips as hot tears of pure despair streamed down his dying face. With a sickening thud, his lifeless body collapsed into a pathetic heap, turning his deadly gaze toward the shivering scientist. Amorph savored the sweet sound of the man begging for mercy. With terrifying dominance, the creature wrapped its massive, blood-soaked claws right around the scientist's fragile skull. Just as he prepared the final killing blow, a sharp, rage-filled cry of pain from number 26 echoed through the room. The tiny amoeba frantically bounced onto Amorph's broad shoulder, its small body trembling with pure, unadulterated fury. The missing puzzle pieces finally clicked into place. This sniveling human was the sadistic architect of the amoeba experiments. Number 26 had just found its cruel torturer. A sinister realization dawned on the apex predator. Beneath that adorable exterior, a bubble amoeba possessed the savage instincts to kill humans too, honoring his companion in his burning thirst for vengeance. Amorph simply plunged his venomous tail into the scientist, locking the tormentor in a state of helpless, agonizing paralysis. With cold indifference, he tossed number 26 straight at the trembling man. Like a starving beast unleashed, the creature latched onto his target's face and began its gruesome feast. Searing agony echoed through the room as the man's flesh literally melted away into nothing. Watching the carnage unfold, Amorph casually pondered a dark question. Whose fate was truly worse? The soldier who met a swift and sudden end? Or this pathetic researcher, suffering a slow, agonizing meltdown? Ultimately, death claimed them all equally. The method of destruction was just a minor detail in the grand scheme. But right in the middle of his gray matter banquet, ding, a brilliant system window materialized before his eyes. Lady Luck was smiling down on him today. He had crushed his evolution milestone way ahead of schedule. The glowing text presented a tempting choice. Would he like to awaken the physical strengthening path? Devouring over 500 unique genetic samples, MES had only yielded 3 distinct traits. But in this brutal world, quality always trumped quantity. Scooping up his little slime companion, he prepared to initiate his long-awaited biological awakening. He gave number 26 a reassuring pat. This terrifying transformation would be over in a flash. The moment he accepted the system's prompt. Crack! Snap! Sickening crunches echoed as his very bones began to violently mutate. Massive muscles bulged beneath his expanding legs. Vicious spikes erupted from his spine. Even his little sidekick watched the monstrous growth in pure awe. Bouncing excitedly around his master's towering feet, number 26 cheered at the terrifying new size. Amorph smirked down at the creature. His evolution to the next stage was finally complete. The little blob tilted in confusion at the complex words. Amorph chuckled, explaining he had simply graduated from a weak hatchling into a full-grown predator. Still struggling to process the concept, number 26 innocently asked if that meant he used to be a baby, and promptly crowned him with the title of Big Baby. Amorph sighed. Though biologically speaking, his monstrous species hadn't reached its ultimate peak yet, so technically, the annoying nickname wasn't totally inaccurate. He figured he would correct this misunderstanding later. Once his little parasitic buddy actually mastered the human language a bit better. Shaking off the joke, Amorph marveled at his new vessel. His center of gravity felt terrifyingly dense and unbreakable. The agile speed of a cheetah had merged with the unstoppable force of a charging rhino. His height had skyrocketed to towering proportions. Thick, impenetrable bioarmor plated his entire form. The strength enhancement had warped his legs into massive pillars of pure explosive power. It was time to analyze the system data. He immediately pulled up his newly evolved status screen. His holy trinity of horror was fully loaded: natural recovery, blade tentacles, and the lethal contaminant organs. But wait. Natural recovery and strong vitality had violently fused together, birthing the legendary regenerative power. His combat parameters were absolutely flawless. Well, except for that cursed system-type penalty. As an apex predator, his species boasted infinite potential for absorbing new evolutionary paths. However, the universe demanded a heavy toll. With every new power unlocked, the genetic cost for the next one doubled exponentially. If he had greedily chosen to awaken the superpower strengthening path straight away, the sacrificial requirement for his physical evolution would have aggressively spiked from a mere 10 to a staggering 20 souls. In any normal virtual reality game, min-maxing his skill tree would be his absolute top priority. But reality was merciless, and brutal enemies were closing in fast. Holding off on further evolutions was his only tactical play for now. Enough window shopping. It was time to push this newly forged bioweapon to its absolute limits. Previously, his razor-sharp tentacles possessed a fatally fragile durability in heavy combat. Slash! He effortlessly impaled a solid steel pillar. The physical awakening had transformed his flimsy blades into unbreakable, armor-piercing weapons. Time for the grand finale. Channeling his contaminant organs, a devastating torrent of corrosive acid blasted from his throat. The sheer versatility was breathtaking. He could freely mix and match his horrifying biological traits at will. He could even manifest toxic spores that rained down flesh-melting acid. With this nightmare ability, the entire starship would become his impenetrable death trap. When facing down overwhelming military forces, this area of effect devastation was the ultimate trump card. His combat readouts were green across the board. With a dark smirk, he prepared to move out. His little slime minion cheerfully squeaked out Big Baby again, curiously asking where the bloodbath would continue next. His eyes glowed with predatory malice in the shadows. Next stop? The main hangar bay. He couldn't wait to taste the absolute despair painted across the crew members' faces when they finally laid eyes on their new apex predator. He pictured their pathetic tears. Perhaps they were scrambling toward the escape pods like frightened mice. The truth would reveal itself soon enough. Despair pushed the humans to their absolute limits. Every second mattered, as the heavy blast doors threatened to seal their fate. The moment they crossed the threshold, that lifeline should have slammed shut. But destiny had other plans. The officer in charge stood completely frozen, his soul crushed by overwhelming terror. Fury ignited in another survivor's eyes. He violently kicked the trembling coward away from the control panel. With a desperate heave, he yanked the lever. The massive steel began to close, but a pair of monstrous hands suddenly breached the dying gap. The apex predator, Amorph, forced the reinforced steel apart. A blood-curdling growl vibrated through the air. Pure horror ripped through the room as the men wailed in despair. They begged the heavens for mercy. But heaven had abandoned them today. In a flash of absolute slaughter, the beast claimed every single life. A gruesome, bloody handprint smeared across the observation glass. Meanwhile, Amorph casually feasted on his fresh prey. The sickening crunch echoed through the silent corridors. Deep within another chamber, Dr. Wei's brow twitched in agitation. Trapped inside a medical recovery capsule, he was a grotesque shadow of his former self. Half of his facial flesh had been completely stripped away. Raw, pulsating muscle lay exposed to the cold air, while his remaining eye remained tightly clamped shut. Dark, violent bruises painted his shattered body. A creeping dread washed over him. The usual rhythmic footsteps of the guards were completely absent. His battered hands shook uncontrollably. This nightmarish reality was simply too much to process. Reduced to mere skin and bones, he cursed whatever twisted fate had brought this divine punishment upon him. Death would be a sweet release from this endless agony. Suddenly, a massive thud shook the floor. Could it be a rescue squad? He forced his good eye open, his empty socket weeping in phantom pain. But the approaching rhythm was chillingly familiar. His blood ran completely cold. The abomination had arrived, and it was here to collect his soul. The shadow reached out, pressing the release mechanism. Confusion twisted his mind until a bizarre, gelatinous mass enveloped his scalp. In a heartbeat, the creature known as Number 26 clamped down, swallowing his entire head. Unimaginable agony exploded in his brain. The corrosive acid felt like hellfire melting away his skull. Stripped of his voice, his mind shrieked for a quick death, but his silent prayers drowned as he violently choked on his own boiling blood. 3 agonizing hours crept by. Finally, Number 26 slithered out from the ruined medical pod. Amorph glanced over, questioning if the feast was complete. The bizarre creature gave a simple, satisfied confirmation. Curious, Amorph asked how the sweet taste of vengeance felt. But the concept of revenge was completely alien to Number 26's mind. Amorph clarified the meaning, devouring the very tormentor who caused his suffering. The creature merely replied that the meal was absolutely delicious. A realization struck Amorph. This entity was entirely devoid of complex human grudges and malice. Was this innocence born from a lack of experience? Or was it simply the fundamental nature of its species? A seed of suspicion took root in his mind. Why were the elite researchers so obsessed with this specific subject? He silently prayed to the stars that this bubble amoeba would not eventually evolve into a catastrophic sea demon. In the vast cosmos, sea demons were legendary terrors, CEC, that exclusively ruled over aquatic planets, much like the bubble amoeba's origin. These leviathans boasted a devastating 25-meter length. Their bodies concealed a deadly arsenal of hidden, crushing tentacles. Back in the virtual game world, the uncanny resemblance made players suspect a hidden evolutionary link between the two species. Ultimately, it was dismissed as a lazy asset flip by the game developers. But the rules of the game no longer applied. This nightmare was now their waking reality. The true, terrifying potential of this creature remained shrouded in complete mystery. Breaking the silence, Number 26 affectionately called the infant Amorph, signaling that its monstrous appetite was finally satisfied. Amorph noticed the sudden fatigue in its form. He retreated back into the shadows of their nest. For now, the grand plan was progressing flawlessly. His predatory instincts flared to life once more. It was time to lock onto their next unfortunate target. Meanwhile, across the cosmic void at the C-08 space docks. Within the ruthless Dava cartel's territory, desperate screams pierced the air as a brute seized a victim's arm. A helpless woman was being violently dragged through the shadows by a ruthless thug and his green-skinned alien accomplice. Tears streamed down her face as she shrieked for her husband's protection. Her blonde partner charged forward with a furious demand, but a sudden cowardly blast tore through his back. The woman's devastating wail echoed into the empty sky. Stepping over the fallen, the remaining space pirates ruthlessly plundered their hard-earned cosmic treasure. Plunder every last valuable, slaughter the men, and chain up the women. This absolute brutality was the unyielding creed of the Drava cartel. Amidst the raging chaos, a massive figure with a glowing mechanical eye watched with sheer, suffocating boredom. Half beast, half machine. He possessed the terrifying visage of a majestic lion, outfitted with cutting-edge cybernetic limbs. A low, dangerous growl escaped his throat. The pathetic pile of loot before him was barely worth the effort of unsheathing his claws. "Boss!" a desperate voice cried out, trembling with equal parts rage and disbelief. "How could you betray us?" These foolish humans had paid handsomely for mercenary protection, never expecting the very shield they bought to transform into a bloody sword aimed at their throats. The Beast King simply scoffed. Did this naive worm really believe a fistful of credits could buy true loyalty? Trusting a complete stranger in this lawless universe was a fatal, amateur mistake. Spitting crimson, the ruined captain cursed the cyborg's name to the heavens. "Our distress signal is already out," he screamed, grasping at false hope. "The defense forces are closing in on this sector as we speak. Every last one of you monsters will face the executioner's blade." Yet, the lion's mechanical gaze remained bone-chillingly cold. Pushed to the brink of madness, the captain roared that mere death was too merciful for such cosmic trash. He swore to drag them down to the abyss, vowing to twist their bodies into grotesque, hulking mutants. That pathetic threat finally struck a nerve. The massive beast slowly rose to his feet, his oppressive aura instantly suffocating the entire room. A trembling underling rushed forward, offering up his master's heavy blade. The boss glared down. "It seems you are completely ignorant of the Megacorp mercenary code. Allow me to educate you," he rumbled with lethal calmness. His massive mechanical hand clamped down on the captain's skull like a vice. Yes, turning on a client during a mission is indeed a grave sin. However, that absolute law only applies if there are living witnesses left to testify. With a single chilling sentence, he shattered the man's final delusion. "The defense guard will find nothing but ghosts here. Dead men tell no tales." Terror seized the captain's very soul. "You plan to annihilate us all?" he choked out. The cyborg tilted his head, a wicked smirk crossing his feral jaw. "Annihilate? That sounds a bit too clean for my tastes. But I can promise you one undeniable thing. I have a particular hobby of peeling the skin off megapigs." A deafening, blood-curdling shriek echoed through the halls as a gruesome crimson fountain painted the metallic floors. Moments later, the heavy blast doors slid open. His loyal grunts bowed respectfully as their supreme leader emerged from the slaughterhouse. He casually tossed a horrific, bloody trophy onto the deck. "Clean up this garbage," he ordered without missing a beat. "Dispose of it the usual way." Brushing off the carnage, the boss suddenly recalled a pending matter. His lackey tilted his head in sheer, utter confusion. Too lazy to spell it out for the fool, the Lion King simply barked at him to go fetch the operations manual. A heavy sigh escaped his metallic jaws. He was absolutely sick and tired of being surrounded by brainless meat shields. Right on cue, a subordinate announced their special guest. A woman stepped forward, her pristine white lab coat screaming of high-level academia. Trembling like a fragile leaf before an apex predator, she stuttered out a greeting, desperately asking what the cartel boss desired from her. Cutting through the pointless pleasantries, he demanded the intricate details of their next underworld contract. She nervously wrung her hands, swallowing hard to find a shred of courage under his piercing mechanical gaze. "We were supposed to rendezvous with a shadow contact," she stammered. "Someone my exclusive network personally vouched for. But they completely vanished from the grid." The boss unleashed a sudden furious roar, sending the poor researcher shrieking in pure, unadulterated terror. "Make it make sense," he commanded. Gasping for air, she revealed a massive secret, a dark request from a research vessel commanded by the infamous Captain Yusung Samuel. Their shadow mission? The highly classified absolute disposal of a certain mysterious corpse. The beast's metal ears twitched. The Samuel family is involved? The researcher blinked, shocked that a mere cartel boss knew of such high society names. He scoffed darkly into the shadows. "Know them? They run the third largest syndicate on the moon of Titan." His glowing eye narrowed dangerously. "Whose corpse are they so desperate to erase?" Her answer instantly froze the room. "A noble prisoner. A daughter of the almighty Eugene bloodline. To keep our mouths completely shut," she whispered, "they offered a staggering bounty of 1 million credits." The cyborg lion let out a harsh, mocking laugh. 1 million? Those filthy elites were definitely covering up a massive, galaxy-shaking conspiracy. His battle-hardened instincts flared violently. The political undercurrents within Megacorp had been reeking of fresh blood and betrayal lately. Dark rumors were already swirling through the cosmic winds. The Ascertain family, the ambitious young dragons of Mars, were finally baring their fangs at the Eugene dynasty. An all-out shadow war was brewing, to dethrone the supreme rulers who had controlled Earth since the dawn of the New Age. The Ascertain faction might be famous for crafting starships, but in the shadows, they were obsessed with forbidden genetic alchemy. The pirate boss licked his lips. He knew a corpse from the elite Eugene bloodline would be an absolute goldmine of top-tier DNA enhancements. A wicked scheme brewed in his mind. What if he snatched that ultimate specimen and sold it straight to the Ascertain underground? Those mad scientists would kill for a prize like that. He could literally write his own blank check. A greedy smirk twisted his mutated face. This was his golden ticket to unimaginable wealth. Sure, a part of him wanted to tear those Ascertain researchers limb from limb. After all, they were the ones who mutated him into this hulking monster. But vengeance does not pay the bills. In the brutal depths of space, cold hard cash always trumps a petty grudge. His thoughts shifted to his subordinate, Manu. The comms with their target ship had gone dead silent. Did some bottom feeders ambush our prey? He growled, his aura flaring with sudden killing intent. Manu nervously shook his head. The boss's blood boiled. Who dared to poach in his hunting grounds? He had no idea who these mysterious rats were. But they definitely had a death wish. The mutant leader barked out a ruthless command. Once they wrapped up this slaughter, they were hunting down young Samuel's vessel. "Lock and load, you scum!" he roared across the deck. "Prepare for an absolute massacre." Bloodlust erupted among the pirate crew. Their battle cries echoed like a pack of starved beasts. "Leave no survivors and erase all traces." He ordered the complete annihilation of their current target. The main cannon whined as devastating energy gathered at its core. Boom! The adjacent cruiser shattered into a million pieces. Without missing a beat, the pirate warship blasted into the cosmic void. They tore through the galaxy like a blazing comet of death. Meanwhile, a planted detonator blinked ominously on the ruined hull. A second catastrophic blast painted the cosmos in fire. But deep within the shadows of their next target, Amorph was already watching. Lurking within his monstrous nest, his predatory instincts instantly flared. He slammed his palm against the biometallic floor, awakening a terrifying psychic link. His consciousness surged through the massive pipes. He became one with the ship's very veins. Shadowy tendrils of perception spread in every direction. The entire vessel became an extension of his own monstrous body. Through this sinister network, he felt the violent vibrations. Foolish pirates were drilling straight through the research ship's armored shell. His mind's eye locked onto their emblem, the notorious space dogs, and their plasma drills were inches away from a breach. With a deafening screech of tearing metal, the hull finally gave way to the invaders. Like a swarm of greedy locusts, the pirates poured inside. Amorph tracked their every footstep as they marched straight for the command bridge. Their tactical formation was flawless. These were not mere space thugs. They were seasoned apex predators of the galaxy. A chilling thought crossed the creature's mind. Were these veterans truly fearless, or just unbelievably dense? Any sane scavenger would have felt the overwhelming dread. The suffocating silence of this ghost ship screamed out a deadly warning, but the allure of absolute power and wealth had completely blinded them to the jaws of death. Suddenly, the vanguard froze in pure shock. The pristine bridge was gone. Instead, a nightmarish jungle of corrosive alien vines choked every inch of the room. Trembling, the scouts radioed their mutant captain. They secured the bridge, but the atmosphere was completely terrifying. "Spit it out," the boss barked. They stammered, revealing the ship was utterly abandoned, consumed by a grotesque alien forest. Veins popped on the mutant's hulking forehead. A haunted forest inside a spaceship? It sounded like absolute garbage. The terrified grunts begged him to listen. They swore on their lives they were not hallucinating. Cracking his massive knuckles, the boss stormed forward. He would uncover this mystery with his own two eyes. "If this is a prank," he snarled like a demon, "I will crush your skulls into cosmic dust." From the abyss, Amorph analyzed his incoming prey. He tasted the raw energy of two high-grade biomechanical hearts pounding in the dark. The tyrannical aura radiating from the hulking mutant easily marked him as the alpha. Amorph's senses then swept over the rest of the crew. A bizarre humanoid insect stood among them, leaking toxic pheromones into the recycled air. Next to it was a Star Union cyborg, a cold machine ticking where a human heart should be. A sinister thrill washed over Amorph. What a beautifully diverse buffet of species. His system evolution quest had hit a massive wall. Hunting down 10 non-human entities had proven to be an absolute nightmare. But this cartel of freaks? They were the perfect sacrificial lambs to fulfill the system's conditions and trigger his juvenile stage awakening. However, right as the slaughter was about to begin, a glitch in his perception caught his attention. Hidden amidst the monsters and machines stood a completely ordinary-looking woman. But beneath that frail human facade, A cold, calculating supercomputer replaced her biological brain, perfectly mimicking a soul that simply was not there. Amorph kept a sharp, calculating gaze fixed entirely upon her. Number 26 tilted her head, innocently asking where he was headed. He simply stated he had business outside the nest. However, he strictly ordered Number 26 to stay put, warning her of the deadly dangers lurking beyond their sanctuary. Pointing toward the heavy plasma gun, he entrusted her with a crucial mission. She had to guard this weapon with her life. He emphasized just how vital this task was to their survival, beaming with pride. Number 26 happily accepted her new duty. With his rear secured, Amorph slipped into the shadows, striking at the exact moment the enemy lowered their guard. His strategy was utterly ruthless. He would annihilate their ship's power source, completely cutting off any hope of retreat. Knowing human greed all too well, he predicted these space pirates would desperately try to defend both the research vessel and their own cruiser. His sharp senses had already mapped out their movements. They were foolishly splitting their forces between raiding parties and defense squads. And that fatal mistake was exactly what this apex predator was waiting for. The grand hunt was about to begin. Moving with phantom-like silence, Amorph slipped his razor-sharp claws right through the thick metallic door. With a terrifying display of raw strength, he pried the steel plates apart and smoothly stepped into enemy territory. The lack of internal security was almost laughable. But then again, these arrogant pirates were used to attacking, not defending. Not once in their wretched lives did these raiders ever imagine that they would become the prey on their own ship. His glowing eyes locked onto the ultimate prize, the beating heart of the vessel, the nuclear reactor. It was dangerously close. Expanding his monstrous sensory perception, he carefully mapped out every living, breathing entity nearby. The path was mostly clear, except for a major obstacle standing in his way, a squad of heavily armed android security units. These machines were a nuisance. If he attacked them head-on, they would instantly trigger the Central Artificial Intelligence Network. He calculated his next move, searching for a blind spot. But suddenly, an intoxicating scent hit his receptors, making his monstrous jaws drip with hunger. The mission could wait a tiny fraction of a second. It was time for a quick, bloody appetizer. He bolted down the dark corridor, but halted his massive frame perfectly in the shadows. Two unfortunate souls were approaching. A human mercenary and his insectoid comrade. They were the perfect midnight snack. Blending into the pitch-black abyss, Amorph crept right beside the clueless human. The mercenary blinked in sheer confusion, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a terrifying shadow swinging right at his face. But his brain never had the chance to process the danger. In a gruesome splash of crimson, his head was cleanly severed from his shoulders. The insectoid stared in absolute horror. His partner had just been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Panic-stricken, he reached for his radio. But lightning-fast tentacles whipped out from the darkness, slicing straight through his trembling hand. The severed limb hit the cold floor right alongside the comms device. A geyser of blood erupted from his mangled stump. Before he could even scream, Amorph crashed into him like a freight train, brutally pinning down every single one of his remaining limbs. A desperate plea died in his throat, as his head was violently torn from his body. The monster began his sickening feast. Wiping the blood away, Amorph clicked his tongue. Just as he suspected, consuming these low-level non-player character species did absolutely nothing for his evolution requirements. Suddenly, a harsh static cut through the deadly silence. A frantic voice started barking through the dropped radio. Command was demanding a status report from the patrol team. Mimicking a human voice flawlessly, Amorph calmly replied that the sector was all clear. The guard on the other end bought the lie completely, angrily snapping at him for taking so long to respond. Ordered to stop slacking on the job, the deadly predator simply offered a polite, chilling apology before cutting the line. With his belly slightly full, Amorph breached the next maintenance hatch. Engaging those mindless security droids was a complete waste of time. Scanning the metallic infrastructure above the reactor, he unleashed a torrent of highly corrosive acid straight into the floorboards. The heavy steel melted away like warm butter. And just as his brilliant mind calculated, the glorious, glowing core of the nuclear engine was completely exposed. A human guard would have instantly sounded the alarm over the hissing, melting metal. But these rigid androids were bound by basic logic protocols. Without programming for such an unpredictable infiltration method, they remained completely oblivious. The ship's main engine was now totally defenseless. Meanwhile, across the ship, a terrifying booming noise shook the very walls. The main control room began screaming for immediate backup. Absolute sheer terror laced their transmissions. A nightmarish beast was violently battering against their heavily reinforced blast doors. The surviving crew members stared at their monitors in utter despair. They realized with dread that there simply weren't enough soldiers left to save them. A trembling officer desperately cried out, begging to know the location of their captain and the elite strike team leader. The grim response shattered their final sliver of hope. The team leader was already dead. Total pandemonium erupted as impending doom stared them right in the face. A chilling final order came through the comms. The blast door was failing. They had to draw their weapons and prepare for a hopeless final stand. But their bravado was entirely gone. Tears streamed down their faces as they clutched their rifles, weeping to the heavens that they didn't want to die today. Meanwhile, the pirate crew stood completely frozen. Their jaws practically hit the floor as they processed the absolute nightmare before their eyes. They were glued to the security monitors, witnessing the sheer bloodbath that had unfolded on this vessel just hours ago. The pirate captain narrowed his eyes, his mind racing to comprehend this utter madness. Bizarre, mutated flora crept across the decks, and not a single living soul was in sight. They had boarded a literal ghost ship. Desperate to identify this phantom assailant, the boss barked an order to rewind the surveillance feeds. But the playback revealed pure psychological horror. Men were screaming with missing limbs, while the survivors had completely lost their grip on sanity. Not a single human on board had escaped this devastating physical and mental ruin. A cold sweat broke out on the captain's neck. What kind of hellish entity could dismantle an entire crew so effortlessly? He slammed his fist down, demanding his tech guy pull up the older archive files. The screen flickered to life, showing the crisis management leader desperately ordering Team B3 to engage as soon as comms were restored. The pirate boss recognized him instantly. This was the head of security, the absolute elite responsible for the ship's defense. His gaze locked onto another familiar face on the screen. It was the notorious young Samuel. Yet even with their heavy hitters, their entire fighting force was wiped out, leaving the arrogant top brass trembling in pure terror. But the next piece of footage made the captain's blood run cold. The creature was launching ambushes from the ceiling. It weaved seamlessly between the million-dollar equipment and even used the fire extinguishing system as a tactical smokescreen. This was no mindless beast driven by instinct. The boss realized this entity possessed terrifying human-like intelligence. That intellect made it a cataclysmic threat. The pirates watched in stunned silence as the Shadow Dweller brutally dismantled Arnold. Just moments ago, the captain's biggest headache was figuring out how to handle the powerful Eugene family. But screw the politics. Right now, their absolute top priority was retrieving their target's corpse and getting out alive. He snapped his head back and barked out Manu's name, but the female operative was completely lost in a terrified trance. "Manu!" he roared, startling her back to reality. He demanded she verify her earlier report. Did they actually lose contact yesterday? Trembling slightly, she confirmed that their original rendezvous was scheduled for the previous day. But when this massive vessel became a no-show, they were forced to waste 24 hours tracking its ghost signal. The captain had memorized the ship's entire blueprint en route, but this ungodly biological weapon threw a massive wrench into his grand plan. However, a wicked grin spread across his face. They had boarded this graveyard in total stealth. In his arrogant mind, there was absolutely zero chance the monster knew a fully armed pirate strike team had arrived. Drawing his weapon, he gave a chilling decree. Hunt down that freak of nature and blow it back to hell. Only then do we secure the package. But before they could move out, a sweat-drenched lackey ran up with disastrous news. Annoyed, the boss growled, demanding the situation report. The subordinate stammered out the unthinkable. Their own pirate ship's engine had just died. The captain's eyes bulged in absolute shock. He roared with blazing fury, screaming that their ship was in prime condition just minutes ago. Shaking like a leaf, the lackey clarified the horror. The core had literally been melted to sludge. Repairs were completely off the table. Blinding wrath consumed the captain. He slammed his massive fists onto the control console, spitting out a string of vicious curses. Roaring his promise to rip the beast apart with his bare hands, he threw a devastating punch that shattered the steel desk into 100 pieces. His voice echoed through the bridge like thunder as he turned to Manu. Can you hotwire this floating coffin's engine?" She nervously stuttered that she needed time to assess the systems. Out of patience, the explosive captain chucked a gadget right past her head, detonating it against the far wall. The deafening blast did the trick. Driven by pure, unadulterated terror, she shrieked that she would make the ship fly. He tossed 3 of his grunts to guard her tech work. The rest of his heavily armed brutes would follow him into the belly of the beast to hunt the monster. "Move your asses and leave no shadow unchecked," he commanded, exuding a mountain-like presence. "Anyone who drags their feet gets their skull crushed by me." Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, our main character expanded his monstrous super senses. Sensing the captain's pathetic, blazing rage, a sinister chuckle rumbled in his throat. These foolish intruders had no idea that survivors were still breathing below deck. 20 desperate souls were cowering in the darkness, including the original ship's captain and the entire elite upper management. But make no mistake, Amorph hadn't left them breathing out of the goodness of his heart. This was pure, calculated malice. He knew exactly how the mega-corporations operated. Their absolute burning hatred for pirate factions would guarantee an all-out bloodbath upon discovery. He was merely setting the stage to reap the chaotic rewards. Right now, The control room housed only 3 cannon fodder guards and the terrified female hacker. It was the absolute perfect window for an ambush. Yet, an inexplicable chill crawled down our main character's spine, a sixth sense warning him of impending disaster. Every primal instinct screaming within the core of the Amorph delivered a single, chilling warning. This woman was an absolute apex predator. Could she be the enigmatic mastermind pulling the strings of Arnold? The thought sent a jolt of caution through his mind. He vividly remembered the boast of his former enemy. His master wielded an arsenal of terrifying, unfathomable powers. Yet, a baffling question lingered in the shadows of his consciousness. Why on earth did Arnold claim they were two of a kind? Especially since, to his predatory gaze, she reeked of cutting-edge genetic tampering rather than natural evolution. Then again, considering her elite status as a noble capitalist of Megacorp, a powerful figure utterly obsessed with the holy grail of immortality, it was highly probable that her physical enhancements completely dwarfed anything Kisaragi had ever undergone. If her augmentations rivaled the sheer brokenness of a player, taking her down would be an absolute nightmare. This deadly calculus wouldn't change, even after he triggered his next evolutionary leap into his juvenile form. A wicked, predatory grin stretched across his face. It had been far too long since he tore into top-tier synthetic flesh. The overwhelming aura radiating from her sent thrilling shivers of both pure terror and absolute ecstasy down his spine. However, timing was everything in the hunt. For now, he would graciously allow his prey to breathe. He pinned her identity as Si-hyun Eugene. But first, he had a bloody pest control problem to solve with the local space pirates. Meanwhile, paralyzing fear gripped the cartel grunts, as a haunting, bone-chilling grinding echoed through the metal corridors. Their hulking boss was practically seething with bloodlust. A suffocating aura of wrath bled from his massive frame, only interrupted by the sharp, rhythmic beeping of their comms. A trembling subordinate scrambled to report. The biological scanner had just pinged a cluster of human life signs. The heavily armed boss merely scoffed. He spat back, demanding to know why that trivial detail mattered. Stuttering, the lackey pointed frantically at the radar. The signal was locked, dead ahead, straight inside the private quarters of the captain. Since the main bulkhead was completely sealed off, the grunt nervously suggested breaching the hull right next to it. The subordinate violently flinched back as his boss roared out, cursing his sheer, unapologetic incompetence. The enraged leader sarcastically barked, asking if the idiot also needed a written permit just to take a leak. Terrified into action, the grunt fired up the heavy plasma drill. Sparks flew until a breach was made, which he swiftly kicked wide open while nervously checking the glowing scanner. But in a mere fraction of a second, a blinding flash erupted, and his head was blown completely off his shoulders. A relentless hail of gunfire immediately pinned the remaining pirates down. Roaring through the chaos, the boss ordered his meat shields to push forward. Charging like a frenzied beast, the giant leader threw himself into the crossfire. He brought his massive weapon crashing down, instantly obliterating the face of a guard. He spun around and launched a devastating hook into the next target. An absolute bloodbath unfolded as the panicked survivors screamed about a monster in their ranks. The corridor was quickly painted crimson. As the dust settled over the massacre, a single pitiful groan echoed from the carnage. The bones of the last guard snapped like dry twigs under the boot of the boss, sealing his fate. A nearby researcher let out an ear-piercing shriek at the gruesome fountain of blood. Blind panic swallowed the scholar as the blood-soaked warlord stomped closer. Falling to his knees, he desperately screamed his immediate surrender. But the brutal cartel leader just let out a dark, mocking chuckle. In his vicious syndicate, begging for mercy was a completely foreign concept. Gasping for air, the terrified man revealed himself as the chief medical officer of the ship. He frantically bargained his extreme usefulness to buy his own life. That desperate little tidbit of information successfully halted the execution strike of the boss. Looming over him like a shadow of death, the leader demanded answers. Where was the damn captain, and why was a measly doctor hiding in the VIP quarters? The question struck a nerve, visibly shaking the medic, but he forced his trembling composure back into place. Swallowing his pride, he spat out the bitter truth. The cowardly captain had already abandoned ship in a desperate escape attempt. The pirate leader scowled, confirming the absolute betrayal of the crew. The shivering doctor frantically added that he had no clue if the escape pod even got away safely. An explosive vein popped on the forehead of the boss. This entire mission was quickly turning into a colossal, infuriating disaster. Their target vessel was a sinking grave, and the primary human holding the payload intel was gone. But his cold eyes slowly shifted back to the trembling medical officer. Grabbing the man by the collar, he growled his ultimate question. He needed the exact coordinates of the high-value corpses. Where in this floating scrap heap would they stash the ultra-valuable remains of a corporate elite? Tears streaming down his face, the doctor choked out a horrifying revelation. The anomaly. The monstrous creature had already claimed the prize. Just the mere mention of a rogue beast sent the boiling irritation of the pirate leader right over the absolute edge. He smashed his massive armored fist straight through the reinforced steel wall. Why the hell would a mindless beast hoard a dead body? The trembling voice of the doctor delivered the grim reality. The nightmare feeds on human flesh. A cold realization instantly washed over the enraged leader. If the creature was hungry, their million-credit payday was running out of time. He whipped around, roaring at his surviving meat shields. They were to fan out immediately, hunt down the absolute abomination, and secure the bag. The commander barked his absolute orders. "Move in squads of 6, he demanded, and report back at the very first sign of trouble. The hulking boss shifted his deadly gaze toward the doctor. A memory flashed through his mind of the medic begging to join their cutthroat pirate crew. As fate would have it, their ruthless gang desperately needed a healer to stitch them back together after bloody raids. The boss narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He questioned if the doctor possessed the forbidden knowledge of genetic remodeling. Swallowing his overwhelming fear, the doctor offered a trembling, desperate nod of confirmation. "You can trust me with your life, Captain," he stammered nervously. But hidden in the shadowy abyss, Amorph tracked their every heartbeat using his heightened super senses. A wave of cold disappointment washed over the monstrous predator. The boss had slaughtered the human captives far too quickly for his liking. But considering the pirate leader was a massive, Hulk-class mutant, such brutal, terrifying efficiency was to be expected. These were no ordinary scavengers. They moved with the terrifying, synchronized precision of a trained military unit. It was time for Amorph to make his grand entrance. Little number 26 wiggled with fierce determination, begging to join the deadly hunt. But Amorph firmly ordered the tiny creature to stay hidden in the shadows. Refusing to back down, number 26 stubbornly insisted on fighting by his master's side. A strange, unexpected warmth flickered within Amorph's cold heart. The little one was acting exactly like a brave child, desperate to protect its father on the battlefield. He paused and calculated the odds. If the tiny creature was going to survive in this cruel universe, it desperately needed real blood-soaked combat experience. It might not deal massive damage just yet, but keeping it close was the safest option. With gentle care, the terrifying beast scooped his little companion up. "Stay sharp," he warned his small ally. "The prey we hunt today are no ordinary fools. They are extremely dangerous." Number 26 chirped back, warning Amorph to stay safe as well. Now, the apex predator coldly calculated his first point of attack. The armory was the perfect hunting ground. The distinct scent of heavily armed, unsuspecting pirates drifted from within its fortified walls. Inside, the grunts were cursing loudly. Their sacred armory had been twisted into a bizarre, horrifyingly overgrown jungle. Panic laced their frantic voices. What kind of terrifying, legendary beast possessed the dark power to summon demonic plants taller than the steel blast doors? To clear a path through the madness, the squad desperately scrambled to grab their heavy-duty plasma cutters. Blazing blades ignited, tearing through the thick, monstrous vines. But as the plants ruptured, they spewed out a mysterious green fluid that looked like foul mucus. "Absolutely disgusting," one of the pirates roared in pure revulsion. The sticky alien slime had splattered violently across his muscular chest and arms. His comrade opened his mouth to mock his misery, but the cruel words instantly died in his throat. To his absolute, mind-shattering horror, his steel blade was dissolving into sizzling sludge. Suddenly, an agonizing, blood-curdling scream pierced the suffocating air. The slime was not mucus. It was highly corrosive acid. The splattered pirate's face melted away into a gruesome, utterly unrecognizable nightmare. Total chaos erupted among the pirate ranks. Blind panic utterly shattered their flawless military discipline. Heavy, earth-shattering footsteps echoed through the green mist. Before anyone could even blink, a massive blade erupted straight through a pirate's chest. "The beast is here!" they screamed in absolute soul-crushing terror. But a chilling realization hit them. This towering nightmare looked completely different from their initial intel. 3 desperate grunts unleashed a blinding storm of blaster fire. But the deadly laser bolts simply bounced off its impenetrable armor like harmless drops of rain. Amorph lunged with explosive, godlike speed. His razor-sharp blade tentacles danced through the air in a symphony of destruction, carving the pirates into bloody ribbons. A terrifying insect mutant tried to flee the brutal slaughter, but out of nowhere, little number 26 leaped forward, suffocating the enemy's face in its absolute bubble amoeba form. The mutant thrashed wildly, his entire body convulsing in pure, unadulterated agony as his air supply was cut off. Amidst the chaotic carnage, Amorph's super hearing caught a desperate whisper. A lone survivor was clutching a communicator, frantically begging the command center for backup. "The target is in the arm." The frantic distress signal was instantly silenced as massive, terrifying jaws clamped down, effortlessly crushing the pirate's skull. With terrifying, cold-blooded ruthlessness, Amorph continuously crushed bone and metal between his jagged teeth in a sickening display of absolute dominance. Static crackled aggressively from the dropped radio. A voice on the other end barked with pure fury, demanding to know their exact coordinates. Amorph calmly lifted the blood-stained communicator. False alarm. Everything is perfectly fine, he lied flawlessly. The voice on the receiver instantly boiled with fiery rage. A barrage of furious insults and heavy reprimands poured from the speaker. Playing the role perfectly, Amorph offered a meek, cowardly apology to the raging commander. A wicked, calculating thought crossed the monster's mind. Keeping this little communication device would be the absolute perfect tool to sow complete chaos among their enemy ranks. Looking down, he noticed something impossible. The crushed pirate was somehow still drawing breath, despite half his body being reduced to melted, mangled scrap. How could a mere human survive this level of devastation? The answer clicked instantly. This pathetic creature was a cybernetic abomination forged by the Star Union. While the maniacs at Megacorp believed in elevating humanity through twisted genetic mutations, the Star Union chose a colder, darker path. They violently stripped away weak flesh to replace it with unfeeling, immortal steel. But their mechanical, god-complex crusade did not stop at humanity. Their true galactic horror lay in forcing this metallic evolution onto every living species across the universe. Any unfortunate breathing soul captured by their fleet was mercilessly butchered and completely modified against their will, becoming mindless cogs in their endless war machine, twisted genetic freaks or soulless mechanical husks. To Amorph, both factions were utterly, irreparably insane. Without a single second of hesitation, the apex predator swallowed the cybernetic machine whole. He hesitated for a fleeting moment, weighing the risks. But in the end, hunger won. He figured his monstrous stomach could handle anything. The flavor was entirely unexpected. A sharp, metallic tang of copper, mixed with the heavy grease of machine oil, coated his tongue. Suddenly, a familiar glowing status window materialized before his eyes. Just like his old gaming days, the system recognized cyborgs as an entirely distinct evolutionary branch. The notification text sent a thrill through him. He had finally met the strict conditions to shatter his limits and evolve from a mere hatchling into a juvenile beast. This was a glorious, unexpected windfall from the heavens. His predatory mind quickly ran the numbers. There were exactly 12 of these cyborg pirates, crawling around his ship like pests. If he devoured every single one of them, his next evolution was guaranteed. Sensing his aura spike, number 26 curiously bubbled up, wondering why its master was practically vibrating with joy. A wicked grin stretched across his face as he replied. This was a predator's secret, something a simple slime wouldn't quite understand. To the rest of the galaxy, these vicious space hounds were known as a waking nightmare. But to the Amorph, they were nothing more than walking treasure chests delivering sweet evolutionary points. Suddenly, a massive golem-like pirate opened fire. In a flash of terrifying speed, the Amorph seized the towering brute by the skull. With one sickening crunch, he tore the head clean off, staring coldly into its lifeless artificial eyes. As a crimson fountain erupted from the headless neck, our protagonist calculated his progress. He had already slaughtered 2 entire squads, but frustratingly, 3 delicious cyborgs had slipped through his grasp. He glanced down at his latest kill. The mangled remains looked awfully familiar to the one who had been drenched in corrosive acid back in the armory. Its entire upper body had melted into a horrific sludge, leaving only its cybernetic legs intact. Without missing a beat, he ripped a massive thigh free for a quick snack. He took a massive bite, but instantly spat the foul, metallic sludge onto the floor. Worse yet, the system didn't grant him a single drop of predation energy. It was a brutal reminder of the game's strict mechanics. Devouring prey that you didn't personally hunt came with a massive penalty to stat absorption. His lethal tail whipped through the air like a blade. In one smooth motion, he impaled the screaming pirate that number 26 was slowly digesting. The amoeba trembled, asking if its great master was furious. He quickly calmed his loyal minion down, explaining that he absolutely had to land the killing blow on these specific types of prey to steal their stats. With a gentle nudge of his monstrous appendage, he pointed to a different pile of mangled metal and flesh. He offered it up as a consolation prize for his little buddy. A pang of guilt hit him for stealing his pet's hard-earned meal, but survival in this ruthless universe meant making selfish choices. Suddenly, a harsh, static noise crackled from the dead man's wristpiece. The pirate captain's booming voice echoed out, demanding an immediate status report from all surviving squads. The radio crackled to life. One of the scouting teams gleefully reported that the cargo hold was absolutely overflowing with rare loot. Another squad chimed in through the static, complaining that the dining hall was a complete biohazard, reeking of rotting food and decay. Our cunning predator smirked, perfectly mimicking the dead golem's deep voice. He calmly reported that his squad was securing the armory. The intense voice from the control room then demanded an update from the laboratory team. Without hesitation, the Amorph sank his teeth into a fresh victim. As the fresh DNA merged with his own, his vocal cords instantly mutated. He keyed the mic, casually reporting that the lab sector was completely secure. But the operator on the other end wasn't a fool. The control room immediately flagged the anomaly, suspicious that the voice didn't match their designated comms officer. Thinking fast, our monster spun a flawless lie. He claimed the senior officer was busy packing up the heavy equipment, leaving him to handle the boring radio check. A tense second passed, until the radio crackled with a gruff acknowledgement. The control room had swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. The Amorph cut the connection, his eyes narrowing in thought. For a bunch of filthy space scavengers, their chain of command was terrifyingly disciplined and systematic. From what he gathered, the pirate captain was nothing but a hulking, muscle-bound mutant. Even so, he knew better than to underestimate him, mentally marking the boss as a high-priority threat. Shaking off the tactical thoughts, he looked down at his bouncing, gelatinous companion. It still blew his mind that he, a solitary apex predator, was casually teaming up with a bubble amoeba. If the hardcore players from his old gaming days saw this, they would absolutely lose their minds. The Amorph race was strictly designed for brutal, lone wolf gameplay. And truth be told, the man behind the monster had never been the friendly team player type in his past life either. The cold, hard reality was settling in. This world was rapidly breaking all the established rules of the game he thought he had mastered. The unknown variables sent a shiver of pure anxiety down his spine. But underneath the fear, a dark, overwhelming thrill of excitement was starting to boil. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the command center, the hulking pirate boss narrowed his mutated eyes. Something in the air felt deeply, dangerously wrong. Forged in the bloody trenches of intergalactic war, the captain ran his pirate crew like a hardened military unit. He tolerated zero sloppiness when it came to protocol. His men knew the brutal punishments for breaking the rules. A seasoned officer simply wouldn't hand the radio to a grunt during a vital sector sweep. The dormant, wild instincts pulsing through his mutant DNA were screaming at him like roaring sirens. He was walking blindfolded straight into a deadly trap. With a low, menacing growl, he alerted his elite guards that the laboratory squad had been compromised. He immediately ordered his remaining forces to converge on the lab. Turning his terrifying gaze to the ship's frantic doctor, he demanded the exact coordinates for the escape pods and the main engine core. Trembling under the mutant's crushing aura, the terrified medic hurriedly brought up the ship's holographic blueprints. A fiery wrath was burning a hole in the captain's chest. Nobody, absolutely nobody, had the right to sneak aboard his prized warship and slaughter his crew. He was a survivor above all else. He would secure a bloody escape route and leave a massive explosive charge in the engine room to blow the invader to cosmic dust. He had already calculated the risks. With a nuclear-infused engine powering the vessel, a localized explosive was all he needed. The moment he evacuated to safety, he would detonate the charge remotely, vaporizing that nightmare creature along with the entire ship. It was a ruthless gambit. He knew damn well that every single one of his men on board would be reduced to ash. But loyalty meant nothing to a pirate captain. The galaxy was crawling with desperate scum, begging to join a crew. He only needed 2 survivors, Manal and the ship's doctor. Summoning the terrified medic, the interrogation began. He demanded to know the monster's fatal flaw. But when the trembling doctor confessed he knew absolutely nothing, a lethal fury flared in the boss's eyes. The towering pirate leaned in, his bloodthirsty aura demanding a proper answer. Yet, the doctor desperately swore on his life that he was telling the truth. The boss scowled. He knew this medic was a spineless coward, which made the situation even more chilling. If the doctor was giving such a pathetic answer, his terror of the beast had completely eclipsed his fear of his own captain. Frustrated, the boss demanded every single detail. He needed to know exactly what kind of abomination they were hunting. With a trembling voice, the doctor described a living nightmare, a phantom that hunted from the shadows. He babbled that the creature devoured men in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a drop of blood or a scrap of flesh behind. It was a silent massacre. The crew wouldn't even realize someone had vanished until hours after the slaughter. The boss scoffed at the horror story, chalking it up to the sheer incompetence of his idiot crewmates. But the doctor frantically shook his head, defending the vessel's state-of-the-art security grid. There were countless thermal sensors and motion trackers, guarding every inch of the ship. Yet, this horrific entity slipped through the impenetrable net with ease, slaughtering its prey completely undetected. It wasn't just a monster. It was an absolute phantom of death. Deep down, the boss thought it sounded like absolute nonsense. But the sheer, unadulterated panic in the doctor's eyes proved he wasn't lying. Trusting his gut, he decided to rally his men. Barking orders through the comms, he announced a sudden shift in their survival strategy. He ordered an immediate regroup before they even approached the laboratory. Watching from the shadows, Amorph smirked at the captain's sharp instincts. The pirate leader hadn't fallen for Amorph's flawless mimicry. an illusion so perfect it easily deceived ordinary humans. Perhaps it was the primal intuition of a mutated Hulk bloodline, but no matter how sharp his instincts were, it was far too late to run. Amorph unleashed his heightened sensory perception. He could hear the pirates grumbling in annoyance, entirely unaware they were marching straight to their doom. It was time to test a brand new hunting strategy, a deadly evolution of his combat tactics. His writhing tentacles seamlessly fused with the surrounding flora. He had officially initiated the nest maneuver. Through the sprawling network of roots and branches, his cognitive perception expanded exponentially. His consciousness surged like a tidal wave through the ship's architecture, hijacking the very walls and corridors of the vessel. The biological integration was an absolute success. Unknowingly, the heavily armed pirates were now marching directly inside the monster's stomach. Suddenly, the mercenaries froze. The metallic walls around them were pulsing with wriggling vines. With a single thought, Amorph triggered his paralytic spores. A pitch-black mist erupted from the flora, instantly suffocating the trapped crew. White foam poured from their lips as the neurotoxin instantly shattered their nervous systems. Amorph realized this domain-type ability would be far more flawless once he reached his juvenile evolution stage. He had only unleashed this technique out of sheer curiosity, but the devastating results exceeded all expectations. However, a massive wave of vertigo suddenly washed over him. The technique had completely drained his stamina reserves. The rapid energy consumption triggered a ravenous, soul-burning hunger. Just then, number 26 bounced joyfully toward him, innocently asking where he was headed. The little companion cheerfully invited him to a feast, knowing exactly how starved the monster felt. Moments later, our monstrous protagonist snatched up a fresh corpse. His razor-sharp teeth effortlessly tore through muscle and sinew in a brutal frenzy. As he feasted, he mused over the pathetic nature of pirates. They would abandon their fallen comrades without a second thought. But for an apex predator like Amorph, that lack of loyalty was an absolute blessing. It meant a free buffet with zero resistance. Beside him, number 26 happily munched away, enjoying the macabre banquet just as much. Amorph mentally calculated his evolutionary progress. Out of the 7 fresh kills, 5 were cybernetically enhanced. Adding them to his current stockpile, he now possessed 8 cyborg cores. He was only 2 meals away from hitting his absolute limit. His ascension to the dreaded juvenile stage was finally within reach. But what about the remaining targets? His sensors picked up the 5 surviving cyborgs, making a frantic escape. They had desperately barricaded themselves inside the combat training room. Amorph's mandibles clicked in dark amusement, wondering why they chose that specific slaughterhouse. He deduced that the desperate scum believed the open arena would grant them a tactical advantage and a clearer line of sight. The spacious layout of the training room offered the perfect cinematic angles for an absolute massacre. But there was one massive complication. The previous crew had possessed the exact same thought. What was once a sanctuary for forging comrade bonds had already been violently transformed by Amorph into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Even through the heavy steel doors, Amorph could taste the thick pheromones of fear and hear the ragged, terrified breaths of the pirates. Stepping inside, the sight of the unimaginable carnage must have sent paralyzing shockwaves through their very souls. Sensing the impending chaos, he ordered number 26 to fall back. Things were about to get incredibly bloody. Having already butchered over 20 humans in this room, crushing 5 more insignificant bugs would not make a single difference. Without a fraction of hesitation, Amorph launched forward like a nightmare incarnate. A desperate storm of gunfire rained down. But the bullets harmlessly ricocheted off his impenetrable armor as the monstrous predator steadily closed the distance. Cursing his utterly useless firearms, one pirate realized bullets were a joke against this cosmic terror and angrily tossed his weapon aside. Reaching into his arsenal, he ignited a blazing energy sword. Pumping himself up with false bravado, he roared out his title, claiming to be the second in command of the notorious Dra cartel. He wildly swung the glowing blade, foolishly daring the apex predator to step within his striking range. But Amorph's hyper-evolved senses instantly analyzed the threat. It was a high-frequency sonic blade, a weapon genuinely capable of piercing his reinforced outer shell. However, the deadliest weapon in the universe is completely worthless if the fool wielding it lacks true mastery. His subsidiary sensory organs scanned the arrogant target. The biological verdict? Just an ordinary human in his 30s, his body completely ruined by a degenerate lifestyle. It was the classic, arrogant downfall of a reckless space pirate. The human desperately swung his sonic blade, but Amorph casually evaded the strike and delivered a devastating flesh-tearing swipe. Sent flying into a pile of heavy dumbbells, the pirate continued to spit venomous curses. But the apex predator did not pause its relentless hunt for even a second. Amorph felt a flicker of genuine astonishment. This pathetic human was the most stubbornly persistent prey he had encountered since the legendary Arnold. Showing a twisted sense of mercy, the beast decided to grant him a swift execution before the true agony could set in. With a lethal, lightning-fast strike of his razor-sharp tail, the cartel boss was silenced forever. Only 4 preys remained. As he tracked their terrified scent toward the dressing room, a glowing system window abruptly materialized before his eyes. The notification immediately sparked his curiosity. Having absorbed enough human gene essence, the system offered him the chance to unlock a trait called human nature. What sort of twisted evolution could this mysterious characteristic possibly bring? The title felt dangerously comprehensive, and surviving in the cosmos meant trusting absolutely nothing. Should he really risk accepting this unknown power? In this brutal game of cosmic survival, thousands of bizarre and terrifying characteristics existed. Yet, evolution always came with a deadly price. Take the mutant rampage trait, for example. It granted double the brute strength, but completely destroyed the user's rational mind, turning them into a mindless beast. Some evolutionary paths were nothing more than cursed traps, where the lethal drawbacks heavily outweighed the shiny benefits. And in this merciless system, characteristics with such mysteriously broad names were almost always a one-way ticket to death. After all, this dystopian universe was an absolute nightmare, crawling with the most vicious entities imaginable. You had the terrifying Star Union, forcefully abducting humans to create soulless, obedient cyborgs, and the dreaded Megacore, playing God by engineering uncontrollable biological monstrosities. These corporate titans mutated genes like mere toys. In a dark galaxy governed by such twisted apex species, human civilization was nothing but raw, expendable material. Knowing this grim reality, there was zero chance this trait would grant anything resembling noble or pure human qualities. He deeply analyzed the terrifying possibilities. What if this trait forcibly amplified weak, crippling human emotions? For an Amorph that thrives on pure logic and intellect, sudden bursts of empathy would be a fatal flaw. The risk was simply astronomical. He immediately moved to reject the offer. But right at that split second, his subsidiary sensory organs violently twitched, practically screaming at him to stop and reconsider. A sudden instinct washed over him. Could this mysterious human essence hold an unforeseen, game-changing value? His tiny sensory tentacles had never steered him into a deadly trap before. Putting his absolute faith in his own evolutionary instincts, he made the ultimate gamble. He slammed the accept button. A blinding flash of cosmic light engulfed his vision. And then, absolutely nothing happened. He frantically inspected his monstrous form, but no new weapons or physical mutations had sprouted from his body. Searching his core for any signs of debilitating guilt or empathy, he felt nothing but his usual cold, calculating void. The realization hit him. This human nature was an entirely psychological evolution. Just 3 more targets to consume. Soon, Amorph's system would unlock the highly coveted superpower enhancement evolution. His latent human nature acted as a supreme survival instinct. It guided his choices in critical moments, ensuring every risky gamble yielded massive rewards. Scratching his monstrous head, he mused that this unique trait was neither a divine blessing nor a deadly curse. Pushing those thoughts aside, he focused his predatory gaze on the thrill of fulfilling his evolution conditions. Breaking the silence, Number 26 cautiously approached his side, checking if his terrifying companion was all right. His voice trembled slightly as he asked if something was terribly wrong. Number 26 pointed out that Amorph had frozen like a statue, an unsettling sight for the ever-moving predator. Deep within his darkened soul, Amorph scoffed at the unnecessary concern. Without missing a beat, the deadly duo resumed their hunt. The intoxicating scent of terrified space pirates wafted through the training facility. To Amorph, they were an all-you-can-eat buffet, and nobody was leaving alive. The corridors had transformed into a crimson ocean. Desperate screams echoed through the cold metal halls, begging for a savior who would never come. Gripping his blaster with sweat-drenched hands, one surviving pirate shook like a leaf in a hurricane. Cowering inside a pitch-black storage locker, absolute terror consumed his mind. Was he destined to be the monster's next meal? Desperately bargaining with fate, he convinced himself he was a decent guy. Surely the universe would not let him die in such a gruesome way. Suddenly, a spine-chilling creak shattered the silence. As the agonizing scraping sound drew closer, the icy grip of death wrapped around his throat. Trembling in the shadows, he prayed to the heavens. He desperately begged for Chief Zubaka to watch over him from above. While the pathetic man silently pleaded for his life, Amorph's predatory senses had already locked onto his exact coordinates. Heavy footsteps seemed to echo past the locker, fading into the distance. The pirate exhaled a shaky breath, believing he had cheated death. Hope blossomed in his chest. He would escape this slaughterhouse, flee across the galaxy, and seek ultimate sanctuary in the Star Union. He nervously peeked through the locker's narrow vents. But in that split second, a razor-sharp appendage blasted through the solid metal, violently impaling his stomach. Horrifying, slender claws slipped through the jagged breach. With terrifying, unstoppable force, the monster ripped the heavy steel doors wide open. The pirate's eyes widened in absolute despair. Staring back at him was a nightmare incarnate, flashing a sinister smile of blood-drenched, jagged fangs. A blood-curdling shriek ripped from his throat. But the scream was instantly silenced as the apex predator devoured him whole. Useless cybernetic limbs clattered onto the bloody floor. Chewing on his fresh prey, Amorph chuckled darkly. In his domain, playing hide-and-seek was a fatal mistake. The death toll had now reached 11 slaughtered cyborgs. He only needed to consume one more genetic sequence. However, a massive obstacle stood in his path. His final target was locked inside the command center, alongside the one being he desperately wanted to avoid. A terrifying presence lurked in there, a genetically modified monster in human skin. Without a doubt, it was an elite from the infamous Eugene bloodline. Changing his battle strategy, our anti-hero decided to sever the head of the snake. He would hunt the pirate captain first. Suddenly, his microscopic sensory tentacles twitched wildly. A violent surge of killing intent locked onto his position. A barrage of blazing laser fire tore through the air, accompanied by a storm of vicious curses. With inhuman agility, Amorph effortlessly evaded the lethal blasts. Digging his claws into the metal ceiling, he hung like a gargoyle. Below him stood the pirate boss, radiating pure wrath over the slaughter of his entire crew and his trusted lieutenant. The predator had not expected the prey to hunt him down, but a sinister smirk crossed his face. This saved him the trouble of tracking the captain down. Staring at the towering behemoth, Amorph practically drooled. A Hulk-class mutant was a legendary treasure trove of premium combat genes. This was the absolute perfect appetizer. He would harvest this brute's supreme genetic essence, powering up before facing the true nightmare in the command center. Scanning the room, his predatory eyes caught sight of an unexpected guest. The temporary leader of the medical faction was standing alongside the enemy. A flicker of surprise crossed Amorph's mind. To think a supposed man of medicine would sell his soul to a band of ruthless space pirates. In the end, betrayals meant nothing to a hungry beast. Traitor or pirate, they all tasted exactly the same. Whispering softly, he ordered number 26 to fall back into the shadows. Trembling with genuine fear, the little companion pleaded with Amorph, begging him not to underestimate this towering juggernaut. Exuding absolute confidence, the apex predator simply scoffed. There was zero reason to fear a walking slab of meat. Nodding obediently, number 26 flattened his body against the steel wall. His skin shifted rapidly until he was completely invisible as he whispered a final prayer for his precious baby to be careful. Now alone, Amorph analyzed his opponent. He had to admit, the sheer suffocating aura rolling off the boss was astronomically higher than anticipated. The mutant was a walking mountain of muscle. Standing over 3 meters tall, his hulking frame looked capable of crushing titanium with bare hands. Any normal fighter would have surrendered instantly. Facing a biologically enhanced Hulk mutant was nothing short of a guaranteed death sentence. But for Amorph, this was not terror, it was pure, unadulterated excitement. Meanwhile, the surviving pirates in the command center watched the impending clash through the security monitors with bated breath. The tension in the room was suffocating. One anxious pirate broke the silence, desperately suggesting they rush out to back up their captain. However, his comrades violently shot the idea down. Disobeying orders was suicide, and their absolute directive was to stay put and protect Manu at all costs. The pirates barked at Manol, demanding a concrete timeline for her work. Without breaking focus, she calmly stated she was at the finish line. One brute sneered, wondering why cracking this piece of garbage system was taking an absolute eternity. Letting out a heavy sigh, Manal explained the terrifying reality of a megacorp battleship's artificial intelligence. This was the undisputed pinnacle of space engineering and computer science, a technological masterpiece that could never be dismantled in mere seconds. But the scientific jargon completely flew over the pirates' thick skulls. They simply growled, ordering her to speed things up. Hidden behind her screen, she secretly praised Arnold's flawless execution. The monster had brilliantly masked its presence with a thick smokescreen. But such cheap tricks were useless against her remote viewing abilities. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the beast clear out the entire laboratory, successfully securing the precious gene samples. What a terrifyingly cunning predator! The data logs confirmed it completely bypassed the junk, targeting only the elite genetic material. This proved one chilling fact. The monstrosity fully understood how to weaponize its own innate abilities. A thrilling hypothesis crossed her mind. Was this beast absorbing foreign DNA to trigger its own monstrous evolution? If true, this creature was cut from the exact same cloth as her. And that guaranteed one absolute certainty. The pirate boss, Elchen, was destined to lose. After all, Elchen was nothing but a counterfeit beast. A mere puppet, forcefully enhanced by the ambitions of lesser men. She saw him as a pathetic, artificial existence, a fool who did not even understand the genetic blueprint of his own flesh. Her patience for his arrogance had completely run dry. His imminent demise was literally music to her ears. And as for these brainless pirates, they had officially outlived their usefulness. It was time to clean house and limit the amount of genetic fodder the monster could consume. The thugs demanded to know if the hacking was complete, but her sudden shift in demeanor left them utterly paralyzed. You see, the woman known as Manal operated under many terrifying titles. Slowly sliding off her glasses, the air around her turned freezing cold. In a flash of lethal grace, a deadly blade extended from her forearm. Megacorp's enemies whispered her name in terror, calling her the Helix Witch. But within elite circles, she was revered as Shadow, a figure of absolute dread. To the supreme head of the clan, Akira Eugene, she was simply designated as Code White. But long ago, the man she once called father bestowed upon her the name Se-hyun. She was the ultimate masterpiece of the Eugene family's genetic engineering, the true, forgotten heir to an empire built on blood and science. Meanwhile, the tension in the main chamber reached its breaking point. The boss made his first, heavy move. With explosive force, he launched a devastating assault right at the apex predator. But Amorph danced around the strike with terrifying agility. Deflecting the blow with a flick of its claws, the beast whipped a counter-strike straight into Elchin's metallic leg. The heavy impact sent the boss staggering backward, a low groan of pain escaping his lips. Suddenly, as Amorph's tentacle slammed against a nearby capsule, static filled the air. A violent surge of electricity coursed through the beast's supersensory organs. The realization hit the monster like a freight train. The cunning boss had secretly planted a pulse grenade right under its nose. Did this foolish human mistake him for a lowly mechanical battle android? If so, it was a hilariously fatal miscalculation. Yet, the tactical weapon choice was surprisingly brilliant. The boss had just confirmed that this horror was definitely not a synthetic weapon from the Star Union. Glaring at the apex predator, Elchin tested the waters, asking if the beast could comprehend human speech. Pushing back his thick hair, a sinister modification was brought to light. A glowing red button was deeply embedded right into his own flesh. Amorph narrowed its predatory eyes. Was this some desperate last resort rampage switch? A twisted smirk crept across the boss's face. He revealed that the ship's nuclear reactor was wired to blow, and the detonator was perfectly synchronized with his beating heart. The ultimatum was brutally simple. If he dies, this entire starship turns into a blinding sun, vaporizing everyone on board. Never one to be easily bluffed, Amorph immediately activated its hypersensory perception to scan the room. The doctor's physiological reactions confirmed the terrifying truth. The boss was not bluffing. The beast calculated the odds in a fraction of a second. The only variable that mattered now was if the boss actually had the nerve to pull the trigger. Reading the hesitation in the monster's stance, Elchin realized he had struck a nerve. This nightmarish being actually valued its own survival. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. High intelligence, a transcendent physical form, and the undeniable arrogance of an apex predator. Such a supreme existence would never embrace a meaningless death. Its absolute will to live was its only exploitable weakness. Pushed to the absolute brink, Elchin took the ultimate gamble. He slammed his blade directly into the embedded button on his skull. Instantly, his biological makeup spiraled out of control. His very cells began violently mutating, twisting into something terrifyingly abnormal. The mutation was accelerating at a terrifying pace. The boss threw his head back, coughing up dark blood as a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. As his skeleton twisted and warped, right before his eyes, the man morphed into an unstoppable primal beast. Panting heavily, the monster unleashed a deafening roar. Watching the horrific transformation, Amorph could only think one thing. What an absolute abomination. This was no simple gene splicing. Something far more sinister was twisting the very fabric of his DNA. With a single devastating stomp, the colossal beast completely shattered the solid ground beneath his feet. Amorph instantly recognized that terrifying aura. The bastard had injected himself with the DNA of a mountain crawler. Legendary creatures of the wasteland, feared as the dragons of the rocks, due to their absolutely impenetrable armor. Letting out another earth-shaking bellow, the behemoth lunged forward with speeds that defied his massive size. Amorph whipped his lethal tail toward the enemy's chest. But his eyes widened at the sight of the explosive. He hesitated for a split second, and that tiny mistake cost him a brutal strike. The mutant boss sneered, expecting his prey to crumble. But shock crossed his monstrous face when Amorph stood his ground, completely unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, our main character vanished into the shadows, retreating at lightning speed. Fury blazed in the beast's eyes. He let out a feral snarl, furious that Amorph had effortlessly slipped out of his lethal range. Amorph's entire body throbbed with blinding agony. If it were not for his insanely durable skull, that single blow would have instantly turned his brains to mush. But something did not add up. Why use the bomb as a threatening shield, only to launch a surprise attack aimed straight for the head? The horrifying truth dawned on him. The enemy was not just a mindless brute. He was playing a filthy, psychological game. The hulking monstrosity taunted him, claiming that any counterattack would be completely useless. Amorph quickly calculated his odds. Unless he could land a critical strike directly on the heart, His options for inflicting fatal damage were painfully close to zero. The monster's rocky armor was overwhelmingly thick, a terrifying defense that nothing short of a high-grade plasma weapon could ever hope to pierce. Still, victory was not entirely out of reach. Amorph knew he could secure the win if he could just manage to inject his venom through a single, tiny crack. But the mutant was terrifyingly sharp. Anticipating the lethal strike, he locked his sights directly on Amorph's deadly tail. The behemoth charged like a runaway freight train, yet an icy calm washed over our protagonist, because that sweeping tail was far from his only deadly weapon. He twisted his body, gracefully dodging the crushing blow. He bounded backward, narrowly evading a relentless storm of ferocious strikes. Deadly toxins dripped from his very fangs and claws. If he could just shatter that impenetrable shell, a single scratch would guarantee his victory. His mind raced at top speed. How could he completely obliterate the absolute defense that this arrogant monster boasted about? And that is exactly when his eyes landed on it. His hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sonic blade. Every single Hulk-class mutant shares one fatal flaw, an undeniable weakness baked into their very genes. It was a battle of endurance now. Amorph just had to survive the onslaught, until the beast's massive drawback finally revealed itself. This dark and chaotic cargo hold, the very birthplace where he first opened his eyes, was the absolute perfect hunting ground to stall for time. A deafening, thunderous rumble violently shook the metal walls of the arena. The berserk giant bulldozed after his prey. He smashed through heavy steel crates like they were made of paper, blinded by pure, unadulterated rage. A swarm of massive roaches scattered in terror. But in a flash of movement, Amorph's tail viciously skewered one of the fleeing insects. He casually devoured his sickening snack, quickly analyzing that going head-to-head against such monstrous physical power was nothing short of a death wish. Hulk mutants possess godlike strength and terrifying speed, but their massive bodies burn through stamina at an alarming rate. It was only a matter of time. Soon, the beast would be violently gasping for air, forced into a mandatory cooldown phase. So, our protagonist danced around the danger zone, continuously baiting the monster into wasting every last drop of his energy. No matter how much willpower the boss had, his biological limits would inevitably paralyze him. The ultimate strategy was simple: bide his time. Meanwhile, the enraged mutant roared into the darkness, demanding to know where the pathetic insect was hiding. Melting perfectly into the pitch-black shadows, Amorph held his breath, patiently waiting for the golden window of opportunity. But a chilling thought crossed his mind. This monstrous bastard possesses not one but two beating hearts. The ultimate gamble was laid out before him. Which of those cursed hearts held the trigger to the explosive? Basic biology dictated that the primary organ pumped on the left side. Logically speaking, the twisted freak must have wired the detonator there. But this was no ordinary brainless mutant. Amorph knew firsthand just how cunning and devious this enemy truly was. Making a blind assumption could instantly blow him to pieces. There was absolutely no room for a fatal guessing game. Suddenly, a blood-chilling shadow loomed over him. The beast had tracked him down. Instinct kicked in, and Amorph launched himself into a desperate sprint for survival. But the behemoth refused to let up. Taunting him as a coward, the Hulk-like mutant charged forward. Searing steam hissed from his massive frame as he began to pant. Amorph's predatory instincts caught that subtle shift. The enhancements had clearly minimized the brute's cooldown period. By all biological logic, his massive muscles should have burned out and seized up by now. Yet his terrifying momentum remained unbroken, only his movement speed taking a slight hit. It seemed the monster couldn't completely erase the physical toll of his rampage. Seizing the microscopic opening, Amorph launched himself into the fray, striking from the brute's blind spot. But the giant reacted instantly, tearing a massive stone slab from the earth and hurling it like a missile. Amorph twisted through the air in a breathtaking display of agility, dodging the crushing debris before touching down, lightly upon the ruined battlefield. An ear-splitting roar tore from the giant's throat as he brought down a devastating strike, directly onto Amorph's skull. The impact was earth-shattering, but Amorph simply gritted his fangs and swallowed the pain. His legendary endurance paid off. Finding the perfect angle, he unleashed his hidden trump card, shattering the brute's reinforced bones with a sickening crunch. Without missing a beat, Amorph sank his terrifying jaws into the exposed flesh. Lethal, fast-acting venom pumped straight into the giant's bloodstream. The grotesque mountain of muscle shrieked in sheer agony from the sudden burning torment. Blinded by absolute fury, he hurled Amorph violently into the solid concrete wall. The hulking beast wound up for a skull-crushing execution blow. But suddenly, the world spun around him. A wicked, predatory grin stretched across Amorph's face. The giant stared in pure horror as uncontrollable tremors wrecked his massive body. His pillar-like legs turned to jelly. Gravity claimed its victory as the colossal mutant crashed helplessly into the dust. Yet, Amorph's calculating eyes narrowed. The paralysis was working, but painfully slow compared to its devastating effect on ordinary humans. By his calculations, the deadly toxins should have completely hijacked the brute's nervous system by now. The fallen giant pathetically wheezed for backup, but Amorph silenced him forever by driving his razor-sharp tail straight through his throat. Blood sprayed as he ruthlessly butchered the grotesque carcass. He tore through enhanced muscle until his claws struck. Exactly what he was hunting for. A highly volatile detonator, surgically wired directly into a mutated secondary heart on the right side, a rigged deadman switch designed to activate upon violent impact. This bioengineered core was the very thing keeping the brute's genetic instability from tearing him apart. A chilling realization hit him. The beast had deliberately tried to provoke a fatal blow, aiming for a suicidal double kill since destroying the heart meant certain death anyway. Disarming such a delicate trigger mechanism would require absolute precision and time, but to the victor go the spoils. And Amorph fully intended to feast upon the beast's premium genetic data as his hard-earned reward. Just then, an urgent transmission crackled from number 26. His subordinate frantically urged him to maintain absolute stealth. Number 26's voice trembled with dread. They had walked right into a death trap. Before Amorph could demand answers, his innate danger sense screamed, a deafening warning. A terrifying premonition of absolute destruction flashed before his eyes, showing his own gruesome demise. The precognition made it crystal clear. Lingering in this spot for even another microsecond would result in an apocalyptic blast of hellfire, obliterating both him and number 26 into ash. Ice water ran through his veins as sheer terror paralyzed him. Snapping out of the shock, he exploded into motion with blistering speed. He snatched number 26 out of thin air. A split second later, an absolute inferno erupted right where they just stood. From the searing flames, the terrifying figure of Sihan emerged. Her cold eyes narrowed as she realized her prey had dodged the execution. A flicker of dangerous curiosity crossed her face. How on earth did a mere beast anticipate an attack of that caliber? She was supposed to be the final boss on Amorph's hit list. He never calculated that this apex predator would personally hunt him down so soon. His predatory gaze locked onto the lethal, gleaming blade extending directly from her flesh. Her biological signature was utterly terrifying. A monstrous chimera, spliced with the legendary white Galagon and the horrifying essence of an unknown, supreme life form. Dozens of other apex genetic traits radiated from her overwhelming aura. Cold logic instantly told Amorph the brutal truth. Facing her now meant absolute suicide. Every survival instinct in his biology screamed at him to run. He desperately needed to fall back and evolve before attempting this raid. Meanwhile, the dying behemoth on the ground weakly looked up, recognizing Si-hyun's terrifying silhouette. He choked out her name in a final plea. With a chilling smile, she praised his sacrifice and ruthlessly drove her blade into him. The devastating thrust shattered the mutated heart and pierced the detonator directly. Her objective was absolute. She would blow the entire sector to hell rather than let this cosmic anomaly slip away. Amorph was backed into the ultimate corner. His supercomputer brain went into overdrive, calculating his impossible odds of survival. The death blow to the behemoth had just started the countdown to their fiery apocalypse. Launching a head-on assault right now? That would be absolute suicide. He forced his killer instincts down, choosing to analyze this terrifying predator instead. His gaze locked onto her eyes. Something was completely off about them. Could those be the legendary eyes of the outer space observer? Or perhaps the penetrating gaze of a daredevil? Breaking the suffocating tension, Si-hyun pitched a chilling proposal. Inger state. Seeing a twisted reflection of herself in him, she offered a merciful deal. Bow down, serve her, and become her obedient little pet. She had already seen through his nature, as a creature bound by genetic evolution. With supreme arrogance, she declared herself his absolute master, beckoning him to surrender his free will. Amorph's mind raced. The overwhelmingly powerful Si-hyun Eugene was literally demanding his absolute servitude. A cold wind swept past them. His survival instincts confirmed it. She was dead serious. After all, an apex predator has no reason to lie to its prey. His eyes darted to the lethal blade mounted on her wrist, the terrifying claw of Galaron. Even his reinforced armor would be sliced like paper against that nightmarish weapon. And that was just a fraction of her deadly arsenal. Just then, number 26 nervously called out to him. Logically speaking, kneeling before her was the only way to survive. Seeing his hesitation, a triumphant smirk crept across Si-hyun's face. Slowly, Amorph took a step toward her. She purred with satisfaction, praising his so-called wise decision. Number 26 gently patted him. A silent promise that she would face this fate together with him. But behind his monstrous exterior, a human mind was calculating. Si-hyun had absolutely no idea why he cherished this specific avatar. She couldn't possibly comprehend his obsession with this notoriously trash-tier character, or why the gaming forums crowned him the ultimate Amorph fanatic. The answer was thrillingly simple: absolute, unrestricted freedom of choice. Through every single rebellious decision, this creature held the terrifying potential for infinite evolutionary growth. That boundless potential was exactly why he loved this monster. So right now, submitting wasn't even an option. Stopping mere inches from his predator, Amorph lowered his head in a mock display of obedience. Number 26 gasped, instantly sensing the dangerous shift in his aura. Completely oblivious, Sihun reached down to claim her prize, cooing praises for her new obedient pet. Boom! The illusion shattered. In a flash of defiance, Amorph blasted a highly corrosive poison directly into her arrogant face. Without missing a beat, he launched himself backward and dashed into the shadows like a blur. Blinded and burning, Sihun didn't scream. Instead, a twisted, euphoric grin stretched across her face. Her prey had chosen the path of war. Blazing torrents of fire erupted from her hands, scorching the ground behind him, but the monstrous runaway didn't even look back. He wasn't foolish. He knew she possessed overwhelming power. She was, without a doubt, the ultimate boss he had encountered since reincarnating. But so what? He had faced impossible odds before, and he was the one who always stood victorious at the end. It was time to give this arrogant hunter a lethal lesson. Raw combat power isn't everything in a fight for survival. Meanwhile, in another sector, the metallic floor groaned under a massive, trembling hand. The Hulk-like mutant violently shoved himself up, vicious curses spilling from his bloodied lips. Betrayal burned in his veins like battery acid. He swore to the heavens he would drag that traitor down and relish every second of her desperate begging. Pure rage consumed him as he stared at the shattered remnants of his precious device. The grim reality set in. If he didn't breach the engine room within 10 minutes, his life was forfeit. But a monstrous, stubborn will to survive fueled his broken body. Dragging his massive frame toward the engine room, his pride roared in his mind. He wasn't some weak cannon fodder, he was the indestructible Elchin Devara. Back in the labyrinth, Amorph was pushing his physical limits in a desperate sprint for survival. Trembling with concern, number 26 asked if his wounds were tearing him apart. Brushing off the agony, he assured her he was perfectly fine. When she questioned him in disbelief, a gentle pat from his monstrous claw silently promised that he had this under control. But his mind was calculating 1,000,000 miles a minute. Those daredevil eyes granted her piercing X-ray vision, rendering any stealth or ambush tactics completely useless. Slipping into the shadows was a fool's errand. She would hunt him down like a beacon in the dark. Worse yet, his instincts screamed that her sensory network went far beyond just visual tracking. The countdown to his destruction was ticking. He was operating on borrowed time, and playing a game of hide-and-seek would only dig his own grave faster. He knew perfectly well that Sehun had already caught on. She saw right through his anxiety about the ticking explosive, and because of that, she would absolutely expect him to make a desperate dash for the escape pod. Her next move was entirely predictable. She would block the hangar entrance and completely corner him. It was the perfect trap. Cut off his only escape route, then crush him instantly with her overwhelming strength. A textbook tactical maneuver. Ironically, it was the exact same strategy he had used to annihilate the space pirates. This was not just a random brawl anymore. It felt exactly like a high-stakes PvP match against a veteran gamer. The bomb was a distraction. He made a cold-blooded choice. His sole focus had to be completely destroying the enemy before him. As for her hidden trump cards, he would just have to figure them out in the heat of battle. But there was one massive problem. His current attack and defense stats were pitifully low compared to her monstrous level. His mind raced, calculating countless survival routes. And then, a brilliant realization struck him like lightning. The hidden treasure inside the laboratory. With that single item, he could completely flip the script on her. The legendary compound known as sonium. Ingesting, it would artificially force his biological evolution, granting him the devastating power of a juvenile form for a strictly limited time. Sehun's signature technique, the deadly sword dance, was a legendary Galagon martial art, heavily infused with lethal psychic energy. And in his current infant state, his psychic resistance was an absolute zero. A single hit would vaporize him. But the moment he evolved into a juvenile, his biological defenses would awaken, nullifying her psychic advantage entirely. Furthermore, since those terrifying claws were merely transplanted onto her body, his newly hardened carapace could easily absorb the impact. Not only that, but the evolution would finally unlock his long-range artillery capabilities. There was just one fatal flaw. The stamina drain of this form would be utterly catastrophic. It was a brutal race against the clock. He had to execute her completely before the timer hit 0. But he could not afford to hesitate. He gently told number 26 to wait safely on the side for a moment. As he placed the small creature down, number 26 tilted its head in confusion. He simply promised he would be right back with a game changer. His eyes frantically scanned the glowing laboratory shelves, and there it was, the ultimate cheat code. Back in his gaming days, consuming this merely triggered a simple buff icon on the screen. But in this terrifying new reality, he was about to experience the biological horror of forced mutation firsthand. Suddenly, number 26 desperately blocked his path. He paused, completely baffled by his tiny companion's sudden panic. The little alien remained utterly speechless, its entire body trembling and squiggling in absolute distress. He stared at his companion, wondering what invisible danger had triggered such intense anxiety. Under normal circumstances, he would have investigated the warning. But the Reaper was already knocking at their door. Time was up. Throwing caution to the wind, he downed the entire vial of mysterious liquid. Instantly, his dual hearts began hammering like war drums. Liquid fire surged through his veins. A sickening crunch echoed through the room as his bones aggressively fractured and expanded. His fragile infant carapace shattered into pieces, forcefully giving way to a monstrous new anatomy. Dense, terrifying muscle mass violently wove itself together. A blood-curdling roar tore from his throat as the agony peaked. The pain threatened to shatter his mind, but his sheer willpower violently rejected unconsciousness. He had to survive. The brutal metamorphosis surged forward. His pupils sharpened into those of an apex predator. His silhouette exploded in size, sprouting menacing horns and deadly extra limbs. Our protagonist was no longer a defenseless hatchling. He had transformed into an absolute titan of pure, unadulterated muscle. When an alien species hits this stage of evolution, you know the absolute slaughter is about to begin. Meanwhile, number 26 began bouncing off the walls with pure euphoria. The tiny companion was completely starstruck by the sudden mega glow-up. The forced biological evolution was a flawless success. Swiping open his system interface, the glorious blue text confirmed it. Stage 2 unlocked. Temporary juvenile form. But his rank was not the only thing that leveled up. His entire biostat sheet had undergone a massive overhaul. His basic reinforced plating? Completely overridden. He was now wearing the impenetrable armor of a monstrous exoskeleton. The glorious razor-sharp horns crowning his head were not just for show. They were lethal biological weapons, perfect for impaling his enemies with devastating charge attacks. Inspecting his newly forged anatomy, his eyes locked onto his left arm. A terrifying, naturally evolved bone spike launcher had manifested directly into his flesh. This biological cannon packed the destructive firepower of a high-grade plasma pistol, and its lethality could be boosted even further with his unique traits. But the ultimate prize? A shimmering anti-psychic barrier now coated his entire shell. The hunt was on, and the prey was about to become the predator. With this newfound armor, not even the dreaded Galagon claws could pierce his flesh. But every absolute power comes with a heavy price. He quickly checked his remaining time limit. Back in the game, the invincibility of Sonium only lasted for a mere 5 minutes. He had to bet his life that reality would follow those exact same rules. His heightened senses suddenly flared. Se-hyun was already closing in, meaning the clock was rapidly ticking. To tip the scales, Amorph unleashed a thick crimson mist, aiming to drain the monster's stamina before the real bloodbath began. Activating his link ability, he steeled his resolve. 5 minutes was nothing, meaning he had to end this match in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Se-hyun prowled down the darkened corridor like an apex predator hunting her prey. Her footsteps halted. Above her, a grotesque mass squirmed violently against the metal ceiling. Suddenly, it violently ruptured. Corrosive acid rained down, burning fiercely as it sizzled against her skin. But she merely unleashed a blazing inferno in response. The shockwave decimated the sector with a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Amorph felt the explosive tremors closing in. Snatching up number 26, he barked at him to brace for a frantic escape. Pushing his mutated muscles to their absolute limit, Amorph dashed through the ship like a blur. He already knew the terrifying truth. That demonic woman had undoubtedly obliterated his acid trap with a single, casual swing of her blade. His desperate gambit? Dragged this life-or-death battle straight into the belly of the nuclear reactor. In that highly volatile zone, even a battle maniac like her would be forced to hold back her devastating power. One reckless strike or stray wave of energy, and the entire facility would be wiped from existence. No matter what nightmarish genes she possessed, surviving atomic hellfire was simply an impossibility. The reactor was just one sector away. Victory was practically in his grasp. But then, his blood ran cold as he froze dead in his tracks. Se-hyun was already standing in his path. Her overwhelming killing intent signaled that playtime was officially over. Hurling number 26 completely out of the danger zone, Amorph turned to face a brutal barrage of scorching, crescent-shaped flames. The inferno swallowed him whole, yet against all odds he gritted his teeth and tanked the devastating blast. Enduring the searing agony was worth it. Through the fire, the fatal trajectory of her incoming claw strike was finally visible. A normal eye could never track that demonic speed. He realized his newly evolved sensory organ was actually doing its job. Seeing her ultimate strike perfectly evaded, Se-hyun tilted her head, a cold smirk of twisted curiosity forming on her lips. The metal floor shattered beneath Amorph's tremendous leg strength as he launched his counterattack. Se-hyun's eyes gleamed with pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Her blade bit deep into his flesh. But as the blood sprayed, she realized her prey's speed had exponentially multiplied. She whipped out a bone-crushing kick, only to strike empty air as Amorph flawlessly slipped past her flawless guard. He retaliated with a brutal, sweeping hook, but her supernatural reflexes allowed her to gracefully dance away from the heavy blow. The thrill of a real fight intoxicated her. She mockingly taunted him, laughing that his pathetic strikes were barely a warm-up. Exploiting her arrogance, Amorph abruptly coiled his mutated appendage around her waist, locking her in place while unleashing a lethal strike with his free arm. Death was mere inches away. But in a terrifying display of combat instinct, Se-hyun reacted faster than thought itself. A blinding flash of steel met flesh. She mercilessly parried the strike, cleanly severing a massive chunk of his grappling appendage. Wiping the dust from her shoulder, she venomously praised him for actually possessing the skills to force her onto the defensive. Suddenly, a sinister pink aura erupted from her body, violently forcing Amorph to break his hold. His eyes widened as he took in the terrifying sight of her blazing crimson hair. Before he could even blink, a spatial slash tore through the air, cleanly amputating the very tip of his tail from his body. Searing agony flared through his nervous system. Recognizing his tactical retreat, Se-hyun watched him bound backwards into the shadows. Her cunning mind instantly pieced it together. This mutant bastard actually recognized the legendary aura she was emitting. Sweating profusely, Amorph internally cursed his luck. This woman was a natural-born calamity, an absolute nightmare to fight. The red mist gene originated from a ruthless apex predator, a beast that completely dominated the brutal food chain of a distant jungle planet. Its flowing mane secreted a highly toxic, menacing pheromone capable of plunging its prey into mind-shattering hallucinations. If she had fully assimilated those terrifying genetics, one wrong breath could trap his mind in a perpetual nightmare. The stakes were higher than ever. He had to utterly crush her before his precious 5 minutes of sonium-fueled invincibility expired. Fear was the mind killer. Forcing his racing heart to steady, he locked his senses onto his target, waiting for that one microscopic opening. With a beastly roar, he launched himself back into the fray. And as the gap closed, Se-hyun's smile twisted into pure, bloodthirsty delight. Amorph barely managed to parry the blade in her right hand, but her left sword was already lunging straight for his heart. In a split-second reaction, Amorph unleashed a blinding spray of acid right at her face, forcing Se-hyun to violently flinch away. Seizing the opening, his blade tore through the air, completely severing her arm. Blazing fury ignited in Se-hyun's eyes. Creating distance, Amorph launched into a rapid retreat, firing a deadly barrage of bone-piercing spikes straight from his own body. Time seemed to slow down as the lethal projectiles rained down upon her. With a flurry of steel, she deflected every single spike. But in that brief exchange, Amorph finally unraveled the fatal flaw in her combat style. Her raw battle prowess was undeniable, easily rivaling the strongest of high-tier players. Yet unlike those elite rankers, she harbored a massive blind spot. The system restricted her from casting 2 different abilities at the exact same time. Se-hyun ground her teeth together, pure malice radiating from her aura. Hissing that he was nothing but a pathetic nuisance, she declared her absolute intent to obliterate him right then and there. Amorph's mind raced like a supercomputer. He desperately needed to calculate the exact cooldown time it took to swap her abilities. No matter how blindingly fast her reflexes were, a momentary lag in the system was absolutely guaranteed. He just had to pinpoint that microsecond where she reverted to a defenseless human. The instant he found that crack in her armor, his entire counterattack would begin. Exploding with sudden momentum, he charged straight into the danger zone to force her hand. Meanwhile, deep within her memories, Number 26 recalled the tragic tale of a tiny slime opening her eyes to a cold, crushing world. The intelligent races of the surface called it the abyssal seabed, but to her, it was simply home. It was a brutal realm of freezing darkness and bone-crushing pressure. Yet, she never saw it as a nightmare. She was constantly surrounded by the warm embrace of her protective kin. As the absolute lowest-ranking monsters, slimes lived in a constant, paralyzing terror of becoming prey. At least, that was the inescapable fate for a normal slime. But the moment she awakened her unique evolutionary trait, she transformed into the ultimate shield against the terrors of the deep. It wasn't long before she ascended as the undisputed alpha of her colony. Even then, her humble life remained blissfully simple. Sharing scraps of food and huddling together in the dark ocean depths was her entire universe of happiness. But destiny is a cruel master. When the agonizing screams of her kin pierced the water, she prayed to whatever gods were listening. She prayed with every fiber of her being that she possessed the strength to fulfill her duty as their alpha. She threw her life on the line to shield her beloved family, genuinely believing her sacrifice had bought their safety. Tragically, the cold reality of the world shattered her desperate delusion. No divine miracle descended from the surface, leaving behind only the unbearable weight of total defeat. Countless years faded into darkness. The failed guardian of the deep finally drifted back to consciousness. She awoke, confined in a suffocating, chemical-soaked isolation tank, a literal liquid hell. Trapped behind the glass, she was forced to witness the gruesome, systematic execution of the very family she swore to protect. By the time a twisted researcher holding a furry animal branded her as subject number 26, she was the last surviving slime in that nightmare facility. Rotting at the very bottom of this man-made abyss, she screamed a silent prayer for a savior to break her chains. If anyone, human or monster, pulled her from the dark, she swore upon her soul to become their absolute, unbreakable shield for all eternity. Snapping back to the blazing reality of the present, the only entity who ever answered that desperate prayer was our main character. And right now, her absolute savior was caught in a life-or-death struggle. Si-hyun shrieked in madness, sick and tired of this endless dance. Amorph maintained his tactical evasion, unleashing another devastating volley of spikes. Blinded by arrogance, she scoffed at his projectile tricks. But out of nowhere, Amorph closed the gap, whipping his razor-sharp limb in a deadly arc. Si-hyun barely contorted her body to dodge the lethal strike. Her blade cleaved the tip of his limb, sending a highly corrosive splash of acid straight onto her skin. Capitalizing on the chaos, Amorph lunged in for a crushing grapple, only to be met by a bone-rattling counterpunch. He had fully anticipated her system to trigger some sort of desperate defensive aura. But what he hadn't predicted was the monstrous, steel-like hide of an elite Vulfar goblin hardening her very flesh. With explosive force, Si-hyun drove her fist deep into Amorph's stomach, sending a shockwave through his entire being. A sickeningly cruel smile crept across her face. She whispered that a rabid pet who dares to bite its master must be ruthlessly broken. Agony ripped through Amorph's body from the brutal impact. But if she truly believed that was enough to put him down, she was dead wrong. Striking from the blind spot, Amorph made his move. His monstrous limbs coiled around her, hoisting her helpless form high into the air. But damn, she was built like a human tank. The sheer physical weight of her was absolutely staggering. That super alloy skin of hers offered god-tier defense, but it came with a massive penalty to her agility. This was the exact opening our monstrous protagonist needed. With a brutal thrust, he smashed her entire body against the steel bulkhead. Blazing fury ignited in Si-hyun's eyes as she glared daggers at the beast before her. Crackling electricity suddenly erupted from her core. Lethal, razor-sharp blades instantly deployed from her forearms, slicing through the air. Sensing the lethal danger, Amorph scrambled back with terrifying speed, but her flashing blades still managed to carve into his flesh. Blood oozed from multiple deep gashes across his body, but he gritted his teeth and endured the agonizing pain. He just had to hold on a little longer. The moment her relentless onslaught paused, he lunged forward for the kill. But Si-hyun easily ducked beneath his strike, wearing a mocking smirk as she taunted his sloppy aim. However, her arrogant smile quickly vanished. Amorph was staring right back at her, and his chilling gaze sent shivers straight down her spine. The horrifying truth finally hit her. He never actually missed his target, because from the very beginning, she was never his primary target at all. Our absolute menace of a protagonist had calculated everything. His devastating punch ripped a massive hole straight through the hull, exposing the spaceship's interior to the unforgiving vacuum of deep space. As the explosive decompression threatened to suck her out, Si-hyun desperately slammed her heavy blades deep into the floor to anchor herself. But when she whipped her head around, pure terror gripped her heart. The nightmare was already standing right behind her. Amorph had perfectly orchestrated this exact scenario. Faced with imminent doom, a desperate primal urge to survive awakened within Si-hyun. Thick veins violently bulged beneath her metallic skin, pulsing with dangerous, unstable energy. Backed into a corner, she recklessly forced a dual-skill activation, pushing her biological limits far past the breaking point to escape death's grasp. The very pigment of her body began to mutate, glowing with a blinding, terrifyingly pale aura. Refusing to let her power up, Amorph unleashed a barrage of lethal projectiles. But they uselessly ricocheted off her newly hardened armor. A victorious grin spread across Si-hyun's face. But out of nowhere, subject number 26 leaped into the fray, fiercely demanding she back away from the baby. Number 26 unleashed a high-voltage shockwave directly into Si-hyun's face. Caught completely off guard, the cyborg screamed out in absolute furious disbelief. A thunderous explosion violently rocked the cabin. The devastating blast completely obliterated Si-hyun's left eye, leaving a smoking, gruesome crater right in her skull. Before she could even register the pain, another ruthless shot tore through her. Number 26 swiftly bounded off her falling body, crying out for Amorph's backup. Moving with lightning reflexes, Amorph swooped in and caught his tiny ally just in the nick of time. But even with half her face blown off, Si-hyun's monstrous tenacity kept her fighting. Ending the struggle once and for all, Amorph grabbed her mangled torso and brutally crushed her against the bulkhead. As the chaotic winds howled, he strictly warned number 26 to hold on for dear life. His mind briefly lingered on the mysterious psychic energy that had just pulsed from his tentacles. But this wasn't the time to overthink his bizarre new abilities. Survival was the only thing that mattered right now. Without a second thought, Amorph ruthlessly dragged his defeated enemy's heavy corpse along the floor. Heavy, exhausted breaths escaped his lungs, yet he pushed forward. He had officially emerged victorious against an absolute powerhouse. Red alarm lights bathed the corridor. The environmental maintenance systems were completely offline, utterly failing to compensate for the massive hull breach. Under normal circumstances, a proper engineering crew would have scrambled to seal the disaster zone. They would have manually deployed emergency bulkheads and stabilized the crashing atmospheric pressure immediately. But this doomed vessel was manned by nothing but a bunch of disorganized space pirates. And those pathetic scumbags were far too busy hiding from our monstrous protagonist to fix anything. He knew for a fact that this floating metal coffin was officially beyond salvation. Right on cue, a terrifying, deafening groan echoed through the dying ship's core. Sensing something strange, Number 26 pointed out his mutating arm. Right before their eyes, his hardened, monstrous flesh began to crack and crumble away like dry clay. The combat transformation was finally reaching its time limit as the psionic energy faded. Surprisingly, Amorph felt a wave of relief, realizing this genetic regression wasn't agonizing at all. Though deep down, he really wished he could have kept that overwhelming power coursing through his veins just a bit longer. Nevertheless, the real prize he secured today was far more valuable than a temporary stat boost. According to the system's lore, top-tier megacorp rankers bragged about having over 1,000 absorbed genes, each one harvested from unimaginably rare and powerful entities. And Sihun wasn't just some random mob. She was a boss-tier NPC, easily rivaling the combat specs of a high-level veteran player, which meant that her metallic carcass was an absolute treasure trove of premium genetic material. Based on his previous devouring sessions, Amorph pragmatically guessed he might extract around 3 unique traits at maximum. Honestly, he'd be thrilled even if he only acquired a single skill, but he practically salivated at the hope of stealing her legendary technique, the devastating Claw of Galagon. The ultimate genetic lottery was about to begin, and our terrifying protagonist was more than ready to claim his hard-earned loot. His massive jaws unhinged, ready to devour Sihun whole. But just before his fangs could sink into flesh, a sudden premonition flashed before his eyes. A catastrophic vision flooded his mind. If he took that bite, a devastating blast would instantly vaporize the entire sector, dragging them all into the abyss. The terrifying illusion forced him to recoil. Then, the horrifying reality struck him like lightning. The ship's explosive payload was still ticking. His razor-sharp predatory instinct screamed a fatal warning. They had exactly 5 minutes before total annihilation. Disarming a mechanical beast of that magnitude in such a tight window was absolutely impossible. Survival dictated only one brutal option. He had to abandon this doomed vessel and sprint toward the escape pods like his life depended on it. But sprinting down the main corridor alone would consume those precious 5 minutes. Taking the normal route was an absolute death sentence. His glowing eyes locked onto their only salvation. Lying right before them was a heavy-duty plasma cannon. It was time to bend the rules. Without a single second to waste, Amorph snatched the devastating weapon from the deck. While Number 26 innocently marveled at its glowing core, Amorph bypassed the safety limiters, overloading the energy cell to maximum destructive capacity. The digital gauge screamed as the power surged. 30%, 70%, reaching a blinding 100% output. Aiming directly at the ceiling, he unleashed a roaring pillar of pure energy that melted straight through multiple titanium decks before the cannon finally sputtered out. Barking an order for Number 26 to brace for impact, the monster coiled his powerful legs and launched himself into the burning abyss. Our monstrous protagonist had just blasted his very own VIP shortcut. He soared upward through the molten steel rings. Suddenly, a skeletal tendril whipped out from his flesh, latching onto the ship's exterior hull. He was now suspended against the cold, infinite void of space. Defying the cosmic vacuum, he swung his massive frame to maneuver back toward the vessel's armored plating. It was a breathtaking display of agility, swinging through the stars like a certain friendly neighborhood web-slinger on an intergalactic scale. His boots slammed onto the launch bay's outer ring. Using his grotesque skeletal limbs as grappling hooks, he closed the remaining distance in a flash. Squeezing the last drop of energy from the plasma cannon, he blasted a makeshift breach straight back into the ship's interior. With its duty fulfilled, he discarded the smoking weapon like a broken toy. As Number 26 cheered in adrenaline-fueled delight, Amorph's sharp gaze caught a stroke of luck. One of the emergency blast doors was already wide open. A dark suspicion crossed his mind. Was some other desperate soul trying to cheat death ahead of them? But quite frankly, he couldn't care less. This little coincidence just saved him the agonizing effort of tearing the reinforced doors apart. He roared at his tiny companion to secure a death grip on the nearest safety harness. The final countdown was closing in. Meanwhile, deep within the bowels of the dying vessel, Dra dragged his battered body through the shadows. The Grim Reaper had practically breathed down his neck. He gasped for air, his vision blurring with every agonizing step. His battle-hardened instincts were slowly returning, but his mangled eye was heavily compromising his spatial awareness. Having one of his vital hearts brutally ripped from his chest had pushed his biological limits to the absolute breaking point. The pirate had narrowly avoided triggering the payload during his desperate hacking attempt. A venomous vow echoed in his mind. Those freaks would pay with their lives. With trembling, blood-soaked hands, he had rewired the detonation sequence to trigger in exactly 10 minutes. Once he was safely cruising away in an escape pod, that hellish inferno would reduce those wretched monsters to nothing but cosmic dust. But the suffocating silence of the corridors sent a chill down his spine. Had the monsters already slaughtered each other? Even so, any lingering survivors were a direct threat to his escape. His bloody boots suddenly halted as a lone figure blocked his path. The stranger flinched, absolute terror washing over his face upon locking eyes with the disfigured pirate. Draw's cold, calculating gaze scanned the trembling fool. That pristine officer's uniform gave it away instantly. This pathetic rat was Yu Sung Samuel. The pirate sneered inwardly. This shivering coward looked absolutely nothing like the imposing figure the monster had described. The pieces clicked into place. This loyal fool must have cowered in the shadows, too paralyzed by duty to abandon his precious cruiser. And now he had crawled out of his rat hole thinking the danger had passed. Trembling like a leaf, Samuel leveled a firearm squarely at the pirate's chest. He shrieked a desperate warning, threatening to pull the trigger if Dra twitched. But the battle-scarred pirate merely let out a mocking chuckle. Staring down the glowing barrel, Dra casually smirked. He patronizingly advised the shaking captain to actually turn off the weapon's safety limiters before playing the hero. A flash of panic struck Samuel. He frantically glanced down, completely falling for the psychological bait. That split second of hesitation was all the predator needed. Dra launched a devastating strike. The captain was sent crashing violently against the cold steel floor. Snatching the dropped weapon from the air, Dra spat on the groaning coward. With a wicked grin, he mockingly confessed that the captain had almost frightened him. Leaning in close, he dropped the brutal punchline. Military-grade plasma pistols don't even have a safety switch. He coldly promised to peel the captain's skin off piece by agonizing piece. But unfortunately for his sadistic urges, the countdown clock was ticking. Tears streamed down Samuel's pathetic face as he groveled for his life. Trembling like a leaf, he offered up absolutely everything, but Dra simply smirked, dismissing the desperate plea. A cold farewell left the pirate's lips as he pulled the trigger. Yet, the plasma pistol remained dead silent. Lethal energy rapidly overloaded the weapon's core. In a blinding flash, it violently detonated right in Dra's hand. When the smoke cleared, nothing but a charred boot remained, sending Samuel into a fit of maniacal laughter. Absolute madness took over as he howled, screaming that the filthy pirate got exactly what he deserved. Drunk on false victory, he declared his mighty bloodline. He was a descendant of the great Titan, the invincible eldest son of the Samuel family. But in that very moment of absolute arrogance, an ominous light flared up right behind him. A deafening boom shattered the air. The entire vessel quaked violently, sending pure terror through number 26. Amorph quickly checked on his companion, watching the poor creature shiver uncontrollably from the shockwave. A swift scan revealed the truth. The overwhelming pressure had forced the little guy into unconsciousness. Fortunately, the blast radius wasn't fatal enough to cause lasting damage. It was only a matter of time before he opened his eyes again. The relentless tremors tore through the metal hull, threatening to rip everything apart. Safely secured within the escape pod, Amorph silently watched his very first hunting ground in this universe crumble into cosmic dust. It was the ultimate farewell to the research ship. The glorious cradle that had birthed his miraculous evolution was no more. His gaze drifted to a half-empty bottle of wine inside the pod. A sudden wave of curiosity hit him. Had someone else been hiding here? That lingering suspicion gnawed at his mind. Without hesitation, he sliced into the pod's mainframe to pull up the security logs. Rhythmic beeps echoed through the cabin as his digits danced across the console, illuminating the screen with recent playback. The monitor displayed none other than Samuel. It was a shocking revelation that the arrogant noble had actually survived this long. The pathetic man had locked himself inside this very pod, drowning his overwhelming despair in cheap liquor. He was clearly waiting out the storm, cowering in the shadows until the footage showed him suddenly moving toward the outer airlock. Once the sounds of slaughter had faded, his foolish curiosity must have dragged him out into the battlefield. Was he marching blindly toward a soldier's blade? Or hopelessly praying for a miracle rescue fleet to save his noble hide? Whatever foolish delusion drove him, Amorph couldn't care less. The dead were simply not his concern. With a cold, calculated swipe, he purged the pathetic final moments of the noble from the database. A metallic voice chimed. Data erased. The pod's operational status shifted flawlessly from manual override into standby configuration. The holographic interface flickered to life, projecting a list of pre-programmed escape coordinates. The default target displayed on the screen was a massive, glowing celestial body. a world entirely subjugated by the tyrannical iron grip of Megacorp. Landing there would be pure suicide. Planets under their banner were heavily fortified with massive, elite military garrisons. Plunging straight into an enemy stronghold was a fool's errand. He immediately scanned the stellar map for the nearest alternative route. His eyes locked onto the perfect target, the TNC Special Trade Center. It was a colossal artificial colony drifting through the cosmos. More importantly, it was the ultimate gathering hub for players looking to exchange rare loot. Memories flooded back of ambushing arrogant players in those very neon-lit streets, harvesting their precious genetic essence to fuel his power. His ruthless hunting tactics had earned him absolute infamy. The community had branded him with endless curses and vile nicknames. The most popular insult? The cowardly Amorph nerd who only strikes from the shadows. But what did they expect? The very biological blueprint of an Amorph was engineered for stealth, cunning, and lethal survival. He firmly locked in the new coordinates. The system interface flashed green, confirming their fateful detour to the trading hub. Thrusters ignited, launching the pod across the starry void as the artificial intelligence smoothly took over the helm. Estimated time of arrival? 3 short hours. Soon, he would be walking among an endless sea of exotic species. It was a flawless hunting ground to feast and evolve. With his next move planned out, his calculating gaze shifted. He closely analyzed number 26. To think this little companion was actually classified as a rare sea demon. They shared an almost identical biological structure and deep-water habitat, separated only by their massive difference in sheer physical scale. Yet, surprisingly, neither felt any hostility toward the other. Was it the silent, unspoken bond of sharing a similar monstrous lineage? A wicked smile formed in his mind. Sea demons possessed a terrifying, overpowered innate trait, the legendary passive skill known as deep-sea fear. This terrifying ability was an absolute nightmare. It possessed the overwhelming power to shatter the minds of anyone caught within its deadly radius. Think of the agonizing illusions of the red mist. Now, imagine that pure psychological horror turned passive, constantly radiating across a massive area. Its activation speed? Nearly matching the blinding swiftness of a Galon's lethal strike. The Amorph narrowed his piercing gaze. This was a golden opportunity for an instant evolution, but he pulled back from the edge of temptation. Devouring number 26 might seem tempting, but the system was a cruel mistress. A successful predatory trigger was never a guaranteed gamble. Besides, a strange sense of attachment had blossomed within the monster's cold heart. Number 26 was an incredibly useful pawn, a loyal asset worth protecting until the bitter end. For now, the little human would live. He would simply watch from the shadows and bide his time. His monstrous eyes slowly shifted toward a much more enticing prize. The lifeless, battered shell of Sihun. The moment of ultimate gluttony had finally arrived. It was time to harvest the fleshy spoils of war. Gripping a severed limb with brutal force, he tore flesh from bone and savored the horrifying crunch. Almost instantly, an electrifying surge of foreign energy jolted through his very core. Absolute euphoria washed over his monstrous senses. The taste was nothing short of divine perfection. A twisted, terrifying grin stretched across our main character's face. Drunk on the intoxicating sensation, he tore into the feast with savage delight. Bone shattered between his jaws as he devoured the arm. To his awakened palate, Sihun was an exquisite delicacy prepared by a master chef. He had completely underestimated this meal. He thought her flesh would be painfully average, but the sheer quality was mind-blowing. With every single bite, the rich flavors of stolen power grew exponentially deeper. It was an addictive ambrosia, easily surpassing any pathetic meal he had consumed before. The claustrophobic interior of the escape pod fell dead silent. Only the beast and the unconscious number 26 remained inside this floating steel coffin. No pesky enemies, no desperate heroes. Absolutely nothing could interrupt his glorious, solitary banquet. Ding! A glowing system window suddenly materialized before his eyes. The legendary predatory effect had successfully activated. A rush of genetic data flooded his brain. From the assimilated biological traits of Eugene, he unlocked the terrifying power of X-ray vision. But the system wasn't done yet. His dark arsenal expanded with active camouflaged skin and the devastatingly lethal claw of Gulurg. Meanwhile, light years away on the cybernetic capital world of Star Union, a metallic feline unit designated as Jax-01 silently prowled through the relentless, neon-lit rain. Peeking around a rusted alley corner, its optical sensors locked onto a chilling sight. Heavily armored mechanical limbs marching in perfect, terrifying unison across the slick pavement. A massive sea of soldiers gathered in the plaza. As one unit, they threw their arms up in a perfectly synchronized salute of absolute devotion. Their unwavering loyalty belonged entirely to the legendary Supreme Commander Chewbacca, the absolute patriarch and architect of every cyborg in existence. His imposing, stoic face dominated thousands of holographic billboards, casting a massive, glowing shadow over the entire metropolis. The citizens practically worshipped him like a god. They firmly believed his ever-watchful eyes would guide the Star Union toward eternal, galaxy-conquering glory. Slipping away from the fanatic crowd, the robotic cat vanished into a dark ventilation shaft. Deep within the steel maze, a heavy mechanical clunk echoed, immediately followed by an urgent, rhythmic beeping. The hidden passage opened into a top-secret laboratory. Sitting dead in the center was a massive incubation capsule with a dark, human-like silhouette floating ominously behind the frosted glass. Hiss! Ear-shattering decompression alarms blared through the room. The heavy steel locks disengaged, and the thick pod doors began to slowly part. Massive life support engines roared into overdrive, shaking the entire facility with their deafening mechanical hum. From the depths of the freezing vapor, a pale hand reached out, grabbing the edge. The woman violently pulled herself up, hacking up artificial fluids and gasping desperately for air. Confusion clouded her awakening mind. Was this a backup vessel? The defeated Sihun had never imagined she would actually be forced to revive inside a pathetic clone body. She flexed her unfamiliar fingers in sheer disgust. The muscle memory was all wrong. This synthetic flesh felt entirely alien to her soul. Dragging her trembling legs out of the pod, she stumbled directly toward the main terminal. Her fingers flew across the holographic keyboard, desperately initiating the clone's genetic integration sequence. Error! A glaring red system prompt flashed across her eyes. Crucial evolutionary genetic data had failed to sync with this new vessel. Pure, unadulterated fury washed over her face. She gritted her teeth so hard it sounded like snapping bone, desperately trying to bottle up the volcanic rage inside. But she couldn't hold it back. With a deafening scream of agony, she smashed her fist right through the glass display. Decades of stolen DNA, meticulously hoarded power, all wiped from existence. Her grand masterpiece was utterly ruined. Vicious curses echoed off the sterile walls. Blood dripped from her knuckles as she made a terrifying vow. The very second she found that monster, she was going to rip his skull open and tear his brain out with her bare hands. Meanwhile, in the sleazy underbelly of the TNC Special Trade Center Port District, a laid-back operator had his feet kicked up, blasting loud bass through his headphones. Not a single care in the universe crossed his mind. He was completely lost in the ultimate chill zone. That peaceful silence was abruptly shattered. His coworker, Howard, buzzed through the comms, asking if the man known as Carpenter had his hands full. A sudden blip on the radar had triggered an alert. An unauthorized, heavily damaged Megacorp escape pod had just breached the perimeter of Sector 7. The main control tower had been spamming emergency hailing frequencies for minutes, but they were getting absolutely nothing but cold, dead static in return. Carpenter clicked his tongue and spat out a string of annoyed curses. He grumbled that some rich, runaway corporate brat must be playing Ghost Ship again. But Howard's voice dropped to a nervous whisper. The pod was locked in a dead-stick autopilot course, hinting that something truly catastrophic had happened aboard. With a heavy sigh, Carpenter strapped on his gear, unknowingly stepping right into the jaws of a cosmic nightmare. The scavengers couldn't help but wonder. Which wealthy capital did this high-end vessel belong to? A transport vehicle glided through the shadows of the sector, drawing ever closer to the mysterious escape ship. Carpenter whistled at the sheer luxury of the hull. With a quick hack into the terminal, the heavy steel doors hissed open. But stepping inside, an eerie darkness swallowed him whole. Frowning in confusion, he flicked on his tactical flashlight. The harsh beam caught a strange, viscous puddle on the floor. What in the world was this foul-smelling sludge? Suddenly, a thick droplet splattered against his shoulder from the ceiling. A horrific realization dawned. It was the corrosive drool of an Amorph. In that pitch-black cabin, Carpenter's fate was brutally sealed. Meanwhile, his oblivious crewmates began searching the area. One of the guards scoffed, mentioning that Carpenter had planned to clock out early today. The other raised an eyebrow in sheer disbelief. Wasn't he desperate for overtime pay to afford a new home? Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was Carpenter. He was slowly dragging his feet up the steel staircase. They called out his name, but a sudden chill ran down the coworker's spine as Carpenter just stood there, completely motionless. Every survival instinct screamed out a warning. Something was terribly, horribly wrong with his friend. Shaking off the dread, they casually approached him, joking about his sudden change of plans to skip the night shift. "Hey man, are you bailing on us already?" the guard asked, forcing a nervous chuckle. With a hollow, unnatural voice, Carpenter claimed he was busy. Suspicion flared. "Didn't the chief chew you out for leaving so soon?" The lifeless response came back instantly. He coldly stated the chief simply let him walk away. A vein popped on the guard's forehead. This disrespectful, robotic attitude was seriously getting on his nerves. Before things could escalate, his buddy grabbed his shoulder, whispering to just let the weirdo be. They laughed off his bizarre behavior as a bad mood, completely blind to the terrifying truth. In the shadows, the imposter's eyes flared with a demonic, blood-red glow. The imposter continued his mechanical march, slipping into the desolate, empty corridors, step by haunting step. The man they had just spoken to was long dead. This walking corpse was a nightmare in disguise. Flesh rippled as the Amorph finally dropped the illusion, revealing its monstrous true form. Even the beast itself was stunned by how flawlessly this new skill worked. This creature held a terrifying secret, a deadly evolutionary trump card that not even the elite rankers had discovered. By absorbing the unfortunate Eugene, he had perfectly assimilated the camouflage skin characteristic. Fusing this with his base imitation ability, a horrifying new biological weapon was born, the mimicking organ. It meticulously analyzes the DNA of devoured prey, releasing a hypnotic pheromone that completely warps the perception of any living creature nearby. To the naked eye, this apex predator looks exactly like the human he just slaughtered. It felt like an absolute god-tier cheat skill. Yet, every overpowered ability comes with fatal flaws. Digital lenses cannot be hypnotized. Security cameras and glass reflections will instantly expose his true, nightmarish face. One wrong step in front of a monitor means instant discovery. Plus, the uncanny valley effect triggers an instinctual, skin-crawling dread in humans. The absolute depths of this biological mimicry are far too complex for a simple system window to summarize. It was a double-edged sword for sure, but in the hands of a cunning predator, it was the ultimate tool for infiltration. As he checked his system interface, another prize awaited, the legendary Claw of Galeron. This was the exact evolutionary trait he had been craving. But for now, its utility was severely limited, operating far too similarly to his innate Amorph supersense. Still, the harvested X-ray vision superpower was an absolute goldmine for future genetic fusions. But then, the system alerted him to a shocking anomaly. A spontaneous genetic mutation had triggered. The monster's tentacles. Sickening crunches echoed through the hallway as massive, writhing appendages erupted from the back of his skull. They thrashed with horrifying power, striking a terrifying resemblance to the deadly maws of the Gurgons, those legendary apex predators, feared across the galaxy as the dragons of space. The beast had no idea what sparked this absurd mutation, but one thing was crystal clear. This was infinitely more lethal than a simple claw. A twisted sense of gratitude washed over him. He knew this explosive growth was all thanks to Se-Hun. With 4 distinct superpower traits assimilated into his DNA, only one missing puzzle piece remained. He desperately needed superpower tolerance. Once he breaks through the evolutionary wall and reaches the juvenile stage, the ultimate superpower type body will be his. But before he could revel in his dark ambitions, Number 26 groaned from within, complaining that he was slowly suffocating. Amorph muttered a quiet request, asking his companion to endure the rough ride just a little longer. His eyes scanned the metallic corridors. He had speedrun this exact map countless times through a glowing screen, but feeling the cold steel under his boots, in reality hit completely differently. The TNC Special Trade Center was a perfect illusion, a glittering paradise on the surface, but a rotting, soulless wasteland at its core. And that dark duality was exactly why it was the perfect hunting ground for our main character. The colossal structure was split into 4 distinct sectors, all orbiting a heavily fortified central administrative hub. Naturally, the glittering entertainment zone and the gloomy residential sector boasted the absolute weakest security protocols. The neon-lit entertainment district was a playground of sin, where elite megacorp citizens burned their credits to unwind with rented human lives. However, heavily armed combat androids constantly patrolled those neon streets, scanning the crowds for the slightest hint of criminal activity. On the flip side, the residential district was nothing more than a glorified slum, a dumping ground where the forgotten lower class struggled to survive. In this dark abyss, people vanished into the shadows every single day, and the authorities never even batted an eye. Calculating his survival odds, Amorph set his sights on the grime-covered residential sector. As long as he stayed completely off the radar of the occasional wandering android, this infiltration would be a total breeze. But plotting the destination was the easy part. The real challenge was figuring out how to successfully bypass the massive checkpoints. His mental map presented 2 viable options: plunge into the hazardous sewer system or risk the abandoned underground railway. Both pathways were ancient relics built during the city's foundation. However, drawing fresh water in the vacuum of space was a terrifying logistical nightmare. Because of that massive systemic flaw, the sewer lines were undoubtedly swarming with high-level maintenance crews. Donning his trusty carpenter disguise, he weighed his ultimate choices. The fearless gamer in him would have charged blindly through the sewers, but the fragile reality of his mortal body demanded absolute caution. Swallowing his gamer pride, he abandoned the sewer route and shifted his trajectory toward the rusted underground transit lines. His survival instincts kicked in. The secret exploit tunnel he used to spam in his playthroughs had to be hiding right around this exact corner. Stepping into the shadows, a victorious smirk crept across his face. He found it. The hidden entrance was right where it belonged, a legendary shortcut known to a single player in the universe. His hand gripped the rusted mechanical handle. With a heavy, echoing groan, the forgotten blast doors finally broke their seal. Amorph vanished into the pitch-black maw of the underground railway, skirting the perilous border of the bustling port district. He had secured his VIP passage through the shadows. Meanwhile, miles away, a deafening, blood-curdling roar shook the facility walls. Inside the port district's illegal wildlife monitoring sector, absolute chaos had erupted over a heavily restrained, nightmarish beast. Squads of burly men strained against reinforced steel chains, their muscles bulging as the monstrous entity pushed them to their absolute breaking point. Panic flooded the room as they cursed the containment squad's massive delay. The furious boss screamed at the top of his lungs for heavy-duty tranquilizers. Through gritted teeth, a desperate worker cursed the absolute lunatic who dared to smuggle a terrifying infant mountain crawler into the station. But right in the middle of this life-or-death crisis, a nonchalant voice cut through the screaming, casually announcing his shift was over. Veins popped on her forehead as she unleashed a storm of profanities. How could he just clock out while they were practically being eaten alive? It was completely unbelievable. The entire team was risking their lives to pin down this apex predator, and this bastard wanted to go home? The cold, heavily modified cyborg simply glanced down with dead eyes, stating flatly that corporate overtime was completely beneath him. Without another word, he turned his back on the carnage and strolled out the blast doors, completely ignoring the boss's furious screams echoing down the bloody corridor. The scene sharply shifts back to the dazzling neon-drenched streets of the TNC Entertainment District. The emotionless cyborg stepped into a lavish underworld paradise, greeted by glowing holograms promising to fulfill his darkest, most twisted fantasies. This was the infamous Special Entertainment Lounge, a luxurious hellhole where morality went to die. Scrolling through the glowing catalog of hired companions, a wicked spark ignited in his cybernetic eyes. He spotted a face completely identical to the snarky coworker who had just cursed him out. A cruel smirk twisted his metallic features as he recalled she was a regular face in this dark underworld. Without a single second thought, he locked in his sinister selection. Fast forward through the sickening shadows of the VIP room. The cyborg stood calmly at the sink, washing fresh crimson blood from his cold mechanical hands. A chilling smile of absolute satisfaction stretched across his face. The brutal release of his pent-up stress had felt unimaginably euphoric. It was a masterpiece of violence that completely exceeded his twisted expectations. He threw a careless glance over his shoulder at the devastated scene, momentarily pondering if he had taken his sick game a tiny bit too far. The luxurious suite had been transformed into a pure slaughterhouse. The battered, lifeless body of the girl lay discarded among the bloody ruins, painted in horrific shades of purple and crimson. But not a single ounce of guilt pierced his mechanical heart. He dumped a massive pile of credits into the system, knowing the lounge's corrupt cleanup crew would erase this nightmare without asking a single question. Sliding his premium tier card into the payment terminal, the artificial voice cheerfully thanked him for his patronage as if nothing had happened. With his dark bloodlust finally quenched, a brand new craving took over. He decided to grab 2 bottles of high-end liquor to cap off his gruesome evening. Clutching his expensive booze, the killer boarded the midnight transit train, disappearing into the dark city skyline as he headed back to his fortified destination. But a chilling sight brought him to a dead halt. The streets were swallowed in absolute darkness. "Who the hell smashed the streetlights?" he cursed, frustration boiling in his veins. With a heavy sigh, he fired up his cybernetic arm's built-in flashlight. His heavy metallic steps echoed through the pitch-black alleyway, leaving him lost in his own bleak thoughts. When would he finally escape this wretched slum? But suddenly, a foul stench invaded his senses. He could not pinpoint the rotten scent, but an icy shiver of dread crawled up his mechanical spine. He quickened his pace, until a mysterious voice pierced the silence. A stranger called out from the gloom, asking where he was heading. Warily, the cyborg muttered that he was just going home. The shadows in this sector were dangerously thick and suffocating, so the stranger politely asked to share the illuminated path. Begrudgingly, the cyborg agreed to let him tag along, receiving a quiet word of thanks. The two figures pressed forward into the dark abyss. Breaking the eerie silence, the stranger suddenly asked, "Are you a cyborg?" When he sharply confirmed it, the stranger simply whispered, "I see." Rage flared inside the cyborg's chest. Was this punk mocking him? Looking down on a machine living in the slums of the megacorp sector? He snapped around to give the guy a piece of his mind, but his entire body froze in sheer terror. Cradled in the stranger's arms was a grotesque, squirming pink blob covered in writhing tentacles. As the fleshy mass pulsed unnaturally, a horrifying memory struck the cyborg like lightning. The dark urban legends his coworkers whispered about. The chilling tales of a deranged psycho who hunted humans down in the dark, ripping off their heads just to play with them. He stumbled back, his mechanical gears grinding in panic. He knew with absolute certainty, if he stayed here for even one more second, his head would be the next trophy. Pure survival instinct kicked in. He bolted into the darkness, running desperately for his life. Behind him, the mysterious stranger remained perfectly still. as a sinister black mist began to ooze from his very skin. In a horrifying twist of fate, the human disguise melted away, revealing the terrifying entity known as Amorph. The man was gone, and the true nightmare had awakened. The creature, designated as number 26, stood there completely baffled. Why did that cyborg run away like he had seen a ghost? Amorph had clearly heard the pathetic human's heart rate explode the moment he laid eyes on him. He tilted his head in genuine confusion. What on earth was the man so afraid of? After all, he was just holding a harmless bubble amoeba, a creature practically famous for being absolutely adorable. Sure, number 26 was a mutant variant, but the difference shouldn't be that drastic to the naked human eye. He sighed in deep disappointment. How could anyone be terrified of such a precious little pet? He truly could not understand the mind of that cyborg. But then, a dark realization crossed Amorph's mind. The prey had confirmed he was a cyborg. Just as he processed this delicious detail, the psionium effect completely wore off, forcing him to shrink back down into his weak, youngling state. A predatory hunger flashed in his eyes. To trigger his evolution into a juvenile, he needed to devour a cyborg, and that terrified man was the perfect meal. Meanwhile, the breathless cyborg had finally reached the entrance of his rundown apartment block. He threw himself inside and violently slammed the heavy metal door. With trembling hands, he cracked open a bottle of cheap liquor and chugged it like water. His heart was still hammering against his ribs. He truly thought he was a dead man walking out there. Stumbling through his grim apartment, he made a mental note to fake an illness for work tomorrow. He collapsed heavily onto his bed and flicked on the glowing television screen. "I cannot take this anymore," he groaned, absolutely sick to his core of surviving in this hellish wasteland. He swore to the heavens that he would claw his way out of this dump the second his credits piled high enough. But little did he know. The nightmare had quietly followed him straight to his doorstep. A few hours later, completely unaware, the cyborg stepped out for another booze refill. He cautiously lingered in the shadows before returning. After all, wandering mindlessly around his block usually meant ending up as a midnight snack for a vicious mountain crawler. He bitterly cursed his rotten luck for missing his chance to blow off some steam at the neon-lit arcade. Even though he had officially reported the freak to the authorities, paranoia still chewed at his sanity. What if that psycho had tracked him down? He crept toward his apartment with extreme caution. He desperately tried to convince himself he was safe now, miles away from the horrifying encounter. But the overwhelming stress had left his throat painfully parched. He just wanted to grab a comforting drink in the safety of his room. But the universe had far darker plans. Peeking frantically from behind a concrete wall, his mechanical heart stopped. The very same monster was casually tampering with the security panel of his building. With chilling efficiency, the creature finished its sabotage and vanished like a ghost into the thick fog. Cold sweat drenched the cyborg's face. His metallic fingers shook violently as he fumbled to punch numbers into his communicator. In a state of pure, unadulterated panic, he established an emergency link to the District C police station. The real game of survival was just beginning. The terrified tenant had just filed a frantic report, claiming a monstrous creature had breached his sanctuary. Meanwhile, Amorph pushed the door open, taking in the suffocatingly tight space. It was nothing more than a pathetic, shoebox-sized studio. The walls were practically rotting away, yet the bed screamed luxury. Clearly, this guy blew his credits just to dream like the capital's elite. But survival here wasn't a game. If he was going to feast on cyborg flesh, meticulous scouting was his absolute first priority. Under the harsh daylight, he systematically mapped out the inhabitants of every single unit in the complex. The results were staggering. The sheer genetic diversity lurking in these cheap halls completely surpassed his expectations. From cold-blooded reptilian mutants to fierce, half-beast lycanthropes prowling the corridors, evolving into his coveted subadult phase wasn't going to be simple. The hunting conditions had just become a logistical nightmare. To trigger the evolution, he needed to consume all 60 core playable species, plus 4 incredibly rare genetic variants. In the past, most ordinary players would have rage quit long before unlocking even a fraction of those requirements. And the worst part? The evolutionary path beyond the subadult stage demanded an even more insane blood toll. Honestly, throwing in the towel back then was probably the smartest move those players ever made. But here in the sprawling special trade hubs, where alien life forms flooded the streets, harvesting genes felt like shooting fish in a barrel. Furthermore, Megacorp maintained shadowy diplomatic ties with the religious fanatics, meaning the central administrative district would be swarming with prime cultist prey. Devouring 60 targets? At this rate, completing the system's quota was going to be an absolute walk in the park. Since he planned to make this slum his temporary hunting ground, he needed to thoroughly assess the tactical layout of the building. The structural integrity was a complete joke. The paper-thin walls leaked every footstep and whisper from the adjacent rooms and the floor above. Fortunately, his senses picked up a major advantage. The unit directly below him was a completely abandoned wasteland. Suddenly, his instincts flared. Footsteps were approaching. 3 distinct auras. One heavily modified cyborg, flanked by 2 corporate enforcers. Amorph tensed, his body primed for slaughter. Beside him, Number 26 whispered urgently, demanding to know the situation. He signaled for her to stay completely silent. An all-out bloodbath wasn't in his current plans, so he melted into the shadows to simply watch. Out in the hall, the bored enforcer let out a heavy sigh, reviewing the frantic distress call the cyborg had filed. The claim was absurd, a terrifying beast invading his private quarters. Yet, the officer tapped the security panel, finding the door lock perfectly intact. Sweating bullets, the cyborg swore up and down, insisting the monstrous entity had effortlessly hacked the lock and slipped inside. The cop's eyes narrowed with utter disdain, his gaze dropping to the cheap bottles of booze rattling in the informant's trembling hands. With a mocking smirk, the officer flatly asked if the cyborg had been drowning his sorrows in synthetic liquor all night. To make matters worse, the system records proved this guy had cried wolf just last night, babbling about a shadowy stalker. The verdict was clear in their eyes. This wasn't a monster attack, just the pathetic delusions of a raging alcoholic. Rage flushed the cyborg's cybernetic features. If these arrogant fools weren't wearing the badge of the city's civil service, he would have beaten some serious respect into their skulls. He desperately demanded a full sweep of the premises. Reluctantly, the cops ordered him to override the lock. Stepping inside, their noses wrinkled in absolute disgust at the catastrophic filth. The air was thick with the stench of decay, while the rusted refrigerator held absolutely nothing but cheap alcohol. After a half-hearted glance around the shadow-drenched room, the enforcers confidently declared the scene completely clear. The cyborg looked like he was losing his mind, he vehemently protested, swearing on his optical implants that he had witnessed the nightmare in the flesh, desperation creeping into his voice. He begged them to cross-reference the data with neighboring units for any anomaly reports, but the enforcer just scoffed, brutally suggesting the drunkard should save his credits for a less glitchy pair of cybernetic eyes. They made it crystal clear. Out of the entire sprawling block, he was the lone paranoid fool crying about monsters in the dark. With a condescending pat on the shoulder, they told him to lay off the booze. The cyborg grit his teeth at the sheer, insulting audacity. But just then, a faint, spine-chilling rustle echoed from behind the wall. The cyborg's mechanical pupils dilated in sheer terror. Ignoring the sound entirely, the disinterested cops turned their backs to leave. Panic set in as the cyborg practically begged them to stay. Shrugging off his desperate pleas, they simply tossed a lazy warning over their shoulders to call back if he saw any more imaginary demons. Left entirely alone in the suffocating silence, the man's mind spiraled. Was his sanity finally cracking, or had the beast simply vanished into thin air? A miserable mix of profound dread and festering anger washed over him. Collapsing onto his lavish bed, he popped the seal on another bottle of cheap liquor. Staring into the void, a horrifying thought gripped him. Were his cybernetics finally degrading past the point of no return, plunging him into endless hallucinations? Falling back against the pillows, he sought a pathetic escape from reality. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would hunt down a gorgeous girl with the captain's face and absolutely spoil her rotten, drifting on the very edge of sleep. A sudden irritating noise from the floor below shattered the silence. Who in their right mind was making such a racket at this ungodly hour? Then, a chilling realization hit him. The apartment directly below was completely vacant. Annoyance giving way to suspicion, he pushed himself out of bed, only to freeze in pure terror. The Amorph was already there, hovering inches from his trembling face. The sheer psychological horror of this scene will make your blood run cold. With a sinister glint in its eyes, our terrifying protagonist unhinged its jaw. "Thanks for the meal," it whispered. A blood-curdling scream tore from the cyborg's throat as the alien beast viciously sank its teeth into his flesh. But that agonizing shriek deeply disturbed the slumber of a grumpy neighbor down the hall. His eyes snapped open, blazing with absolute fury at the rude awakening. Stomping out into the dimly lit corridor, he swore he would teach that noisy neighbor a lesson he would never forget. He hammered his fists against the metal door, demanding the punk come outside. But as the door slowly creaked open, a stomach-churning stench poured out. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of insults, but the words died in his throat. His raging anger instantly melted into paralyzing dread. The cyborg offered a polite, hollow apology. Yet every survival instinct in the man's body screamed that this thing was no longer human. Swallowing his intense fear, he nervously begged the resident to keep the noise down for the night. With an eerie, unnatural calmness, the twisted figure promised to be much more careful from now on. Desperate to escape that suffocating aura, the neighbor hurriedly turned his back and fled. Meanwhile, cold, predatory eyes tracked his every move. Because that was no longer a cyborg. It was the Amorph, wearing his skin, and it had just selected its next midnight snack. When morning broke, the disguised monster casually strolled back into the towering apartment complex. Slipping onto the roof of the elevator cab, the Amorph shed its human disguise, morphing back into its true, horrifying form before slithering into its hideout. Inside, little number 26 was happily devouring a block of cheese. With a monstrous sort of affection, the Amorph urged his tiny companion to feast. Exhausted from the hunt, our protagonist decided it was finally time to recharge his own energy. Taking a massive bite out of the leftover cyborg leg, he immediately gagged. It was the second most repulsive garbage he had ever tasted, a vile cocktail of cheap booze and rotting flesh. It was a harsh wake-up call. The nutritional quality of his prey directly dictated its flavor profile. Yet, disgust or not, he had to choke down every last morsel. The grueling path to ultimate evolution demanded absolute sacrifice. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window materialized before his eyes. His grand master plan was to achieve this transformation aboard the Megacorp research vessel, but survival had drastically altered his timeline. The cosmic system had spoken. All conditions for the next evolutionary leap had been successfully fulfilled. Turning to his tiny companion, he casually announced that he would be hibernating inside an egg for a short while. Number 26 tilted its head in sheer confusion. Why become an egg when you were already a baby? The Amorph simply chuckled, explaining it was the only way to grow stronger. In the simple mind of number 26, his powerful guardian was merely upgrading from a baby to a giant baby. The Amorph warmly agreed with that innocent logic, promising the little one that everything was going exactly according to plan. Leaving the remaining scraps for his loyal follower to consume, he decisively smashed the yes button on the holographic interface. The grand evolution sequence commenced, breaking through the limits of a mere larva, ascending to the mighty subadult stage. Anticipation coursed through his monstrous veins. He could not wait to wield this devastating new power, especially after getting a brief, intoxicating taste of it from the psionium. As the Amorph encased himself in a glowing, protective shell, number 26 quietly gnawed on the cyborg's severed hands. Slowly creeping toward the massive egg, the tiny creature's mind drifted back to a solemn, unspoken vow. Back when they had broken out of that suffocating, hellish prison, he had sworn upon his life to protect this young entity against the entire universe. Yet, the bitter truth weighed heavily on his heart. Far from being a guardian, he had been nothing but a helpless burden, constantly hiding behind the Amorph's back. That crushing realization pierced his soul with an agonizing wave of guilt. If only he possessed a larger form. If only his frail tentacles held the absolute power to shatter their enemies. Driven by overwhelming loyalty, he gently rested his tentacle against the pulsating egg, a tempest of emotions swirling within his tiny core. In that magical instant, a surge of mysterious, radiant energy flared from the shell, streaming directly through his appendage and flooding his very being. It was a sensation unlike anything else in the cosmos. It felt as though he had just devoured the most divine, life-giving essence imaginable. Absolute fulfillment washed over him, followed by an explosive, intoxicating rush of raw power awakening deep inside his cells. A triumphant spark ignited in his alien eyes. Fate had finally blessed him with strength, and this time, he would be the absolute shield that guarded his precious companion. Meanwhile, Amorph's consciousness drifted into an endless, pitch-black void. Looking down, he gasped. Human hands. Their offer. His old hands stared back at him. He had entered his own inner mindscape. What were those crazy developers thinking? Forcing a massive 6-hour stun for evolution, right in the middle of a ruthless, real-time player-killing game. It was a fatal design flaw. Honestly, you could practically call it a game-breaking bug. Was it the suffocating darkness of this endless space playing tricks on his mind? Toxic, deeply buried memories from his human past began flooding back into his consciousness. Suddenly, an eerie black mist started gathering just behind his shoulders. It slowly took the shape of the monstrous remnants he had left behind, but to a veteran like him, it wasn't frightening at all. In fact, it felt strangely comforting. The moment his fingers brushed against the shadowy figure, his consciousness snapped wide awake. A rush of physical sensation crashed into his nervous system. The agonizing evolution was finally complete. It wasn't an entirely new feeling, but the surge of fresh power was intoxicating. Without hesitation, he called up his status window. To his absolute shock, the user interface had changed. A sleek new system screen projected right before his eyes. Species: unidentified hostile space organism. Growth state: subadult. Main objective: survive and complete 2 more successful evolutions. His physical arsenal was stacked. He boasted wings, a chitinous exoskeleton, high-speed regenerative power, deadly neurotoxin, and a terrifying kaiju skeleton. But wait, there was more. He also packed acidic blood, leg strength enhancement, and a mimetic organ, along with a brutal saw tentacle, a lethal contamination organ, and a spine-launching organ. He was a walking weapon of mass destruction. On the psychic side, his skill tree included predator sense, monster tentacle, and ironically, humanity. Rounding it out were his psychic resistance. And the crucial physical enhancement type. A blinking notification caught his eye. These alerts didn't pop up when he consumed the cyanium, a brand new system feature only unlocked after a formal evolution stage. He mentally tapped accept, and glowing text flooded his vision. Ding! The system gleefully announced. That the legendary Transcendence system had finally been unlocked. But this wasn't the old game he remembered. This was a patched reality, and the rules of the world had completely changed. The new mechanic was insane. It allowed him to fuse 3 or more existing traits, forging an entirely new, game-breaking, unique trait. This meant he could birth an exclusive power, something that had literally never existed in this universe before. The current fusion candidates glowed on screen: chitinous exoskeleton, kaiju skeleton, and leg strength enhancement. However, the system flashed a harsh red warning. While the power ceiling was limitless, catastrophic negative penalties could also be triggered. He couldn't just blindly click combine. Back in the original game, players were strictly limited to basic, 1-to-1 fusions for trait-heavy monster builds. The skill lists would get so bloated. Late-game players couldn't even remember half their own abilities. By the time he cleared the final boss, he was juggling over 500 active traits. It was an absolute nightmare of micromanagement, enough to drive even a hardcore Amorph fanatic completely insane. Seeing this streamlined, high-risk fusion system, he was utterly stunned by the brutal modifications. But here was the fatal trap. If he burned his physical traits for a fusion right now, his prerequisite conditions would shatter, and his massive physical enhancement buff would be permanently cancelled. To make matters worse, his psychic enhancement penalty had already stacked up to level 6, all thanks to the evolution time limit. If he blindly chased after a new physical ability right now, the system penalty would brutally double the requirements. His psychic enhancement threshold would skyrocket, from 6 all the way up to 12. Sure, a shiny new unique trait sounded incredibly tempting, but the crippling risk? It was a fast track to game over. He smartly slammed the brakes on the Transcendence system. The temptation of absolute power whispered in his ear. But as a veteran survivor, his mind remained razor-sharp and cautious. Slow and steady wins the deathmatch. Grinding it out safely was a far better strategy than gambling his life away. He locked in his game plan. He would only unleash the fusion system once he had hoarded a massive stockpile of disposable physical traits. Crack! Snap! Back in the real world, the massive egg violently split open. A terrifying, evolved Amorph burst forth from the shell. He immediately felt the difference. His new imposing height towered over the cavern. Number 26 buzzed with pure joy at his return. Flexing his new form, Amorph asked, "How much do I look different?" Trembling slightly at the sheer monstrous aura, Number 26 nervously asked if he could shapeshift back to his old self. With a low, rumbling voice, he simply replied, "Yes." As he inspected his upgraded body, a sinister thrill ran through him. Extending from his back were dozens of writhing, nightmarish new tentacles. Its very form had mutated into something entirely new. Once no larger than a mere human skull, its mass had expanded exponentially. Just what kind of bizarre metamorphosis had occurred? He lifted the creature, demanding to know the origin of this newfound physical power. Number 26 revealed that these strange appendages sprouted after a fateful encounter. It was a lingering trace from the exact moment he touched Amorph's evolution egg. A sudden realization struck Amorph. Those were the jagged, saw-like tentacles of a sea demon, a biological weapon so lethal, a mere graze could shred flesh from bone. Number 26 hadn't just touched the egg, he had actively absorbed the overflowing evolutionary aura released during that critical awakening. Puffed up with absolute pride, Number 26 declared he finally possessed the strength to act as his master's ultimate shield. Amorph chose not to overthink the bizarre mutation, simply offering the fiercely loyal subordinate an approving pat on the head. In the original game's lore, the sea demon was a colossal nightmare of the deep. A terrifying quasi-boss tier monstrosity, spanning over 20 meters and armed with hundreds of deadly thrashing tentacles. If he could mold this creature into a loyal vanguard, it would become an overwhelmingly massive asset for his future battles. Direct gene sharing was completely off the table, but funneling his discarded evolutionary scraps to buff this minion? That was highly doable. It was finally time to hunt. Their next target? The unsuspecting neighbors right next door. A sinister thrill washed over him at the thought of the impending feast. Defend the throne, and aggressively conquer the unknown. That was the ironclad motto of the megacorporation known as TNC. What began as a mere mortal insurance firm in the streets of New York had evolved into an absolute titan of industry. Refusing to wage war over Earth's dwindling resources, TNC ruthlessly pioneered the bleeding edge of space colony development. They abandoned the dying cradle of Earth, locking their sights entirely on the vast, uncharted frontiers of the cosmos. Astronomical oceans of wealth were poured into artificial habitats, pushing their terraforming technology to absolute godlike levels. Mars terraforming, solar system waypoints, and orbital megastructures. Their influence spread through the galaxy like an unstoppable empire. The ultimate culmination of this ambition? The very first space metropolis, bridging our fragile solar system to the infinite outer space. TNC's absolute crown jewel, the Special Trade Center, boasted a staggering diameter of a full 60 kilometers. A true architectural marvel of humanity, drawing countless alien species who flock there daily just to witness its overwhelming majesty. Deep within the beating heart of the administrative district stood the towering monolith known as Monument Tower. Inside, a golden-haired female executive glared at the human resources team, her voice laced with absolute authority as she demanded answers. The burning issue at hand? A completely unacceptable 3% deficit in incoming vital supplies. The trembling human resource staff scrambled to explain that overall production quotas had suddenly plummeted. Specifically, across the vast harvesting grounds of Ranch Planet Z-101 and Livestock Planet P-82. Her response was ice cold. She stated they could easily absorb a 20% slash in personnel flowing into the entertainment district. But a 3% drop in critical resources? That was a catastrophic failure she simply would not tolerate. Suffocated by her overwhelming aura, the terrified human resource representative could only stutter out a pathetic agreement. It was a known fact that the entertainment sector single-handedly generated a massive 40% of the entire trade zone's revenue. If the incompetent human resource management team allowed resource supply lines to falter by even 3%, that highly lucrative district would be forced to swallow the devastating financial blow. Shifting her piercing gaze, she challenged Deputy Captain Pizarro, asking her to name the absolute most vital asset for any true merchant. Pizarro cautiously guessed it was credit. But the executive ruthlessly corrected her. The ultimate weapon in business is unshakable credibility. They could spin pathetic excuses this time, hiding behind unfortunate circumstances and planetary delays. But the exact moment that trust shatters, their ironclad reputation would crumble into absolute dust. Elite guests constantly cross the vast, dangerous vacuum of space just to visit their supreme establishment. Disappoint these VIPs even a single time, and they will never bother setting foot in this territory again. Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, demanding to know if Pizarro fully grasped the terrifying gravity of the situation. Bowing her head under the intense pressure, Pizarro swore she would engrave the harsh lesson into her very soul. The executive then addressed the entire room. This was a critical tipping point, as the monumental first board meeting was swiftly approaching. An unprecedented tidal wave of intergalactic tourists was about to flood directly into their pristine city. In the face of such a colossal event, even the slightest, microscopic error would spell absolute doom. "Do I make myself absolutely clear?" she demanded. In perfect unison, the terrified room barked their absolute compliance. Her command echoed with absolute authority. Contact the planetary leaders immediately. They were to hit their quotas by any means necessary, even if it meant using underhanded methods like aphrodisiacs. Without missing a beat, she swiftly pivoted to the next items on her endless corporate agenda. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as the final report closed. The mountain of paperwork never seemed to end. If only she could clone herself just to survive the workload. Yet, a spark of ambition ignited in her eyes. If the gears of her grand scheme turned perfectly, the supreme throne of the family would finally be hers to claim. Within the monolithic TNC Corporation, only two legendary bloodlines held true power, the Thompsons and the Chamberlains. The ultimate victor of their ruthless succession war would ascend as the absolute ruler of the entire conglomerate. That supreme leader would devour total control, monopolizing every single right and unimaginable profit within the vast megacorp empire. For countless generations, the Chamberlain faction had gripped that absolute authority in their iron fists. Driven by centuries of hunger, the Thompsons were absolutely desperate to seize the crown this time around. If a Thompson actually snatched the throne, a total bloodbath was practically guaranteed. Her deep strategic thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Pizarro quietly approached, handing over the highly classified VIP guest list. These were the elite figures requesting attendance for the upcoming grand event. Nodding in gratitude, her eyes scanned down the prestigious names. Suddenly, her breath caught in her throat. The impossible was written right there. The infamous Kisaragi Eugene was actually making an appearance. Pizarro quickly verified the chilling truth. The Eugene clan had officially locked in his attendance just 1 hour prior. However, he had zero interest in the tedious board meetings. Supposedly, this terrifying figure was merely coming for a casual sightseeing tour. But she knew his true, dark legacy. He was the legendary usurper. Whispers of contempt and terror always followed his name. After all, he was the only man in the entire capital to violently seize the throne through sheer bloody rebellion. His hands were stained with the ultimate betrayal. He had ruthlessly slaughtered Jungwoo Eugene. Stripping the rightful heir of his life, he then broke the man's daughter, twisting her into nothing more than his obedient shadow. Without a single flicker of emotion, he had massacred and tortured countless nobles and rival clansmen. The man was an absolute psychopath, yet terrifyingly brilliant. And still, the remnants of Jung-woo's bloodline dared to rise against him once more. Ever since that fateful assassination, he had reigned supreme over the megacorp territory. For nearly 100 years, his iron grip on the Eugene family never wavered. To call him a mere human was a joke. He was a walking calamity. A cold sweat traced her spine. If she clashed with that monster directly, she would be completely obliterated in an instant. Yet, retreating was simply not in her vocabulary. Shaking off the dread, she demanded the countdown to her next scheduled objective. Pizarro checked the timeline, confirming they had exactly 10 minutes to spare. The upcoming agenda was heavily loaded. They needed to inspect the core facilities and lock down the security protocols for the administrative sectors before the grand board meeting. Her fierce mindset remained unshaken. In her eyes, the bitter taste of failure was merely the ultimate catalyst for absolute success. Even if she crashed and burned in this succession war, every scar would serve as a masterclass in ultimate survival. Embodying the ruthless spirit of the TNC conglomerate, she refused to cower before any obstacle thrown in her path. Her unbreakable confidence whispered a simple truth. No matter how devastating the fall, she would always rise from the ashes. Little did she realize the apocalyptic truth. A mind-numbing horror had already buried its venomous fangs deep into the heart of her own domain. The monstrous entity known as Amorph had commenced its grotesque feast once more. That annoyingly nosy neighbor, completely wiped from existence. The scene shifts into the eerie quiet. In the aftermath of the carnage, little number 26 calmly munched on a simple sandwich. The terrifying creature casually asked if the meal was to his liking, receiving a tiny nod in return. Stashing the boy safely inside the refrigerator, Amorph slithered out to inspect the blood-stained premises. Scanning the environment, the predator noticed something surprising. Every single corner was polished to an absolute, shining perfection. Honestly, compared to that messy cyborg's dumpster of an apartment, this place was practically a high-end luxury suite. But the monster had to hold back its primal urges. As much as it craved devouring the fresh meat right now, there was crucial stealth work to complete. Its terrifying gaze locked onto the neighboring residence. From the chilling safety of the fridge, number 26 softly whispered for the monster to stay safe. It was time to erase their bloody tracks. The creature immediately began hunting for the dead man's communication device. Its bizarre appendages grabbed the fallen cell phone from the cold floor. The late cyborg's name tag clearly read, Ross. Flipping through the digital contacts, it hunted for a workplace connection. Suddenly, a highly amusing saved name caught its eye. Bastard. A twisted grin formed in the creature's mind. Corporate slaves always harbored venom for their superiors. This had to be the manager. The moment the call connected, explosive screaming echoed from the speaker. The enraged boss demanded to know why Ras was slacking off during a chaotic shift. Mimicking the dead cyborg's voice with chilling perfection, Amorph simply stated he was throwing in the towel. He was quitting, effective immediately. The boss completely lost her mind, screaming about broken contracts. But the monster just coldly dropped a final goodbye, snapping the phone shut and sealing the dead man's fate. Her obnoxious voice was still echoing from the speaker when he abruptly cut the connection. He scoffed, knowing the oblivious boss would completely forget about this little outburst by tomorrow morning. Still, maintaining the perfect disguise required absolute precision. To tie up loose ends, he needed to send an official resignation letter using the corporate terminal. The screen flickered to life, casting a cold glow over his stolen face as he dug deep into the digital footprints left behind by the late cyborg, Ross. His eyes locked onto a highly classified document. It was the official seizure inventory logged by the smuggled beast surveillance unit. Just a single glance at the sprawling list revealed an absolute goldmine of rare and exotic specimens. Devouring those creatures would grant him an explosive surge of high-tier genetic material. But infiltrating that fortress would mean navigating a deadly web of maximum security. A wicked strategy formed in his mind. He would weaponize Ross's voice to lure the unsuspecting staff into the shadows and feast on their flesh. Once their identities were his to command, forging the transfer authorizations to snatch a couple of legendary specimens would be child's play for a creature of his caliber. But satisfying his monstrous appetite required a grander scale, and for that, a black market broker was absolutely essential. Amorph's sharp gaze caught a glaring detail: countless cargo logs had completely blank destination fields. The puzzle pieces clicked perfectly into place. The corruption in this place ran incredibly deep. Wasting no time, he slipped fully into the persona of Ross, casting his digital net into the underworld to hunt down this mysterious middleman. His backup plan was beautifully brutal. If words failed to sway the broker, he would simply consume him whole, steal his face, and take the entire shipment by force. That pathetic cyborg Ross had left behind an absolute treasure trove of intel. If only his metallic flesh hadn't tasted like absolute garbage, the meal would have been completely flawless. In the shadows of the room, subject number 26 lounged comfortably upon the freshly slaughtered corpse of Ross's unfortunate neighbor. The minion offered a chilling greeting to its master. In response, Amorph waved a dismissive hand, declaring that he had zero appetite for this particular mortal. But number 26 hissed a grim warning about the dangers of being a picky eater in this world. Yielding to the twisted logic, Amorph claimed only the legs for himself, generously tossing the rest of the carcass to his ravenous subordinate. The minion hesitated, questioning if such a massive feast was truly allowed. Amorph coldly commanded him to devour every last miserable scrap. Seeking a much higher-tier meal for his own evolution, Amorph nonchalantly shoved the severed limb into the chilling depths of the refrigerator for later. His grand scheme was already looking ahead. The moment Ross's identity outlived its usefulness, he would seamlessly morph into this very neighbor next. His calculating mind raced. Who would be the perfect pawn to drag into his next deadly trap? Scrolling through the barren contact list, it became painfully obvious that the cyborg was a socially isolated loner. He desperately needed a key to unlock the middleman's true identity. Yet, aside from the high-profile captain, the options were devastatingly slim. Making a move on the commanding officer would trigger an immediate system-wide alarm. That kind of chaotic heat was the absolute last thing he needed right now. His prey had to be entirely expendable, a complete nobody whose sudden vanishing act wouldn't raise a single red flag. Suddenly, a recurring name caught his piercing gaze. The message logs were completely flooded with endless chats to a man named Lloyd. Reading between the twisted lines, Amorph deduced this guy was a degenerate partner in crime who shared Ross's most unspeakable and filthy desires. The digital breadcrumbs painted a very clear picture. These two were heavily wrapped up in the dark and seedy underworld of adult entertainment. The logs pointed straight to a notorious underground joint hidden deep within the special trade sector. A place so infamous, its dark reputation echoed even throughout the game world. The establishment was a total moral black hole, sparking furious ethical debates and splashing across sensationalized news headlines daily. A sinister grin crept onto Amorph's face. If this Lloyd was swimming in such muddy waters, he undoubtedly held the crucial intel on the black market broker. Glancing at the timestamp, the trap was practically setting itself. The two creeps had been exchanging text messages as recently as yesterday afternoon. Confirming their tight-knit bond, the shapeshifter cracked his stolen knuckles and fired off a carefully crafted message to his new target. The reply came swiftly. Hearing the sudden news of the resignation, Lloyd aggressively accused his friend of completely losing his damn mind. Demanding answers for this reckless move, Lloyd pressed for details. Amorph smoothly lied through his stolen teeth, typing out that he was just burned out and hungering for a brand new thrill. The bait was swallowed whole. Lloyd readily agreed, loudly complaining that their current corporate gig was a complete dead-end dump anyway. When interrogated about his next career move, Amorph played the part perfectly. He humbly admitted that his twisted skill set locked him into the exact same line of dirty work. Pushing for specifics, Lloyd demanded to know the exact path. With a cold, calculated strike, Amorph dropped the magic word: illegal smuggling. The monster's predatory instincts flared on high alert. Every extra second of this digital dance dramatically multiplied the risk of blowing his flawless cover. To maintain the perfect illusion, he knew he had to slam the brakes and cut the conversation short immediately. But the friend pushed back with a stern reminder. He pointed out Ross's previous solemn vow to completely abandon the life-threatening criminal underworld. Disbelief bled through the screen as Lloyd aggressively questioned what the hell the point of throwing away his career was if he was just jumping right back into the fire. Feigning desperate hesitation, Amorph typed back the perfect sob story. He claimed his pockets were bleeding dry, and he just needed one last desperate roll of the dice to survive. Hook, line, and sinker. Defeated by the pitiful excuse, Lloyd finally shattered and promised to forward the highly classified broker intel. The spider reeled in its prey. Seizing the ultimate opening, Amorph smoothly suggested a face-to-face rendezvous at a dingy, dimly lit tavern buried deep within the bustling port district. Shock completely overrode Lloyd's remaining defenses. The idea of the notoriously cheap Ross actually offering to buy a round of drinks was an absolutely mind-blowing anomaly he simply couldn't resist. He played it cool, typing back that since he just quit his job, treating his old co-workers to a final round was only natural. Reading the message, Lloyd foolishly believed his former colleague had finally matured. Falling right into the trap, the unsuspecting prey asked for a time to meet. Amorph casually suggested 9 in the evening by the desolate edge of the port. The real reason? It would be the perfect feeding ground to devour him in the shadows. Oblivious to his grim fate, Lloyd texted back that hitting the bar completely alone felt a bit pathetic. A dark smirk crossed the predator's mind. Lonely? Not at all. He would be joining the late Roz in the afterlife very soon. With the death trap officially set, the monstrous entity pondered his next tactical move. Beside him, little number 26 let out a satisfied sigh, murmuring that his stomach was completely full. Knowing the young one needed plenty of rest to grow, Amorph gave his head a gentle pat before settling back down in front of the glowing laptop screen. With time to kill before the hunt, he hacked into the latest seizure inventory logs to see what hidden treasures awaited. Scanning the data, he spotted mountain crawlers on the manifest. But what made his eyes widen in pure shock was the capture of a legendary outspacer. How in the world did a bunch of lowly grunts manage to secure a cosmic beast like that? Checking cell number 20. The transfer destination was completely blank. The ultimate prize was still locked inside. For the uninitiated, outspacers were terrifying anomalies, an apex alien species born in the dark abyss beyond the known cosmos. If his own species was just a nod to sci-fi horrors, that thing was the literal nightmare straight out of a classic survival game. In that virtual world, choosing their faction meant ascending as the supreme hive queen, a terrifying monarch who expanded her swarm by forcefully absorbing foreign genetics, mutating her soldiers into unstoppable killing machines. Just like his own avatar, they were a late-blooming powerhouse species, but their path to evolution was an entirely different beast. Despite the tempting stats, the soul behind Amorph still vastly preferred his current monstrous form. Still, encountering an outspacer was incredibly rare. If the sample was not locked away, he could devour it and steal its apex predatory traits. The decision was instantaneous. He would hunt down that cosmic genetic code before doing anything else. As for the lesser creatures, their numbers barely scraped double digits. Eating them all might not trigger a single evolution, since the system always relied heavily on pure luck. With his brutal itinerary locked in, he snapped the laptop shut with a satisfying click. His enhanced senses warned him of approaching footsteps. Sensing the shift in tension, Number 26 nervously asked what was happening. He whispered that it was time to step out into the night. The little companion tilted his head in confusion, but Amorph just gave a mysterious grin, promising he would see the grand stage soon enough. Without another word, the predator launched himself out the window, landing silently on the adjacent rooftop and scanning the horizon. A chilling smile exposed his razor-sharp fangs. The moon was high, and it was officially hunting season down at the port. Amorph became a blur of unstoppable motion. Leaping effortlessly across the concrete canopy, he eventually dropped down into the shadows of the desolate streets below. His radar pinged the hidden entrance to the subterranean tunnels, urging him forward into the pitch-black abyss. Emitting low-frequency sound waves to map the area, he instantly melted into the darkness. Up ahead, two piercing mechanical eyes cut through the gloom. A metallic guardian blocked their path. Trembling slightly in the shadows, Number 26 silently questioned the sudden halt. A telepathic whisper warned the child of a lethal threat. As the heavy footsteps echoed closer, Amorph's instincts identified the machine as a high-tier combat android. This was no standard security bot. Its sleek, deadly chassis was completely different from the junkers guarding the old pirate ship reactor. What made it truly terrifying was the heavy-duty mechanized combat arm bolted directly to its hip frame. His predatory gaze immediately locked onto the machine's primary weapon. A military-grade Gauss rifle. Why on earth would a simple patrol unit be wielding such devastating firepower? While it ranked just a single tier below pure plasma weaponry, its lethality was absolutely nothing to scoff at. Firing hyper-accelerated tungsten rounds, it was designed to tear right through heavily armored juggernauts. It made zero sense. Slapping high-performance artillery onto a basic observation unit was a massive waste of resources. Unless the security protocols had been entirely overridden, his gamer instinct screamed that a massive unscripted event was unfolding. This port was notorious for triggering chaotic scenarios, just like the unpredictable raids back in the original game. If a high-stakes scenario had been triggered, it perfectly explained why the system had cranked the alert level to maximum. The mechanical hunter paused its patrol. Its glowing optics swept aggressively from left to right, scanning for the slightest anomaly. Finding nothing, the metallic beast resumed its march. The port had been dead silent just hours ago. But now, the rising tension promised an absolute bloodbath. From that moment forward, he swore to never let his guard down again. Tearing open a heavy iron grate, he plunged straight into the damp darkness below. Watching him leave, Number 26 tilted its head and questioned his sudden departure. With a chillingly calm tone, he revealed that he was simply retracing his steps back to his origin point. His grand design was originally to cultivate a massive nest before releasing his deadly spores. However, the looming threat of an unexpected event forced a drastic change of plans. Time was slipping away. He had to weave an invisible web of surveillance across the entire sector immediately. Channeling his dark power, a thick, venomous green mist erupted from his body, silently swallowing the surrounding shadows. And just like that, his perfect, unseen eyes were planted everywhere. Within a mere 48 hours, he fully expected those very spores to violently mutate into a terrifying nest. Rising from the abyss, he pushed aside another rusted manhole cover and stepped back into the world above. The desolate street was completely devoid of life, just as his calculations predicted. Turning to his loyal subordinate, he ordered Number 26 to hold the line in the shadows. Though the terrifying minion practically begged to follow its master, he firmly commanded it to stay put. After all, the creature's monstrous aura would easily terrify any approaching prey. Number 26 obediently bowed in submission. They were lingering right on the jagged edge of the district border, a forgotten wasteland where human footsteps simply ceased to exist. It was an absolute paradise for a deadly ambush. Shrouded in heavy silence, he bided his time until a faint vibration finally triggered his enhanced senses. A lone silhouette slowly materialized from the fog. To his utter bewilderment, the contact known as Lloyd turned out to be a woman, completely shattering his assumption of a rugged male informant. Even more shocking was her completely unassuming aura. She looked like a remarkably fragile, everyday civilian. Judging by her delicate frame, one would assume she lacked the physical strength to even snap a simple flower stem. For a fleeting second, he almost saw her as a naive girl bound for the pleasure district. But his predator instincts screamed a chilling warning. This was the exact type of monster who would rip out a man's spine while wearing a gentle smile. Stepping out of the absolute dark, he deliberately revealed his disguised form to the mysterious woman. The moment her eyes locked onto him, she spat out a string of bitter curses, fiercely demanding why he dragged her into such a cursed, filthy alleyway. Keeping his voice dangerously low, he warned her that their dark secrets were strictly forbidden for the light of day. Reluctantly, she clicked her tongue and nodded in agreement. Her sharp gaze then swept up and down his figure. With a raised brow, she questioned why he was still dragging around his old company uniform after practically burning his bridges. The truth struck Amorph like a bolt of lightning. To her fragile human eyes, his mutated outer flesh perfectly mirrored ordinary fabric. A sudden realization dawned upon him. His terrifying mimetic organ did not just steal faces, it flawlessly replicated artificial garments down to the very last thread. This biological marvel was an absolute nightmare. It violently extracted the target's genetic blueprint alongside every single trace of sensory data. Utilizing that stolen essence, it crafted a hauntingly perfect replica, capturing the victim's exact state right before the jaws of death snapped shut. However, every god-tier ability harbors a fatal flaw. He was completely locked into the exact appearance of the prey he had violently consumed, unable to alter a single, tiny detail. Back in his past gaming days, trivial details like wardrobe changes were utterly irrelevant. That lingering complacency had almost dug his grave in this brutal reality. Etching a grim warning into his own mind, he promised to sharpen his deceptive act. Masking his inner turmoil, he simply shrugged his shoulders and casually claimed his closet was completely empty. Rolling her eyes, she scoffed and advised him to invest in some decent civilian gear, especially since his days as a corporate lapdog were officially over. But as her piercing gaze lingered on his form for a second too long, a chilling ripple of instinct washed over her. Feigning total ignorance, he questioned her sudden unease. Frowning deeply, she muttered that a foul, unrecognizable scent was aggressively invading her nose. Desperate to derail her growing suspicion, Amorph swiftly pivoted the dangerous conversation, demanding the latest intel on their elusive underworld broker. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She could not fathom why he dared to discuss such highly classified business in a desolate wasteland. His voice dropped to a sinister whisper as he reminded her that the walls of their usual tavern had far too many hidden ears. A heavy silence fell between them. She reluctantly swallowed her pride, well aware that a single loose slip could easily spell their doom. Reaching into her pocket, she tossed over a sleek digital drive, completely loaded with the bloody footprints of their underworld negotiations. With a deadly serious glare, she warned him that the encrypted data possessed a strict 24-hour self-destruct sequence. He had to burn it into his memory before it vanished into the void. Letting out a heavy, exaggerated sigh, he complained about the agonizingly strict security measures. A cold smirk crawled across her face as she stated that survival in the shadows demanded such paranoia. With a swift tap, she forwarded the encrypted network coordinates directly to his device. A sharp synthetic beep echoed from his pocket. The screen lit up, boldly displaying the heavily guarded contact details of a mysterious figure known only as S, courtesy of Lloyd. His mind raced with calculated theories. Shielding their true identities with single letters was the ultimate failsafe against ruthless interrogations if the authorities ever dragged them down. With the heavy burden of their lethal transaction finally lifted, her tense demeanor shattered. A bright, dangerously charming smile bloomed as she enthusiastically proposed a night of heavy drinking. Playfully stepping into his personal space, she lightly tapped his arm, teasingly declaring that he would be footing the entire tavern bill tonight. But the very millisecond her fingertips grazed his unnatural flesh, pure horror struck her soul. Her survival instincts screamed as she violently leaped backward, her trembling voice demanding to know what kind of monster stood before her. The deceptive illusion was completely shattered. Amorph instantly recognized his fatal miscalculation. His godlike mimetic organ could deceive the eyes, but it could never mimic the warmth of a human soul to the touch. Blinded by absolute terror, she spun around and unleashed a blood-curdling scream for salvation. But before a single sound could escape the alley, monstrous appendages viciously clamped over her mouth, tightly binding her trembling body as she was dragged into the suffocating darkness. Panic flickered in the prey's eyes, her face painted with absolute terror and confusion. According to her intel, he was supposed to only have 2 arms. Yet, unseen appendages coiled around her from every impossible angle. He had weaponized this exact sensory mismatch countless times in the game. With a ruthless strike, his fangs sank deep, tearing a blood-curdling scream from her throat. Crimson painted the shadows as the desperate struggle slowly died down. At last, the brutal hunt reached its inevitable end. Dumping the lifeless husk into the darkness, Amorph finally claimed his feast. As he tore into the flesh, he noted that Lloyd tasted utterly unremarkable. Neither a delicacy nor garbage, just a bland meal to fuel his evolution. Still, it was a feast of the gods compared to that repulsive, metallic cyborg named Ras. But the real prize wasn't the flavor. With the assimilation complete, he could now perfectly mimic Lloyd's form. Leaving no trace behind was the first rule of survival. He meticulously gathered the remaining shattered bones to erase any sign of the massacre. A casual toss into the abyss of the underground tunnel would be more than enough to bury this grim secret forever. Once he retreated to his sanctuary and analyzed the stolen data, he would determine if this shadowy middleman was worth a face-to-face encounter. Back at the hideout, number 26's senses instantly flared at the scent of fresh blood. Amorph casually brushed off the creature, stating his own hunger was already satisfied. The subordinate eagerly scoured the area for scraps, only for a wave of devastating disappointment to hit when he realized not a single morsel had been spared for him. Seeing the pathetic display, Amorph made a mental note. Next time, he would have to throw the starving beast a literal bone. Meanwhile, deep within the neon-lit bowels of the TNC port supply storage, a lab-coated operative turned to a grizzled veteran named Thunder, questioning why he hadn't left yet. Thunder didn't even glance up from the shadows. He gruffly replied that there were still loose ends tying him to the warehouse. Taking the hint, the operative slipped away into the industrial maze, leaving Thunder entirely alone. The moment the coast was clear, Thunder flipped open his encrypted terminal. The glowing screen reflected his greed, a digital gold mine just waiting to be cracked open. But a dark scowl twisted his bearded face. Incompetent fools were clogging the pipeline, bleeding his massive profits dry with every passing second. By all accounts, the illegal cargo should have cleared the sector at the crack of dawn. However, a sudden corporate board meeting had triggered maximum alert. Now, the blazing eyes of security were tracking every single outgoing container. Because of those corporate suits, his entire stash of monstrous contraband was rotting in transit limbo. Anger boiled in his veins. Every hour of delay was another mountain of credits burning to ash before his very eyes. He had poured a fortune into bribing the guards, but the pathetic security bypass was a total ripoff. Suddenly, the piercing chime of a secure line shattered his thoughts. It was another thorn in his side. The caller ID flashed a single ominous letter, L. Thunder gritted his teeth in pure irritation. He had explicitly warned her that the sector was crawling with watchdogs right now. But scanning her encrypted message, his eyes widened in shock. He never imagined a buyer would actually step up for the outspacers. Those cosmic beasts were walking death traps. Who in their right mind would dare purchase such apocalyptic nightmares? The text revealed the ultimate clients, the fanatic cult operating deep within the administrative district. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces fell into place. Those deranged zealots had a notorious obsession with hoarding forbidden alien beasts and corrupted ancient relics. He always knew Elle possessed a terrifyingly sharp instinct for the black market, but realizing she held actual leverage with the untouchable elites of the administrative district sent a shiver down his spine. A greedy smirk returned to his face. Piggybacking off her connections could elevate his smuggling empire to legendary status. A new ping echoed from the terminal. Elle demanded a rendezvous at exactly 10 p.m., deep inside the port district's abandoned crane berth. Reading the coordinates, Thunder breathed a sigh of relief. If the drop was local, he could bypass external checkpoints entirely. The cult's grunts would handle the dirty work. He was just reaching to execute the final transfer sequence when the secure line buzzed a second time. The plan was shifting. Elle was abruptly pushing the exchange window to the dead of night. Thunder slammed his fist on the desk. First, she forces a high-risk trade during maximum lockdown, and now she was moving the goalposts at the 11th hour. Every instinct forged in the underworld screamed that this was a trap. He aggressively punched in her dial code to demand answers. He barked into the receiver, demanding to know why she was suddenly breaking their unspoken rules. Her voice was terrifyingly calm as she claimed she was simply stuck on an overtime shift. Thunder frowned, the excuse tasting like cheap, synthesized garbage. Overtime? What the hell was she actually playing at? Then, like a spark igniting a powder keg, the grim realization hit him. Whispers from the docks flooded his memory. Some suicidal rookie had recently botched a mountain crawler smuggling run, triggering an absolute bloodbath with the enforcers. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper as he asked if the mountain crawler incident was the real reason for the delay. A heavy sigh crackled through the comms. She confirmed that the entire network was burning because of that one idiot's catastrophic failure. Understanding the chaos, Thunder reluctantly agreed to push the shadow deal to 1 a.m., but as the call ended, a chilling paranoia clung to his soul. Something about this felt like a death sentence. Even for a shady underground cult, a midnight transaction reeked of intense suspicion. The main character wasn't about to take any chances, deciding to establish his own ruthless insurance policy. He summoned a trusted subordinate to his side, ordering them to lock down the perimeter at exactly 1 in the morning. He had no idea what the other party was secretly plotting, but if they tried any funny business, he was fully prepared to slaughter them all. Amorph internally acknowledged that Broker S was a highly cautious man, and honestly, he couldn't even blame the guy. Based on his tactical intel, S was likely a high-ranking goods manager for the supply storage faction, or perhaps a powerful shot caller in the port security team. Either way, he was a deeply connected middleman, which meant that simply devouring him on the spot would turn the aftermath and cleanup into an absolute nightmare. With so many corrupt eyes watching the broker, predation would bring a massive target straight to Amorph's back in no time. He needed a cunning strategy to manipulate the man for long-term gains. Fortunately, a dark path presented itself. The alien outspacers possessed a unique genetic trait that could solve this entire headache in an instant. But there was a massive catch. Successfully absorbing that specific skill through predation was completely at the mercy of luck. A few moments later, our main character slipped out of the underground tunnels and arrived at the desolate Port District container terminal. His timing was absolute perfection. His heightened senses instantly detected 3 security cameras sweeping the grim area. Just as his instincts predicted, S had deep pockets and even deeper connections with the port security forces. But a supreme predator like Amorph wasn't about to get caught by mere human technology. Suddenly, his aura picked up ominous movement near the massive cranes. There were 10 figures lurking in the shadows, and all but one were heavily armed. He expected the broker to play it safe, but bringing a literal hit squad as backup was an unexpectedly bold move. Still, Amorph wanted to handle this without spilling blood. He stepped into the pale moonlight, maintaining his flawless human disguise as Lloyd. When the disguised Amorph demanded to know who the armed thugs were, S casually brushed it off, claiming they were just his personal insurance. The main character instantly read the room. The extra muscle didn't bother him in the slightest, but his supernatural senses locked onto a very troublesome species hiding among the guards. A beastman wolf. While his advanced biological mimicry organ was powerful enough to fool a canine's nose, beastmen possessed razor-sharp instincts. The wolf would eventually sense his monstrous nature, meaning he had to wrap this deal up fast. Stepping forward with undeniable authority, the disguised Amorph firmly demanded the merchandise. S smirked in response, pointing his chin toward a heavily secured refrigerated container sitting off to the side. It was standard underworld protocol. The moment the encrypted transfer was complete, the access code would flash on the terminal screen. The digits lined up, the heavy lock clicked open, and just like that, the tense transaction was a success. But Broker S wasn't quite done talking. His greedy eyes gleamed as he asked if a high-ranking chief had connected them to the cult. Recognizing a golden opportunity to climb the ladder, S shamelessly begged for a direct introduction to the shadowy higher-ups. He even promised a massive extra cut for every future transaction that went through them, but his offer was coldly rejected. Undeterred, the broker simply laughed off the rejection, telling them to reach out whenever they had a change of heart. But the peaceful atmosphere completely shattered when the wolf guard suddenly called out. Amorph's combat instincts screamed that trouble had arrived. The beast woman, named Kate, stepped aggressively toward Lloyd. She loudly warned everyone that this man was hiding something extremely dangerous. S scoffed at her desperate warning. After all, he had already completed multiple successful transactions with Lloyd without a single hitch. Kate couldn't exactly put her finger on it, but her primal beast senses were screaming that the man standing before them was a monster. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, S glared at his trusted disguise, demanding to know what the hell was going on. He knew perfectly well that Kate's sense of smell was incredibly superior, even among her own elite wolf kind. But S was a deeply paranoid man, and he had heard rumors of strange betrayals brewing within the security team. Believing that Kate was secretly a mole working for a rival faction, he ruthlessly ordered his gunmen to seize her. Amorph sighed internally. He truly wanted a quiet night, but since the situation had completely spiraled out of control, the gloves finally had to come off. It was time for a massacre. In a flash of terrifying speed, a monstrous limb erupted from his body, piercing straight through Kate's thigh and injecting a lethal poison. The wolf warrior collapsed instantly. Shocked to their core by the sudden bloodshed, the armed men turned their weapons on Lloyd and opened fire. Bullets rained down in a deafening storm of steel, but absolute panic quickly set in when the man simply refused to die. Instead of falling to the ground, the horrific creature just stood there, soaking up the brutal gunfire before charging straight into their ranks. The human illusion violently shattered as Lloyd's arm mutated back into Amorph's terrifying, blade-like appendage, and in a symphony of destruction, he began tearing the entire squad to absolute pieces. The disguised entity didn't even flinch. As a storm of bullets rained down, the relentless predator plunged straight into enemy lines. Panic gripped the remaining guards. Suspecting some high-level illusion art was at play, they quickly realized they were completely outmatched. Desperation setting in, one of the elite mercenaries ripped open a heavy weapon case. "Get the VIP out of here," he roared over the deafening gunfire. "I'll buy you some time." With a battle cry, he unloaded a relentless machine gun barrage point blank. But as the smoke cleared, the target was standing perfectly still. An invisible aura flickered to life, harmlessly deflecting the lethal rounds like mere pebbles bouncing off solid steel. Realizing guns were utterly useless, the mercenary drew a gleaming blade. "You're not taking another step," he vowed, fully prepared to throw his life away. It was time to escalate the slaughter. Amorph unleashed a flurry of monstrous appendages, while his human vessel, Lloyd, launched a barrage of shattered debris at the swordsman. But the mercenary was no amateur. His blade danced through the air, slicing the massive projectiles into harmless dust. Crackling blue lightning surged around the sword. He tried to retreat as the monster lunged, but a terrifying alien hand pierced straight through his chest. Coughing up blood, the dying guard gasped out the word monster, despite only seeing the human face of Lloyd looking back at him. Without a single shred of emotion, Amorph reached through his human meat shield and claimed the fallen warrior's glowing blade. His predatory eyes narrowed as he examined the weapon. A high-frequency sonic blade, identical to the gear used by the space pirates who had raided the research vessel. The exact same model, down to the manufacturing details. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. They had to be working for the exact same shadowy syndicate. But such a toy was useless to a being like him. He casually tossed the priceless blade aside and continued his hunt. In the end, their corporate affiliations meant absolutely nothing. Syndicate or not, they were all just fresh meat for the slaughter. The mercenary's explosive combat prowess was certainly commendable. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with an apex predator. Leaving the mangled corpse behind, Amorph slowly advanced toward a trembling, captive wolf. In this world system, lycanthropes were classified as a rare, shape-shifting species, which meant its genetic code was the exact key he needed to trigger his next legendary evolution. Since the Shadow Broker contact had gone up in flames, wearing Lloyd's skin was no longer a necessity. It was time for a major upgrade. Absorbing a beastman's DNA would grant him unimaginable new powers. The trapped creature whimpered in sheer primal terror as the human shell melted away into a nightmare. The dinner bell had officially rung. The evolutionary rush was even more intoxicating than expected. But savoring the power-up would have to wait. The smuggling boss, S, had slipped the net. Unleashing a highly tuned echolocation wave, Amorph painted the battlefield in his mind. The fleeing prey was much closer than anticipated. The foolish humans had burned precious survival time trying to dodge the corporate surveillance network. Wait. The sector was a total ghost town. Not a single civilian, not even a patrol android in sight. A sinister realization dawned on him. S must have pulled some heavy strings to completely blind the sector's security grid. Moving contraband right under the nose of a megacorporation was an instant death sentence, after all. Oh, the bitter irony. Their desperate attempts to hide from the law had trapped them in an empty cage with a monster. The ultimate game of cat and mouse had begun. Elsewhere, S was sprinting like a madman through the shadows. His lungs burned, but his pride refused to let him die in some dirty alley. Suddenly, one of his surviving guards called out to him. "Boss!" the breathless guard pleaded. "We have to run to the authorities." Boiling rage twisted S's face. Running to the corporate cops meant exposing his smuggling ring, a guaranteed life sentence behind bars. But the guard was on the edge of a total mental breakdown. "We can't fight that thing. We need a heavily armed squad just to survive." S unleashed a furious kick against a steel shipping crate. The worst part wasn't the cowardice. It was the fact that his underling was absolutely right. Rotting in a corporate black site was still marginally better than becoming monster food. As if guided by destiny, the neon lights of a district security outpost flickered just past the perimeter fence. He had lined the pockets of that precinct's captain for years. It was the perfect time to cash in every single one of those dirty favors. It was his only ticket to survival. He took a hopeful step forward. But a bone-chilling aura suddenly froze the blood in his veins. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. The guard right beside him was violently lifted into the air, his life force drained away in seconds. From the shadows emerged Amorph, fully unbound in his terrifying, grotesque true form. As demonic eyes locked onto the crime boss, S's legs turned to absolute jelly. Suffocating dread crushed the boss's soul. In a final act of suicidal loyalty, the last remaining bodyguard lunged, wrapping his arms around the beast's leg. "Run, boss! Get out of here!" the doomed man wailed. S didn't need to be told twice. Abandoning all dignity, he sprinted for his life. The neon sanctuary was agonizingly close. Just 10 more steps. If he could just vault over that iron fence, he might actually survive the night. But out of nowhere, a wave of crushing dizziness hit him. Freedom was just steps away, yet his legs gave out completely. A bizarre, heavy sensation washed over his body. His mind spun in pure chaos, unable to grasp this sudden nightmare. Before his vision could even clear, a towering shadow loomed over him. It was the monster, Amorph, drool dripping from its jaws as it violently seized its prey. Our monstrous protagonist effortlessly hoisted the man onto his shoulder. Pure terror gripped the captive's heart as he wondered just what horrific fate awaited him. He desperately struggled to break free, but his limbs felt like lead. Every ounce of his strength had been drained away. Amorph marched forward in deafening silence, completely ignoring the man's pathetic pleas. Stepping over the gruesome remains of the fallen guards, our main character finally tossed his hostage to the cold floor. Trembling in fear, the captive watched the beast interact with a glowing digital console. With one final keystroke, the heavy metal doors hissed open. The sheer horror of the situation caused the broker to lose absolute control of his bladder. He begged the heavens for a miracle, but no hero was coming. Amorph casually glanced down, noting the pathetic puddle forming beneath his prey. The absolute terror radiating from the man was amusing, but this broker still held significant value in the grand scheme of things. Snuffing out his life right now would be a massive waste. Our protagonist had to extract every drop of use from him before hunting down the rest of the underworld network. Shifting his focus, the monster activated another terminal, and a massive stasis pod cracked open. Inside rested the Outspacers, a tragic alien species burdened by a cursed destiny. Their once godly psychic powers had been ruthlessly stripped away by the apex predators of this universe, the legendary Vortex Swarm. Driven by pure desperation, their ultimate desire was to reclaim their shattered homeworld from the very monsters who destroyed it. But to achieve such an impossible dream, they required a terrifying amount of psionic energy, enough to swallow the entire galaxy whole. And to harvest that astronomical power, they had set their sights on devouring the cult empire. This insatiable hunger for energy sparked a bloody and endless hostility between the two factions. However, the Outspacers had a fatal flaw. They were practically defenseless against combined psychic assaults, making the diverse cult empire their absolute worst nightmare. But right now, to our monstrous main character, these tragic beings just looked like oversized crabs. A vicious hunger rumbled in his stomach. What kind of flavor would they hold? Taking a massive bite, an unexpectedly nostalgic sensation bloomed on his tongue. It was exactly like biting into an unthawed, frostbitten crab straight from the depths of a freezer. Crunchy, cold, and utterly bizarre. The first specimen yielded absolutely nothing. But luck was on his side, as he still had 19 fleshy targets remaining. Without hesitation, he began to gorge himself. Shell after shell cracked between his teeth, but the system remained dead silent. Extracting prime DNA from such a tiny sample pool was always a massive gamble. This infuriating drop rate was a nightmare he knew all too well from his days playing the original game. He swallowed another one whole. Still nothing, just another useless meal. With only 2 specimens left in the pod, frustration began to boil within him. Was the legendary trait going to slip through his claws? He seriously considered throwing the final scraps to his minion, number 26. But the moment his jaws crushed the 19th shell, an intense glow erupted from his eyes. Jackpot! A dazzling screen flashed before his vision, confirming that the terrifying predation effect had successfully triggered. The golden notification rang out like music. He had successfully ripped the parasite gene from his prey. By devouring the Outspacer larvae, he had claimed their most insidious biological weapon. The dreaded parasite pathogen was now his to command. This horrifying ability allowed him to burrow deep into an enemy's flesh, completely hijacking their nervous system and turning them into a living puppet. The moment this twisted power fused with his DNA, a brand new evolution tree shattered its chains. The infection enhancement path was finally unlocked. By forcefully merging this new gene with his existing contamination organ, he could forge a truly nightmarish breed of enhanced parasites. This toxic evolution tree specialized in devastating curses, turning any battle into a slow, agonizing nightmare for his enemies. For an apex predator who thrived on ruthless ambushes and shadow tactics, this dark power was an absolute masterpiece. He immediately activated the assimilation sequence. A sickening sensation rippled through his monstrous body as if 1,000 tiny insects were frantically burrowing beneath his flesh. The system chimed once more, cementing his newfound status. The insidious parasite trait had perfectly integrated into his genetic code. Without wasting a single breath, he slammed the new trait into his contamination organ. A burst of dark energy pulsed out as the ability mutated into the legendary parasite swarm. Sacrificing the base organ's original venom was a heavy price, but the reward was godlike. He was now the undisputed master of a mutated parasite army. Checking his terrifying status window, he reviewed his active evolutionary paths. His psionic enhancement was sitting at a staggering 5 out of 6, while his brand new infection enhancement marked its first deadly milestone at 1 out of 4. The cold mechanical system actually threw a hint of disgust his way, openly questioning why any rational being would choose such a stomach-churning power. To be fair, any sane player would be deeply disturbed by this grotesque strategy. But for our monstrous hero, it was pure perfection. A wicked grin stretched across his face as he turned his glowing eyes toward the trembling broker. The pathetic man desperately clawed at the floor, completely unaware that he was about to become the ultimate test subject. Desperation fueled his trembling limbs. He dragged his soiled, battered body across the cold floor, but his strength was entirely spent. Without warning, Amorph's grip closed around his throat. He slammed him violently against the steel wall as S gasped for air, begging to know what was happening. Pure terror morphed into a blood-curdling shriek at the sight of the squirming parasite. He pleaded for mercy, but the grotesque creature slithered straight toward his eyeball, drawing out an agonizing scream. Once the gruesome work was finished, Amorph casually dusted himself off, announcing it was time for his departure. The parasitic subjugation was an absolute success. However, its lifespan was strictly limited to 24 hours. To maintain control, frequent replacements were an absolute necessity. The broken man before him, formerly known as the infamous broker Thunder, had just been reduced to Amorph's obedient puppet. If the clock ever struck the 24-hour mark, the creature would dissolve, taking Thunder's pathetic life along with it. The nightmare organism had woven itself entirely into his cerebral cortex. His mind was no longer his own. Should Thunder even entertain a single thought of betrayal, the parasite would instantly read his mind, punishing him with mind-shattering agony. And after today's brutal demonstration, Thunder was intimately familiar with that hellish torment. Amorph smiled with cold certainty. Unless the sky itself collapsed, this broken pawn would never dare to resist. To completely seal the deal, he had deliberately forced him to witness how they disposed of the corpses. Thunder was a survivor, so he knew exactly what that implied. With his new leash secured, Amorph finally headed for home, lurking within the shadows of his doorway. Number 26 was eagerly waiting. The creature was practically vibrating with rage over his late arrival. But Amorph came prepared with a peace offering, casually tossing the lifeless body of a guard right at its feet. He coldly instructed the beast to feast, and number 26 viciously tore into its gruesome meal. Amorph had evolved from his past blunders, and he would never repeat the same mistakes. Now, it was time to shed his skin and become someone else once again. Exactly 1 week passed. Inside a high-security facility, a stern voice demanded an update on Broker S. The tense gathering took place deep within the TNC district, inside the heavily guarded 5th conference room of the security forces. An operative reported that their smuggling task force had been completely grounded, right after the board issued their official decree. However, exactly 7 days ago, the target suddenly reactivated his operations. Since that moment, he had flawlessly executed 6 consecutive runs. That meant he was moving contraband almost every single day. The room murmured in confusion, wondering if his standard operating procedure had shifted. An analyst pulled up the data. Broker S was notorious for coordinating massive interplanetary trades. Yet, inexplicably, his last 6 transactions were strictly confined to clients within the city limits. The initial theory was that S was feeling the pressure from their tightening surveillance net. But that logic was completely flawed. Domestic trades offered mere pennies compared to his usual astronomical profits. The sharp-eyed commander in green narrowed his gaze. He knew Broker S was a phantom, a man obsessed with absolute caution. A criminal mastermind who built an empire on low-risk, high-reward ventures. Would never act this recklessly without a hidden motive. He slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know his contact's identity. The intel revealed an absolute ghost, a complete blank slate with 0 criminal records. This confirmed a new player had entered the board, and he had only blipped onto their radar a mere 3 days ago. The footage showed a bizarre figure in sleepwear, effortlessly dodging the surveillance grid. His movements screamed high-level professional training. Their best trackers had tried locking onto him multiple times. But this ghost shook them off into the shadows without breaking a sweat. As if pinning down the legendary broker wasn't enough of a nightmare. Now they had a lethal new variable in the equation. The commander's instincts were screaming. There was a deadly reason why the ever-cautious S was suddenly throwing caution to the wind. He barked out his orders with absolute authority. Generate a high-res composite sketch of this mystery man immediately. Run a full biometric analysis. And cross-reference with the Port Authority to pinpoint the exact second he set foot in their territory. And above all else, place a microscopic watch on every single breath Broker S takes. With the battle lines finally drawn, the briefing was adjourned. In the past, the commander's hands had been tied. The corrupt higher-ups always shielded S in exchange for heavy bribes. But the game had changed. This time, not even the untouchable executives could stand in his way. The true god of this space city was the noble capital itself, and their divine orders were absolute and undeniable. He had a secret weapon. A comrade from his old military unit was deeply embedded in S's personal security detail. It left a bitter taste in his mouth to use a brother in arms like a pawn. But he swore to the heavens it would only be this once. The clock was ticking, and he absolutely had to hunt down Broker S before the board meeting reached its bitter end. Meanwhile, shifting his form into an unassuming man wearing pajamas, Amorph arrived at the designated rendezvous point. The time was exactly 10:55. He knew his target was bound to emerge from the shadows at any given second. Constantly shuffling their meeting spots was an absolute headache, but staying completely hidden was a matter of life and death. He simply had no other choice. For the past few days, this was the exact disguise he used to confront Thunder. Suddenly, his heightened senses flared. A piercing gaze was locked onto him from somewhere around the quiet container berth. Without a doubt, it had to be the authorities. The cops were relentlessly tailing Thunder's every move. That was exactly why their schedule and locations had to be randomized like a chaotic puzzle. Naturally, Thunder despised this arrangement, but defying his terrifying master was a completely futile effort. His only option in this miserable life was absolute, unquestioning obedience. Number 26 impatiently grumbled about Thunder's delay, but the main character simply told him to hold his horses. Right on cue, a heavy truck rumbled out of the darkness. The massive vehicle screeched to a halt right before them, and a wretched-looking Thunder stumbled out of the driver's seat. Amorph's eyes narrowed sharply. Thunder's features had withered away so completely he looked like a walking corpse instead of a man. A terrifying third of his body mass had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but sickly, sagging skin. This was the gruesome toll of a demonic parasite, a cursed entity that ruthlessly drained his brain 24 hours a day. Gasping for breath, Thunder presented the smuggled cargo exactly as ordered, instantly dropping to his knees to beg for mercy. Amorph saw right through him. The trembling fear in his eyes wasn't for the master, but for the monstrous bug writhing inside his skull. If the beast wasn't swapped immediately, his brain would literally melt. In a sickening instant, a fresh parasite slithered right into his eyeball, pushing the bloated, exhausted one out through his nostril. An agonizing shriek ripped from his throat. He desperately clutched his nose as thick, dark blood poured down his face. Completely unfazed by the horror, Amorph coldly demanded the cargo. Thunder scrambled to tap the control panel, and the heavy metal doors finally hissed open. A bone-chilling frost instantly washed over number 26. Noticing the shiver, Amorph casually offered to let his companion stay back in the warmth. But number 26 stubbornly refused, claiming the freezing air actually felt just like home. Outside, Thunder completely collapsed, drained of all his energy. The inventory for the night was supposedly 5 plant lizards and a single mutant fairy wing. That last item instantly sparked his terrifying curiosity. Back in his gaming days, a mutant fairy wing was completely unheard of. What kind of bizarre abilities could it possibly possess? Since it fell under the flying beast category, his monstrous appetite honestly expected it to taste just like a crispy piece of chicken. As they stepped into the icy container, a powerful wave of wrongness washed over him. The very air felt unbelievably heavy. Number 26 nervously asked what was bothering him. One look into the darkness confirmed it. This was no ordinary fairy wing. Coiled up before them was a terrifying juvenile Galagon, the legendary destructive dragons of deep space, a disaster-class creature notoriously known as the Blue Dragon. According to the game's darkest lore, these draconic beasts defied every single rule of normal monsters. They roamed the cosmos in vicious prides like apex predators, fiercely protecting their young at any cost. In the system's database, this pack mentality manifested as an ultimate hidden trait: the catastrophic power to summon an entire horde of enraged dragons. If the reality of this world matched the system lore, they were standing right on top of a ticking time bomb. If that little beast cried out for its family, absolute hell was going to break loose. But a chilling question struck Amorph's mind. How on earth did they manage to capture an apex predator's offspring? A low-level street thug could never pull off a heist of this catastrophic magnitude. A massive, terrifying conspiracy was definitely brewing in the shadows of the underworld. One horrifying fact was crystal clear. The main character realized someone had orchestrated this trap to completely obliterate the trade center. A cold smirk crossed Amorph's face. It was time to dig his claws into this mystery and rip out the hidden truth. Without wasting a second, he barked an order. The wretched smuggler scrambled back into the freezing room like an obedient dog. The main character glared down at him, testing to see if this pathetic pawn actually knew the apocalyptic threat he was carrying. Trembling, Thunder leaned closer. He was utterly confused, asking if it wasn't the simple fairy wing he was promised. Watching that genuinely clueless expression, Amorph concluded instantly. This fool was nothing but a blind puppet dancing on someone else's strings. After all, laying eyes on a mythical Galagon was a deadly luxury few mortals ever survived. Our main character figured it made perfect sense. How could Thunder possibly recognize such a rare creature? Narrowing his eyes, he demanded to know the identity of the smuggler. Thunder trembled slightly, dropping a single name into the tense silence. It was Jade. Jade Russell. The slippery rat had been thrown into the holding cells, only to vanish without a trace shortly after. But for Amorph, that name rang an ominous bell. The memories locked into place. He remembered clashing with Arnold Russell, a loyal hound who took orders directly from the infamous Eugene. That same man possessed absolute control over the massive space city, hovering ominously amidst the treacherous meteor swarm. A chilling realization hit Amorph like a ton of bricks. Eugene possessed the terrifying Galagan claw trait. That meant he definitely knew the exact locations of their hidden nests. Smuggling a dangerous Galagon straight into the heart of the space city? For a man with his resources, it would be as easy as breathing. The puzzle pieces finally connected. The Eugene family's loyal pawn was scheming a catastrophic attack on a major city. And not just any city. This territory belonged to the powerful TNC family, a formidable faction standing on the exact same tier of dominance. A bizarre sense of déjà vu washed over our main character. Following his gamer instincts, he interrogated Thunder about any upcoming city festivals. Thunder looked confused, asking if he meant the legendary board meeting. Instantly, Amorph's curiosity spiked to the absolute maximum. This was no ordinary gathering. It was the ultimate battleground to crown the next all-powerful CEO of Megacorp. Every single high-ranking director from the Prime Capital was scheduled to converge in one location. The countdown was set for 23 days. A massive grin crept across Amorph's face as the truth dawned on him. Epic scenarios exactly like this were classic tropes back in the game. Among all the chaotic events, the one that made Megacorp players lose their minds with hype was the legendary Civil War. Deep within the game's brutal lore, Megacorp wasn't just a company. It was a massive empire ruled by 7 great warring families. And the ultimate prize? The title of Supreme Leader, the CEO, claimed only through a ruthless and bloody election process. Any player lucky enough to align with the victorious bloodline would be showered with unimaginable god-tier benefits. Driven by absolute greed and ambition, these factions would bathe the streets in blood to secure their seat on the throne, sabotaging and utterly crushing rival candidates. In this cutthroat corporate world, that was just another Tuesday. Amorph's mind raced. The terrifying truth was clear. They were planning to unleash the monstrous Galagon right in the middle of the board meeting. Eugene had used Jade as a pawn to smuggle the beast inside, and now, that living weapon was lurking somewhere in the city shadows. The sinister plot should have died the moment Jade was captured. But right now, Amorph was completely in the dark about the beast's current status. His predator instincts screamed. He desperately craved that overpowered Galagon trait, but the timing couldn't possibly be any worse. If this massive corporate war wasn't brewing, he could have simply devoured the creature and vanished into the night. But with security tightened to absolute maximum levels, pulling off a heist like that was basically impossible. What a massive, frustrating headache. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Number 26 flinched as the blue Galagon twitched. Amorph's eyes snapped toward the movement. He lunged to shove it into the cryotube before it could fully awaken. But his blood ran cold. The creature's piercing eyes were already locked dead onto him. Panic flooded the small beast's eyes. Terrified, it let out a silent wail, unleashing a devastating wave of raw energy that violently blasted Amorph right off his feet. Despite being just a newborn, its telepathic shockwave carried the terrifying, overwhelming weight of a true Galagon. If our main character hadn't already acquired his legendary psionic resistance trait, that psychic blast would have scrambled his brain into absolute mush. Trembling with chaotic energy, the tiny blue Galagon projected dark thoughts into his mind. Black, fear, death. Fighting through the psychic pressure, Amorph desperately projected calm thoughts back. He promised he meant no harm. Miraculously, the raging energy began to fade. Slowly, the creature lowered its guard. 4 distinct concepts echoed directly into Amorph's consciousness. You. Adult. Trust. Calm. Amorph blinked in sheer disbelief. Did this terrifying cosmic beast actually mistake him for its own kin? His mind raced toward the bizarre alien tentacles growing from the back of his own head. Those very appendages perfectly mimicked the majestic tentacles of a white Galagon. The innocent baby had been completely fooled by his monstrous disguise. A wicked, calculating smirk crossed his face. If the universe was handing him a free pass, he was absolutely going to exploit this misunderstanding to its limits. Projecting his thoughts, he demanded to know why it was stranded here. The creature's sadness washed over him. It confessed that a sudden mutation had caused its own family to cast it out into the void. The tragic truth sank in. This poor creature wasn't a terrifying invader. It was just a young, helpless mutant, utterly abandoned by its own kind. But Amorph's analytical mind kept spinning. Something was off. He knew for an absolute fact that true Galagan variants were never supposed to be this ridiculously tiny. If anything, Its bizarre energy signature felt exactly like one of those colossal, nightmarish leviathans born from a lethal overdose of psionic power. However, the lore was absolute. A Galagon was biologically incapable of lying. So, this tragic backstory had to be the undeniable truth. The gears turned in Amorph's head. If it was a rejected outcast, that meant it couldn't call upon a swarm of terrifying reinforcements, even if its life depended on it. A dark chuckle vibrated in his throat. Sean's arrogant subordinate hadn't smuggled a doomsday weapon. He had completely botched the entire operation by stealing a useless runt. His predator instincts flared to life. This meant he could devour the creature right here and claim its legendary power with zero consequences. But just as he prepared to strike, the tiny beast suddenly spoke again. Through fragmented telepathy, the creature pleaded for its life. It muttered desperate promises of survival and hidden treasures. The message was crystal clear. Spare its pathetic existence, and it would hand over a priceless artifact to the mighty Amorph. It offered the ultimate prize, safe passage to a mythical dragon's nest. For an apex predator like the Amorph, such a nest was an all-you-can-eat buffet of unimaginable power. It was the ultimate hunting ground for harvesting precious Galagon genes. And to shatter the limits of his subadult form, consuming a Galagon was an absolute necessity. Acquiring those rare evolutionary traits wasn't just an option, it was the mandatory requirement to ascend to complete adulthood. But consuming this trembling creature right now? It guaranteed absolutely zero evolutionary benefits. However, keeping this pawn breathing meant securing a direct VIP ticket to the dragon's nest. Trembling before his overwhelming aura, the creature treated him like a full-fledged terror, stripping away any foolish thoughts of betrayal. The creature's ultimate fate now rested entirely in his monstrous claws. A chilling glint flashed in the Amorph's eyes. His path was set. Meanwhile, far from the monstrous hunting grounds, a fragile woman bathed in the sunlight of a serene, chirping forest. But the illusion was about to shatter. With a single, crisp snap of a finger, the digital paradise glitched and vanished into thin air. The vibrant woods were instantly replaced by cold, sterile walls. A well-dressed butler bowed low, offering a humble apology for breaking the simulation. It was time for her scheduled nourishment. The young miss sitting before him was hauntingly pale, her body withered down to mere skin and bones. Silent servants glided into the room, presenting an array of extravagant dishes alongside gleaming silver cutlery. It was a feast tailored to absolute perfection. The centerpiece? A mouth-watering roast duck, glistening in rich maple glaze. Her trembling fingers reached for the fork, but abruptly froze in mid-air. The observant butler instantly sensed the shift in the atmosphere. With utmost concern, he questioned her hesitation. After all, this dish was explicitly recorded as her absolute favorite. Her jaw clenched in quiet fury. Through gritted teeth, she hissed a chilling truth. That meal belonged to the tastes of Sihyun Eugene, not her. The butler stepped closer, his expression tightening. He gently reminded her of the very warnings she had once delivered. The devastating psychological toll of advanced cloning technology. It was her own strict decree to replicate the original's environment flawlessly. Every single bite of food, every thread of clothing, and every subtle habit, it all had to mirror the original perfectly. So he cautiously asked, had the staff somehow failed in their meticulous replication? He was certain the experimental soul transfer was a resounding success. The undeniable proof? She retained every single memory right up until the moment of her violent demise. Yet, a terrifying mental disconnect tortured her mind. She viewed those past memories like a spectator watching a movie. They belonged to the original Sihyun Eugene, not the woman sitting at this table. The loyal butler's mind raced, desperately trying to pinpoint the root of this psychological fragmentation. Deep within her fractured consciousness, a memory flickered. A profound conversation with an imposing man bearing majestic antlers. It was the legendary Master Baiko, the man who forged her into a deadly weapon and passed down the forbidden psychic arts of soul preservation and memory transfer. The great master had claimed the technique was fundamentally simple, a mere manipulation of spiritual energy that anyone could grasp. But as her mind unraveled, a dark realization hit her. Even her omniscient master was entirely blind to these mind-shattering side effects. She had layered her soul with countless psychic safeguards, doing everything humanly possible to prevent this exact existential nightmare. Yet, the sheer intensity of this spiritual dissonance was beyond all calculations, and it filled her hollow heart with an unbearable, burning irritation. Shaking off the ghostly echoes of her past, her eyes sharpened. The Grand Council meeting was rapidly approaching on the horizon. The butler relayed the latest underworld intelligence. The despicable Kisaragi Eugene was making his move, using a pathetic sightseeing tour as his cover story. A scoff of pure disgust escaped her lips. That arrogant old fossil was treating this dangerous game like a literal vacation. But make no mistake, Kisaragi was a man absolutely, pathologically obsessed with his own survival. Yet, calling him a coward would be a fatal error. The paranoid elder never stepped into the light without at least 2 elite shadow guards glued to his side. A sinister smirk graced the pale woman's face. Because she held the ultimate trump card. Complete knowledge of every fatal flaw those very shadows possessed. Her assassination blueprint was ruthless and calculated. Eliminate the bodyguards in a flash of unseen violence and vanish into the ether before the blood even hit the floor. As for the old man's ultimate demise, that delightful task would be gifted to a completely unhinged, bloodthirsty Galagon. Her piercing eyes locked onto the butler. She demanded a status update on the beast, currently being smuggled into the territory under the disguise of a delicate fairy wing. The butler confirmed Agent Jade's latest field report. The monstrosity was successfully infiltrated into the city, and the foolish Kisaragi remained blissfully unaware of her resurrection. No matter how cunning that ancient monster was, he could never predict that the ghost of a dead woman, reborn in a cloned shell, was coming to collect his head. A chilling silence filled the sterile room. For a master assassin, being officially dead was the absolute greatest tactical advantage. The perfect hunt begins when the prey is completely oblivious to the shadows. For this scheming mastermind, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate those arrogant capital nobles in one swift strike. She absolutely refused to let this golden ticket slip through her fingers. Commanding her butler to execute the original protocol, she confirmed with Jade that the trap was set. But beneath her cold exterior, boiling rage festered toward that wretched monster. She made a blood vow. The moment this mission ended, she would hunt that beast down and grind its bones to absolute dust. Cut back to our monstrous protagonist. Amorph had just hauled in a fresh, massive beast for dinner. Announcing that mealtime had officially begun, little number 26 trembled with pure excitement. But the loyal minion adorably insisted that its mighty master should take the first bite. Hovering nearby, the blue Galagon cautiously chimed in, wondering if he could snag a piece of the feast. The apex predator generously invited the dragon to dig in, but the creature hesitated, painfully aware of the strict hierarchy of the wild. Showing unexpected kindness, number 26 nudged a juicy chunk over to the newcomer. The dragon bowed its head, deeply grateful to the tiny tentacle creature. It had been exactly 2 days since Thunder spared this mutated beast. Rather than ending its life, the imposing adult forced the creature into an unbreakable oath of absolute servitude. The creature revealed its true origin. It was a rare odd-eye variant, originally hailing from Odo's formidable brood. But since our lone wolf main character despised complicated pack politics, he simply bestowed upon it the title, Odd Eye. Back in his gaming days, locating a dragon's nest was an absolute nightmare. So keeping this winged guide alive was a top-tier priority. Suddenly, number 26 proudly displayed its latest evolution. A brand new, squiggly tentacle had sprouted, filling the little monster with immense joy. Our protagonist stared in mild confusion, completely clueless about the hidden mechanics triggering his minion's rapid growth. Still, being able to visually measure a subordinate's power-up brought a wicked smirk to his face. Touched by his master's gaze, number 26 bravely vowed to become his ultimate shield. Giving the little guy an affectionate pat, the apex predator realized a chilling truth. This harsh reality had completely deviated from the game he once knew. According to the lore, Amorphs were supposed to be solitary nightmares that walked the path of evolution in total isolation. Yet here he was, running a bizarre monster daycare with 2 loyal followers. Shaking off the thought, he commanded his unusual squad to move out. Upon awakening in this brutal dimension, our protagonist had forged 3 unshakable mandates. Survive the deadly wilderness, hunt down elite prey, and evolve until he conquered the very apex of this world. While that fierce ambition remained burned into his soul, the actual journey was taking some wildly unpredictable detours. It dawned on him. Interacting with deceitful humans had sparked a different kind of evolution, forcing him to adapt both mentally and socially to this new realm. He was no longer just a lone monster lurking in the shadows. He was transforming into an alpha predator, leading a terrifying pack into battle. Leaping effortlessly onto the rooftops, his enhanced senses suddenly flared with a massive warning. Looming menacingly outside Jerry's front door stood a towering, muscle-bound intruder. With killer instincts rolling off him in waves, this brute was definitely no ordinary civilian, nor was he a badge-wearing cop. Intrigued by the sudden danger, the mastermind ordered his monsters to hold back. In a flash of eerie energy, Amorph seamlessly shifted his grotesque form. Down below, the muscular thug gritted his teeth, impatiently waiting for his target to show their face. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the silence. A seemingly harmless passerby casually asked if he was looking for the resident next door. The brute aggressively cornered Jerry, demanding to know exactly who occupied that specific house. Jerry simply nodded, playing the innocent neighbor perfectly. Eyes narrowing with lethal intent, the thug snarled that the homeowner had dared to cross the line by messing with another man's woman. Obsessed and utterly unhinged, the intruder confessed he had secretly planted a tracking bug on the girl's personal communicator. After a week of agonizing radio silence, he had traced that very signal straight to this unsuspecting doorstep. Hiding just out of sight, our protagonist was genuinely blindsided by this dramatic plot twist. Who would have thought the cold-hearted Lloyd had a crazy lover? But a wicked grin spread across the predator's face. An illegal wiretapper meant zero police involvement, making him the perfect prey. This explained why the musclehead had marched in solo instead of dragging the authorities into his messy lover's quarrel. Playing his role with Oscar-worthy precision, Jerry casually suggested that the homeowner was probably just out running errands. The thug scoffed at the flimsy excuse, angrily declaring that he had been staking out the perimeter without seeing a single soul leave. Flashing a disarming smile, Jerry smoothly invited the raging giant inside, offering him a comfortable place to wait for his ambush. Stomping through the front door with sheer arrogance, the brute immediately insulted the messy interior, barking orders like he owned the joint. Pinching his nose at the overwhelming stench of the room, the thug muttered a curse, right before his eyes locked onto pure nightmare fuel. His blood ran ice-cold in his veins. Number 26 and the massive odd-eye were glaring back at him from the shadows. Before he could even scream, the terrifying mastermind clamped a heavy hand onto the thug's shoulder. With a bone-chilling whisper, he asked, "Didn't your mother ever warn you about walking into a stranger's house?" A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Number 26 slowly clicked the door shut, sealing the man's agonizing shrieks inside the cold apartment. Moments later, a man in a sharp green jacket hammered his fist against a weathered door, waiting in tense silence. The resident was an old comrade, a guy who never failed to report in, no matter how chaotic the missions got. But a full week of absolute radio silence? His gut screamed that something had gone terribly wrong. Wasting no time, he smashed the electronic lock and forced his way inside. The air was dead. A thick layer of dust coated the room, confirming his friend had not stepped foot in here for days. His sharp eyes darted to a half-finished mug of coffee sitting on the table. The dark liquid had completely evaporated, leaving nothing but crusty brown powder clinging to the glass. It looked like it had been abandoned for an eternity. The chilling realization hit him. His comrade did not just walk away. He frantically tore through the drawers, ripping open every storage box in sight. His breath hitched. A massive chunk of his friend's absolute favorite weapons and tactical gear was completely gone. The message was clear. His buddy had vanished while fully armed for a war. Or worse, he was already a corpse. Before arriving, he had scoured the network for any violent clashes near the port. But the scanners showed absolutely zero reports of heavy artillery or laser rifle shootouts. The grim truth settled in. A highly trained veteran was assassinated without making a single sound. His mind immediately raced to one prime suspect, the mysterious pajama guy and his shadowy crew. He tapped his earpiece, demanding the latest intel on this suspicious new player in town. Headquarters reported back. After scrubbing every security feed in the Special Trade Center, they had locked onto 20 potential targets. He ordered them to beam the data straight to his personal communicator. The digital profiles flashed across his screen. Suddenly, one specific photo made his blood run cold. It was him, the pajama-wearing enigma. He barked another order into his comms, digging into a factory worker named Jerry. The system returned a suspiciously clean slate, zero criminal history. He scoffed. The guy's face looked entirely synthetic, like a cheap digital montage meant to fool the system. A quick call to the industrial zone revealed the truth. Jerry had been missing from his shift for ages. But to the corporate machine, he was just another disposable day laborer. Nobody even batted an eye. Knowing he had his ghost, he coldly instructed his team to keep tabs on the other 19 suspects. He clenched his jaw. In the gutter of this hellscape, low-capital citizens were not even considered human. They were just spare parts in a giant machine, erased from existence without a single tear shed. It was a twisted reality, where the neon-lit entertainment district claimed more lives than an active battlefield. Human life was laughably cheap in this decaying metropolis. But he violently shook his head, snapping out of his dark spiral. Turning toward the door, he shot a solemn gaze at the dried-up coffee mug, silently bidding his fallen comrade farewell. A fierce, burning resolve ignited in his eyes. He was an enforcer for the megacorp, born to hunt down the scum infecting this world. And right here, right now, he swore a blood oath to avenge his brother in arms. Hours later, the hunter arrived at his hunting ground. His sharp eyes scanned the desolate surroundings. Building C. The very slum where the pajama man supposedly laid his head, he crept up the decaying staircase. The walls practically crumbled at a touch. This pathetic structure was slapped together with the cheapest scrap materials imaginable. His buddy lived in a dump, sure, but this towering pile of garbage was on a whole different level of awful. The soundproofing was non-existent. You could normally hear a pin drop through these paper-thin walls, and then it hit him. It was completely dead silent. It felt as if the entire third floor had been wiped off the face of the earth. His combat instincts flared. His hand instinctively flew to his holster, drawing his heavy pistol. Even in broad daylight, this suffocating silence was a massive red flag. He stalked down the dark hallway like an apex predator. He rapped his knuckles against the target door. Not a single whisper came from the other side. Protocol dictated he wait for a megacorp search warrant. But to hell with the rules. If he waited, this rat would slip through the cracks. Bam! He kicked the door off its hinges. But the moment he stepped into the shadows, a stomach-churning stench of death violently assaulted his senses. The unmistakable metallic stench of fresh blood hung heavy in the air. To an ordinary eye, the room looked spotless. But a veteran detective's sharp instincts could never be deceived by such a shallow illusion. This flawless facade was clearly the killer's desperate attempt to mask a slaughter. With bated breath, he yanked open the refrigerator door. His pupils trembled at the sight. Crimson splatters painted the interior. He had finally found the missing puzzle piece. Without missing a beat, he bolted toward the exit, desperately punching a number into his communicator. His voice was urgent as he barked his report into the receiver. He had tracked down a direct link to the infamous broker S. Spitting out his exact coordinates, he fiercely demanded heavy reinforcements to lock down the area immediately. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows, Amorph was devouring his latest prey. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window flashed before his eyes. For the first time in an eternity, his monstrous predation effect had triggered. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. A crucial condition to evolve from a sub-adult to a quasi-adult had finally been satisfied. The status screen displayed his daunting progress. Transformable, intelligent entities consumed only 2 out of 20. Requirement not met. Human-type intelligent entities, a mere 12 out of 20. Psychic power users, stubbornly sitting at 10 out of 20. Both requirements remained unfulfilled. However, his predatory instinct had successfully extracted something deadly. The legendary ferocious beast claws gene. The system coldly prompted him. Would he like to assimilate this newfound power? The resident of the 4th floor was supposed to be the last survivor of that cursed wolf pack. And now, their savage legacy belonged to him. He had been worrying about his lack of pure physical offensive capabilities. Without hesitation, he accepted the upgrade. In an instant, his human hands violently morphed into terrifying, razor-sharp claws. His piercing gaze shifted upward. Wiping out the remaining residents on the upper floors would be his next step. Consuming that hidden trash should easily secure the final pieces of his evolutionary puzzle. Once his metamorphosis was complete, he would prepare to obliterate that fanatical cult from the face of the earth. Butchering those zealots would be a walk in the park. The real headache was their heavily fortified stronghold. Given his current power level, storming the Central Administrative District would be practically suicidal. The road to his ultimate form was agonizingly slow. Yet, with every devoured soul, he was inching closer to perfection. He had to suppress his monstrous urge to rush blindly into battle. The system projected his horrifying true identity. Species classified as an unidentified, highly hostile extraterrestrial organism. Current growth phase locked at subadult. Primary directive, absolute survival by any means necessary. The glowing panel proudly displayed his achievements. 2 successful stages of terrifying evolutionary mutations. His arsenal of physical traits was an absolute nightmare. Leathery wings, unbreakable continuous exoskeleton, hyper-regenerative power, and a deadly neurotoxin. Furthermore, he possessed a reinforced kaiju skeleton, highly corrosive acidic blood, devastating leg strength enhancement, and a flawless mimetic organ for camouflage. But the horror did not stop there. He wielded jagged saw tentacles, a terrifying contamination organ, and a lethal spine launching mechanism. Adding his newly acquired beast-like claws, he was a walking weapon of mass destruction. His psychic abilities were equally terrifying. Predator sense, monstrous mind tentacles, assimilated human traits, optical transparency, and an impenetrable psychic resistance. To top it off, his biohazard capabilities included a horrifying parasitic colony, a flesh enhancement type infection that warped reality to his will. His cold, calculating mind began drafting a ruthless siege against the administrative district. But he was no fool. The invasion would only commence once he fully absorbed the elusive psychic enhancement mutation. Suddenly, a sharp blip on his predatory radar shattered his concentration. His enhanced hearing picked up a panicked voice. A radio transmission frantically describing the situation at Building 3 of Housing Complex C. The trembling officer roared into the mic. He confirmed this bloodbath was directly linked to the elusive broker S. He screamed that a monstrous suspect was currently butchering heavily armed guards, begging for an immediate tactical strike force. Amorph clicked his tongue in annoyance. The authorities had mobilized their strike teams far quicker than he had anticipated. Gripping his mangled prey, a grim realization washed over him. Farming human-type intelligence points in this lockdown zone had suddenly become a colossal pain. His monstrous instincts presented him with 2 paths: retreat into the shadows or unleash an absolute massacre. Since that noisy human had already called the cavalry, slipping away unnoticed was practically impossible. Furthermore, if his underground escape route was compromised during the retreat, it would be a devastating strategic setback. That left only one bloody path forward: total annihilation. After all, his monstrous stats heavily outclassed any pathetic human weapons. Yet, his cautious mind whispered a dark truth. In the brutal game of survival, raw strength was never an absolute guarantee of victory. His sinister plan formed instantly. He would slaughter the vanguard and plunge the entire police force into absolute terror. Chaos was his only true exit strategy. Gently dropping his bloody meal to the floor, his monstrous voice echoed in the dark. He called out to his loyal subjects, Number 26 and Adhai. The feast had finally arrived. Number 26 stared in sheer awe at the absolute display of power. Meanwhile, little Adhai, looking up to him as a true adult, happily thanked him for the hearty meal. With their bellies full, it was time to prepare the hunting ground. He still had a brief window of time before the authorities arrived. Their current stronghold? Building 3, located deep within Complex C. It was a claustrophobic 6-story death trap, a single narrow hallway with 6 rooms per floor, while the shared basement housed the heavy generators and laundry facilities. The absolute best part of this structural layout? Not a single elevator in sight. To navigate between floors, the enemy would be forced directly into the deadly choke points at the staircases on either end. He fully expected them to deploy heavily armed combat androids. In fact, he had intentionally leaked the building's layout right into their tactical network. But those metal husks had one fatal flaw. They possessed absolutely zero independent judgment. To compensate for this blind spot, human support units would be forced to march alongside them. Amorph knew exactly what these androids packed: devastating Gauss rifles. Under normal combat conditions, their standard tungsten rounds could never even scratch his impenetrable armored shell. The true nightmare lay in the weapon's terrifying adaptability. Those rifles could swap ammunition types on the fly based on the target's threat level. If their system analyzed him and loaded armor-piercing enhanced rounds, even his absolute defense would be shredded into pieces. Assuming the police strike team carried this exact lethal loadout, his strategy was brutally simple. Annihilate them from the shadows before they even realized they had stepped into hell. That was when a sinister realization crossed his mind. The system officially classified Number 26 and Adhai as extremely high-threat non-player characters. They might be young, but their innate killer instincts made them the ultimate hounds for hunting down armored cops. As long as he guided their strikes perfectly toward the enemy's vital spots, this elite tactical squad would fall like absolute dominoes. It was time for a deadly anatomy lesson. He beckoned the duo over. Number 26 tilted her head, asking what kind of danger was approaching, while little Adhai simply rubbed his stomach, complaining that his endless hunger was acting up once again. With a cold smirk, he promised them that fresh prey was on the way. This ordinary rundown building was about to be transformed into Amorph's personal slaughterhouse. He was dead set on etching a blood-soaked lesson into their minds. This is the absolute despair that awaits anyone foolish enough to invade his domain. Just moments later, the screeching tires of tactical cruisers shattered the eerie silence. The network chimed with an icy mechanical alert. Armed android deployment complete at all primary entry points. The kill zone's perimeter was officially locked down. No one was getting out alive. The strike team commander immediately barked out his final orders. Check every Gauss rifle and tactical power suit and report even the slightest system glitch right this second. Suddenly, a furious figure stormed through the armored ranks, screaming directly at a man named William. Unfazed, William coldly asked what the captain of port security wanted on an active battlefield. The corrupt captain was completely foaming at the mouth. Why in the world were they deploying a fully armed tactical unit just to hunt down one pathetic broker's thug? He screamed right in William's face, furiously demanding that he stop blowing this minor street-level incident completely out of proportion. But what truly boiled the corrupt captain's blood was that William's elite unit had dared to raid the completely unrelated supply storage team without any prior warning. Spitting with absolute rage, he accused the strike team of a blatant, unforgivable abuse of military authority. William, the detective who once sported a simple green jacket, was now fully encased in heavy, military-grade protective gear. He stared the unhinged captain down with eyes like absolute ice, and coldly asked, "How exactly did you know about that raid?" The captain instantly froze in his tracks. The psychological trap had just snapped completely shut. William's voice dropped to a terrifyingly dangerous whisper. He revealed that his team had not sent a single official report to the port district yet. So how on earth did the captain know about the highly classified supply raid? The corrupt official choked on his own panicked breath, completely paralyzed by the undeniable logic. William did not stop his verbal assault there. He revealed that the mysterious suspect working with the figure known as S was no ordinary street-level goon. That monster had completely slaughtered a military-trained bodyguard in cold blood. The captain's eyes widened in sheer horror. Why had not his underground informants warned him about a killer of that caliber? The answer was devastatingly simple. The terrifying casualty report had completely bypassed the local web of corruption, sent straight to the absolute highest command. The military brass instantly recognized the catastrophic threat level, greenlighting this massive, heavily armed support request without a single second thought. Trembling with a mix of fear and desperate rage, the rattled captain barked out, asking if William even comprehended the political suicide he was currently committing. He desperately pointed a shaking finger, accusing the armored detective of outright treason against the city. That single, pathetic word ignited William's ultimate fury. In a blinding flash of motion, his armored hand locked around the captain's throat like a deadly vice. Speaking of high treason, William leaned in closer, his voice dripping with venom. He revealed that the supreme higher-ups already knew the captain was a filthy traitor working for the underworld broker. Your corrupt reign ends tonight. He violently tossed the disgraced captain to the cold asphalt, coldly advising him to wait quietly for his inevitable execution. The iron-willed detective had finally bared his true fangs. William, a veteran from the Port District security team, stepped forward to introduce himself to the cold mechanical squad. The machines acknowledged his presence. Stepping up to the front, the security team's lead android, designated M01, made its formal introductions. Despite being artificial, its cold, calculating logic made it the absolute commander for this high-stakes operation. The machine demanded absolute compliance from William throughout the mission. With a stern nod, William acknowledged the chain of command. Their primary objective? To raid the hideout, seize the volatile cells, and secure crucial evidence from a notorious syndicate member. This target was closely tied to the enigmatic operative known only as S. However, S was currently trapped in a mysterious, unexplained coma. M01 instructed William to pull up his suit's tactical terminal to review the classified briefing. The android pointed out that William was equipped with the latest cutting-edge power suit, a rare prototype authorized directly by the upper echelons. Its built-in combat stimulants and auto-healing capabilities had been upgraded to unprecedented levels of efficiency. Most importantly, a state-of-the-art compact psychic shield was securely mounted on his left gauntlet. This was no ordinary gear. It was elite psychic technology, forged through a shadowy alliance between the prestigious Gala family and the clandestine cult. Following the android's prompt, William pressed the glowing purple button on his terminal. Instantly, a shimmering energy barrier materialized from his wrist. M01 smoothly informed him that once his tactical helmet was sealed, the shield could be deployed through pure neural commands. This magnificent piece of hardware was presented as a lavish congratulatory gift during the recent executive board meeting. Feeling an immense surge of gratitude for the upgrade, William readied his weapon. The assault was officially underway. The commander's mechanical voice echoed out, ordering a complete tactical sweep of the first-floor hallway until further notice. As they locked their combat masks into place, William felt a rush of absolute confidence. This raid was going to be a flawless victory. After all, the criminal underworld could never anticipate a police strike force armed with such overwhelmingly advanced technology. Every single armed officer from the Earth Security Division was a battle-hardened veteran who had survived countless bloodbaths. Add an elite squad of relentless combat androids covering their flanks, and their firepower was off the charts. In William's mind, suffering a defeat with this overwhelming lineup was mathematically impossible. M01 issued a chilling, calculated directive. Detain every single soul residing on the first floor. Leaving units M05 and M06 to hold the perimeter, the main strike team aggressively pushed up to the second floor. The atmosphere grew tense as they breached and cleared the second-level corridors with absolute precision. M01 established the next tactical phase. Once the sweep concluded, 3 operatives would lock down this floor. The android commander was in the middle of issuing orders when it suddenly froze, its system pinging a warning as it called out to M06. William immediately sensed the tension and demanded an update. The cold reply sent a shiver down his spine. All communications with an android in Room 10 had gone entirely dark. While M05 and Unit 11 secured the main lobby, the vital link to M06 vanished the second it entered Room 105. The machine ordered an immediate visual confirmation of the anomaly. A cold sweat broke out on William's neck. Something was horribly wrong. 13 elite officers and 6 combat androids had just scoured that floor from top to bottom. There was absolutely zero chance for any enemy to slip through their ironclad dragnet. M01 immediately commanded Unit M04 to broadcast a real-time status update. The incoming report was devastating. The core power unit of M06 had been utterly crushed by a single, unimaginable impact. While the exact cause remained shrouded in mystery, M01 ordered them to maintain high alert and report any further escalation instantly. Every instinct in William's body screamed that they had just walked into a fatal trap. Suddenly, sheer terror struck. Officer 101 began to convulse violently, his neck twisting an impossible 360 degrees as a fountain of crimson erupted. Panic flared through the ranks. The horrifying realization hit them. They were under a devastating psychic assault. Shields up. Every single officer frantically deployed their psychic barriers, while the androids locked their sensors onto max radius to scan the shadows. A blood-curdling shriek echoed from the rear formation, forcing the entire squad to whip around in horror. Officer 112 was being violently dragged into the suffocating darkness by an unseen force. William lunged forward to save his comrade, but his blood ran cold at the nightmarish sight. Hovering in the gloom was a monstrous morph. Agonizing screams ripped through the corridor as a trembling officer relayed the grim news. Unit 112 had been completely swallowed by the darkness. Desperation choked the comms channel. They screamed into their radios, begging for a sign of life, demanding that 112 respond if he was still breathing. Deep within the shadows, the horrific morph clamped its grotesque claws onto the fallen officer's comms device. With chilling perfection, the monstrosity mimicked the terrified voice of 112, whimpering into the mic that the enemy had dragged him up to the 4th floor. The perfect, deadly lure. The transmission was finally verified. But little did they realize, they were already caught in a massive web of deception. From the shadows, Amorph analyzed the police strike team. Their tactical gear was far heavier than he anticipated. It closely resembled mid-tier combat armor. However, they were heavily modified with top-tier augmentations, especially those energy-based psychic shields. Raising a severed left arm, Amorph forcefully activated the defensive barrier. A shimmering energy field materialized instantly. He calculated its durability, noting it fell short of military-grade defenses. Yet, it was more than enough to deflect standard laser fire from any ordinary street thug. Our main character smirked in the darkness. These enforcers had come armed to the teeth. Against ordinary human targets, this raid would have ended in seconds. But unfortunately for them, they were not hunting a human. Suddenly, a telepathic pulse echoed in his mind. It was the alien parasite he had secretly planted inside Thunder. The foolish broker had actually tried to spill Amorph's secrets. But the parasite instantly struck back, delivering a wave of agonizing punishment. Thanks to that flawless failsafe, his pursuers remained completely blind to the true horror they were facing. In their arrogant minds, he was nothing more than a mutated space hound or a low-level smuggler. Regardless, Thunder was now entirely useless. He needed a fresh puppet. Before this bloody night ended, Amorph would select a new host from this very strike team. By planting his parasite inside a police officer, securing a new underworld broker would be a piece of cake. But more importantly, his newly adopted alien offspring were proving to be deadly assets. The combat androids were still operating under the assumption that their target was a grounded, bipedal human. Not once did their combat algorithms calculate the possibility of a predator lurking on the ceiling. Their sensors were completely misaligned, only scanning for targets lacking psychic insulation. It was the absolute perfect hunting ground for the young blue Galagon. He also observed that Subject 26 had evolved, mastering the devastating sea demon bind technique. Through Amorph's guidance, the creature had memorized human anatomy and fatal weak points, though its execution was still a bit raw. He eagerly anticipated the monster's future growth. His pets had performed brilliantly, but now, it was time for the master to take the stage. Shifting his vocal cords, our main character flawlessly mimicked the terrified pleas of his victims, crying out for rescue. Android Unit M03, assigned to patrol that specific corridor, locked onto the sound. Registering a human presence, the machine instantly engaged, kicking the door completely off its hinges. It immediately transmitted a tactical alert, ordering the entire squad to swarm the 4th floor. Using the ensuing chaos as his cover, Amorph slinked effortlessly back into the shadows. Unit M03 reported fresh bloodstains inside room 401, commanding the units to maintain high alert. But the hunters had become the hunted. Watching from the dark, Amorph descended silently and ambushed a lone officer from behind. A brutal chokehold silenced the man instantly. Across the comms, Officer 106 frantically reported losing contact with Unit 110. They demanded Unit 110's status, but the only response was a wet, muffled groan as Amorph crushed his windpipe. The radio crackled with desperate orders for an immediate situation report. But Amorph just tightened his merciless grip until a sickening crunch echoed in the dark. By the time he dropped the limp body, the man's fate was permanently sealed. Now, it was time to plunge this strike team into absolute psychological terror. Since primal fear destroys all rational thought, and these cops were still holding their formation, he decided to shatter their sanity completely. Snatching the dead man's radio, he faked a blood-curdling transmission, pretending to be an officer undergoing agonizing torture. Mimicking the voice of Unit 112 perfectly, Amorph shrieked that the monster had dragged him to the 5th floor. Unit M01 coldly ordered him to maintain composure, but the fake screams only grew more desperate and agonizing. The horrifying shrieks echoed through the complex, prompting terrified residents to peek out of their apartments. One clueless civilian even stepped out, angrily yelling about the midnight disturbance. But the moment his eyes met the terrifying visage of Amorph, his blood ran ice cold. Amorph unleashed a spine-chilling, unearthly roar, intentionally shattering their last shred of courage. Pure panic ensued as the residents scrambled for their lives. Their desperate cries for help echoed through the halls, just as the terrified civilians scrambled toward the safety of the staircase. Unit M02 and an armed officer finally arrived on the scene. However, the android's system protocols heavily restricted them. With innocent civilians caught in the crossfire, engaging in lethal combat mode was strictly forbidden. Our ruthless protagonist wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip by. In a flash, he unleashed one of his terrifying elongated appendages. Like a deadly viper striking its prey, the fleshy limb violently coiled around M02's mechanical frame. The machine's internal alarms blared instantly. Warning: hostile entity attack detected. M02 desperately transmitted a request for lethal force authorization, but before the system could process it, Amorph's monstrous limbs slammed into the android with devastating power. The sheer audacity of these tin cans truly irritated Amorph. A barrage of bullets rained down on him, forcing our monstrous lead to swiftly dive into a nearby apartment for cover. This exact tactical annoyance was why dealing with mechanical foes was such an absolute nightmare. They lacked the capacity for fear or pain. To their cold processors, human civilians were nothing but minor glitches in their mission parameters. Even worse, their ability to calculate and gather battlefield intelligence completely outclassed any human operative. By analyzing the sheer impact of that previous clash, they had undoubtedly already calculated his absolute defense stats. Knowing his durability limits, their combat algorithms would instantly dictate a switch to high-penetration armor-piercing rounds. This crucial data was already syncing across their shared network. Leaving Amorph with only one brutal option, every single android in this building had to be completely eradicated. Outnumbered and strategically cornered, our boy reached out through his mental link. It was time to summon his loyal familiars, number 26 and a die. Receiving the master's call, number 26 immediately synchronized the deadly ambush plan with a die. Meanwhile, stalking through the shadows of the abandoned apartment, Amorph's eyes locked onto the exact tool he needed for this slaughter. His heightened senses picked up the silent, rapid approach of the strike team. Their flawless tactical formation spoke volumes of their elite corporate training. Against any ordinary mutant, this textbook execution would have guaranteed a swift victory. But tragically for them, they had walked into the lair of an apex predator. Units M04 and M03 were the first to cross into his kill zone. With explosive force, he hurled a heavy piece of debris right through the drywall, shattering the optical sensors of the leading android. The machines frantically pinged the network with assault warnings. M03 raised its weapon to retaliate, but a devastating blow landed before it could even pull the trigger. Amorph unleashed his absolute power, tearing the mechanical soldier limb from limb until nothing remained but sparking scrap metal. The human officers accompanying the droids let out blood-curdling screams as the monster stepped into the flickering light. This nightmarish entity defied all biological logic. Yet, gripped by the adrenaline of duty, the soldiers stubbornly refused to back down. They unleashed a desperate hail of gunfire. But suddenly, a horrifying gasp escaped an officer as a shadow violently yanked him by the throat. Number 26 had struck from the darkness. Right on cue, a die lunged at the remaining guard. The master's reinforcements had officially joined the bloodbath. A harrowing shriek of pure agony echoed through the bloody corridor. Adai's horrifying mass of writhing tentacles ruthlessly crushed the soldier's reinforced helmet, sinking its jagged teeth straight into his flesh. As number 26 mercilessly choked the life out of its prey, Amorph stepped up to deliver the grand finale. His massive, razor-sharp claws wrapped around the officer's head, and with one sickening pull, he decapitated him on the spot. A wicked grin formed as he praised his loyal pets for a flawless execution. For our lone wolf protagonist, fighting alongside subordinates like a true overlord was a thrilling new experience. Once their tactical synchronization was perfected, this unholy trinity would become an unstoppable force in their future hunts. He wanted to bask in the glory of the slaughter, but his enhanced senses picked up a swarm of enemy life signatures assembling on the floor below. If they could just wipe out this final wave of reinforcements, their path to absolute freedom would be entirely clear. Only then could they truly feast upon the spoils of war. Meanwhile, at the staging area, Officer 102 was practically frothing at the mouth to charge upstairs. But the cold, calculating commander, Unit M01, strictly ordered the hot-headed human to stand down. The android's tactical processor had already summoned heavy external reinforcements, leaving the current squad strictly on standby mode. This tactical delay infuriated Officer 102. Waiting around meant giving that nightmarish creature absolute freedom to slaughter their comrades. He desperately argued for an immediate breach, warning that the monster would simply butcher them all one by one if they stayed put. Yet, the unyielding machine flatly denied the request. Driven to the edge of rage, the human spat venom at the commander, daring a mere piece of scrap metal to order him around. Watching the internal conflict, William couldn't help but note. Megacorp's deep-rooted prejudice against artificial intelligence truly hadn't changed one bit. To understand this bitter rivalry, you have to rewind to the dawn of Megacorp's space expansion era, where a catastrophic historical event shattered everything. The highly advanced androids entrusted with managing the interstellar colony ships suddenly suffered a critical system deviation. In an unprecedented act of rebellion, these synthetic servants viciously turned their weapons against their creators, the elite high capitals. This legendary mechanical uprising, backed by the oppressed human working class, ultimately sparked the birth of the formidable Star Union. The Star Union preached a chilling truth. They claimed flesh was weak, and full mechanization was humanity's only path to survival. What started as willing human enhancement soon twisted into a dark, fanatical ideology. Those who clung to their humanity were hunted down. Innocent colonists were dragged away into the shadows for forced cybernetic assimilation. Cold steel and microchips replaced free will. They wiped away human souls just to mass-produce an unstoppable, mindless army. Even centuries after that bloody rebellion, the trauma runs deep. A sickening dread of machines still haunts the very core of Megacorp. William completely understood the boiling frustration. Taking orders from a soulless machine like Android M01 felt like an insult. But turning their blades against each other now would only lead to mutual destruction. Stepping in, he forced the volatile officer to swallow his raging anger. He stared dead into the eyes of Officer 102. "We are the police," he reminded him. "Hold the line." The fear of losing comrades was suffocating, but letting emotions blind their mission would only guarantee more body bags. William shifted his focus. He knew the command android had successfully harvested vital combat data from its fallen units. M01 confirmed the data extraction. However, a recent protocol shift had severely handicapped them against EMP strikes. To survive catastrophic EMP blasts, every android model was now encased in heavy anti-magnetic shielding. The terrifying trade-off? The shields completely crippled their tactical network, strangling all wireless data transfer. William's eyes narrowed with sharp intent. He demanded the android cross-reference a highly disturbing theory. A chilling instinct crawled up his spine. Whatever was slaughtering them in the dark, it was absolutely not human. The artificial intelligence processors practically froze in shock. An intelligent, non-human apex predator, it completely shattered their threat assessment models. William confessed the horrifying truth. When Unit 112 was dragged into the abyss, he caught a fleeting, monstrous glimpse. "It was a beast," he whispered. "A nightmare given form." M01's optical sensors flared, instantly initiating a deep-dive data analysis. In the bloody aftermath of the machine uprising, Megacorp chained down their own creations with suffocating production limits. The most brutal restriction? Severing the hive mind network entirely, ensuring the machines could never synchronize their thoughts again. It was a desperate, necessary evil. That very same mental link was the spark that ignited the catastrophic rebellion. But out here on the blood-soaked battlefield, where a single delay in intel meant instant death, it was a fatal flaw. Forced into a corner, Command temporarily shattered their own rule, lifting the network ban solely for tactical leader units. William gritted his teeth in sheer disgust. Countless brave soldiers had already bled out in the mud just because of bureaucratic paranoia. A mechanical chime broke the tension. M01's analysis confirmed William's darkest fear. The entity hunting them defied human biology. "Spill everything," William ordered, his pulse hammering against his ribs. The combat logs painted a grisly picture. Units M04 and M06 had unleashed devastating armor-piercing assaults. Yet, M04 was instantly obliterated, its core memory bank shattered by a microprojectile far denser than pure tungsten. The horror did not end there. M06 was annihilated on the first floor, its core crushed inward by a monstrous, unseen psychic force. The reality was terrifying. This phantom enemy wielded both mind-bending psychic powers and ultra-advanced piercing ballistics. Even worse, Unit M03's final transmission detected foul, mutated biological weapon traces from an unknown organism. A cold sweat broke on William's forehead. "Translate that into plain words," he demanded. "What exactly are we dealing with?" The system expanded its terrifying search. The weapon's genetic signature matched the massive, nightmarish tentacles of an alien jellyfish from the abyssal depths of planet E101. Planet E101 was a desolate, hostile world, drowned entirely beneath an endless, crushing ocean. How in the world did a deep-sea alien monstrosity crawl its way onto this dry battlefield? "Is it a rogue Hulk mutant?" William pressed. But M01 immediately shot it down. No known bioweapon had ever successfully integrated those alien genes. The conclusion sent shivers down their spines. This was either an unprecedented, horrific new evolution or something lurking entirely off the grid. An unspeakable thought took root. Could this be a black market, unreleased Hulk prototype? A monster bred for pure slaughter? William's mind raced through the political shadows. The aristocratic Eugene family held an absolute, ironclad monopoly over all Hulk mutant technology. Was this their doing? Had the ruthless Eugene family unleashed this cosmic abomination just to annihilate the TNC Corporation? M01 abruptly interrupted his spiraling thoughts. The android calmly revealed a hidden ace. It had secretly implanted a hardened data drive alongside the EMP shields. It meant one crucial thing. Even if their squad was utterly slaughtered in this hellhole, the combat data would survive and transmit. That invaluable intelligence would pierce through the darkness, beaming straight to Earth's Central Security Command. A grim smirk touched William's lips. "That is the only good news today," he muttered. With their legacy secured, he made the tactical call to hold the line and pray for backup. But the unseen terror could strike at any second. He refused to sit there like a sitting duck. Gritting his teeth, he demanded an immediate stimulant injection. M01 processed the request. Though the formula had been refined to lessen the devastating side effects, the android still questioned the fatal risks. For William, risking his body was miles better than getting slaughtered. Calculating his resolve, M01 authorized the extreme enhancement. The potent serum flooded through William's veins like liquid fire. His pupils instantly contracted into pinpoints of pure adrenaline. Agony twisted across his face as his muscles violently expanded. But the sheer, overwhelming aura radiating from him proved he was ready for war. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tense silence. William frantically barked into the comms, demanding Unit 112 to report. Swiftly, M01 linked a direct audio feed straight to William's earpiece, letting him hear the nightmare firsthand. The android coldly ordered Unit 112 to state their status. Through the terrifying static, a desperate voice sobbed that the monster was brutally tearing him apart. Unfazed by the horror, M01 clinically asked, "Is the hostile entity of human origin?" A chilling, dead silence followed. Then, the voice simply begged for salvation, pleading for them to save him. But the machine's relentless logic caught the flaw. A 15-second delay between replies? M01 calculated the brutal truth. The odds of that voice actually belonging to their comrade were less than 30%. Without a single shred of emotion, the android delivered the grim verdict. Unit 112 is officially declared killed in action. With a sharp yank, M01 severed the connection, pulling the wire right out of William's gear. It instantly broadcasted a new directive. All surviving units, switch to emergency encrypted frequencies immediately. The artificial intelligence laid out its terrifying analysis. The predator hunting them was not a mere beast, but a highly intelligent biological nightmare. An apex predator that could perfectly mimic the stolen voices of its slaughtered prey. The new protocol was absolute. If a squad member's comms dropped for even a split second, they were to be treated as a walking corpse. Listening from the shadows, Amorph's mind raced. This ruthless tactical shift was completely unexpected. They had finally figured out he was something far beyond human. He recalled the terrified cop who had caught a glimpse of his monstrous form earlier. The pitch-black darkness should have kept his true nature hidden from their pathetic mortal eyes. But the element of psychological terror was gone. Deception was off the table. It was time to unleash pure, unadulterated carnage. His prey was now a formidable army, heavily armed with devastating Gauss rifles and pumping with superhuman battle stimulants. He narrowed his predatory eyes. These were not basic enhancements. Both their combat drugs and mechanical power suits had clearly been upgraded to lethal tiers. Charging in headfirst meant walking into a storm of heavy artillery. He would definitely sacrifice a limb or two in the bloodbath. And with his mimicry exposed, stealth was useless. His only option was total annihilation. Every single one of them had to be erased from existence. He manifested the Galagon's monstrous tentacles, each one a razor-sharp instrument of death, mirroring the deadly claws of an ancient beast. But the true trump card was the awakening of the Galagon's terrifying psychic abilities, coursing through his monstrous biology. He began channeling an apocalyptic energy wave, a devastating technique mirroring the legendary heat rays of colossal cinematic monsters. A wicked thought crossed his mind. One blast of this catastrophic power could reduce the entire strike force to smoldering ash, but ultimate power came with a lethal price. Firing that beam would instantly drain his massive energy reserves, leaving his physical body completely defenseless. He locked that apocalyptic trump card away for an absolute last resort. For now, victory hinged on perfectly executing a flawless two-pronged assault. Through their telepathic link, he commanded number 26 and Adhai, "Listen closely to my master plan, because we only get one shot at this." Taking in the suicidal strategy, number 26 sent back a wave of genuine concern, warning him not to be reckless. Adhai, fully understanding the horrific risks of facing that firepower head-on, practically begged their master to tread carefully. A strange warmth flickered within his cold alien heart. The absolute loyalty of his creations was oddly moving. Shaking off the sentiment, his focus sharpened into a deadly blade. If they played their parts perfectly, victory was guaranteed. Now, let the massacre begin. He smirked in the shadows, praising the humans for finally sensing his presence. But their fatal flaw remained. They still thought they were hunting a lone monster. This masterstroke relied entirely on the impenetrable defense of his evolved outer armor, testing its absolute limits. and more importantly, the hidden, devastating power of his two loyal shadows. Stepping into the dark abyss, Amorph coldly calculated his approach. Storming the main corridor was a death sentence. The concentrated barrage of Gauss rifles would shred his physical form the instant he stepped into the light. Scaling the exterior walls was out of the question too. It was far too exposed. The humans were not entirely foolish. They would have the perimeter locked down tight after he exploited that exact blind spot earlier. An audacious idea flashed in his mind. A sudden, terrifying drop from the second-floor window straight into their stronghold. But if those hyper-alert androids caught even a glimpse of his descent, the sheer shock value of his ambush would vanish into thin air. He needed a flawless execution. To deliver the ultimate psychological blow, a grand spectacle was required. He needed to strike fear into their very souls, and that was when a brilliantly wicked strategy crossed his mind. The exact same deadly trick he had unleashed upon the pirate ship. It was time for a bloody encore. Channeling his monstrous traits once more, he slipped into the suffocating darkness, scaling the outer walls with terrifying silence. As he slithered downward, his heightened senses mapped out his prey. He could taste their physical states, a twisted symphony of human flesh and cold machinery. The subtle, humming electromagnetic waves bleeding off their high-tech gear pulsed vividly in his mind. Beneath the metal plating, he felt the tense, swollen fibers of human muscle, driven by the frantic drumming of their terrified hearts. Coursing with heavy combat stimulants, their bodies were practically burning up with violently boosted adrenaline. Like cornered beasts, their combat senses were dialed to an absolute razor-sharp peak. A direct, head-on assault right now would be pure suicide. They would shred him into a million pieces. But heightened reflexes hardly ever translate to critical thinking. His predatory eyes locked onto the perfect ambush point. Pooling lethal, corrosive acid directly from his own biology, he let the deadly liquid drip onto the surface below. These fools were busy guarding the stairs and the walls. They would never in their wildest nightmares expect death to come crashing down from the very ceiling. Our boy calculated perfectly. In just a few agonizing minutes, that bubbling acid would carve out a massive drop zone. With a lethal trap set, he slithered back into the shadows to wait. Suddenly, one of the heavily armed guards looked up in sheer horror. The steel ceiling above them was rapidly melting away. Absolute chaos erupted. "It is an acid attack," they screamed, scrambling to break formation. But the moment they moved, Amorph descended upon them like an apex predator. With devastating force, he smashed into the reinforced wall, sending explosive debris crashing into an official. In response, the android, M01, barked the command to open fire. Moving faster than the eye could track, Amorph snatched up the stunned officer, brutally hoisting him up as a living meat shield. But cold, calculating machinery possesses no empathy. The android's targeting system locked on, unleashing a merciless hail of bullets right through its ally. At this terrifying rate of fire, a human shield would not last long. Worse yet, M01 completed its combat analysis, concluding that standard ammunition was utterly useless. "Attention all units," the mechanical voice echoed. "Switch immediately to armor-piercing penetration rounds." A devastating shot finally connected. Amorph quickly retreated into the shadows to evade the lethal barrage. The moment he dashed out of the hallway, the storm of gunfire resumed. Blazing bullets tore through the air, violently grazing his mutated flesh as he fled. The sheer destructive power of these penetrating rounds was infinitely more terrifying than any game interface could describe. Suddenly, tactical reinforcements breached from his left flank. Without missing a single beat, he aggressively sprayed them with a horrifying volley of toxic acid. Agonizing screams pierced the corridor as the corrosive liquid ate at their eyes. Only then did the horrifying realization hit them the monster's very blood was acidic. Amorph charged forward, refusing to slow his momentum, but the relentless pursuers were practically breathing down his neck. In a display of mad desperation, one cyborg cop smashed straight through the solid wall. Even with half of his metallic face blasted away, his bloodlust for the monster remained entirely unshaken. He threw a world-shattering punch, but Amorph's beastly agility kicked in, dodging the fatal strike by a mere hair's breadth. Refusing to let his prey escape, the relentless cyborg instantly closed the distance, obliterating several walls in his manic, destructive pursuit. But the hunter suddenly became the hunted. Amorph viciously seized the cyborg in a death grip. Shock replaced determination as an agonizing groan ripped from the cop's throat. In a spine-chilling move, Amorph unleashed writhing parasites directly into the man's exposed eyes. Blood-curdling shrieks echoed as the officer begged for it to stop. Before the gruesome execution could be finished, another battle android warped into the fray. Amorph instantly retaliated, unleashing a devastating multi-strike chain attack. M01 sensors flared with the sudden threat, but its artificial processors stalled when the parasite-infested cop was hurled directly at it like a fleshy missile. Using the grotesque distraction, Amorph vanished into the chaos. M01 mechanically declared Unit 104 down, immediately ordering a complete ceasefire. Time was rapidly running out. Amorph pushed his mutated legs to the absolute limit, desperate to reach the first floor at once. If everything went according to his master plan, number 26 and Odd Eye would have finished their bloody tasks and be waiting at the rendezvous. Back in the shattered corridor, absolute hell had officially descended. Unit 104 writhed in unimaginable agony as the entire left side of his face dissolved into a grotesque puddle. His comrades frantically tried to hold him down, but cold sweat drenched their brows. The military-grade healing agents were completely useless against this nightmare. "Get it out of me! Rip it out!" the infected man shrieked. At that exact moment, Commander Williams stormed onto the scene, demanding answers. Its optical lenses whirring, M01 delivered a chilling diagnosis. A highly aggressive organism or foreign virus had successfully breached the host's brain cavity. "How the hell do we cure this?" William roared, his voice thick with rising panic. "Negative," the machine responded flatly. "I am not equipped for medical intervention. Administering biological treatments is beyond my programming. The subject requires immediate emergency evacuation," it concluded. Boiling with an overwhelming, impotent rage, William drove his fist straight into the reinforced steel wall. The crushing reality finally sank in. This wasn't just some rogue beast. A mere squad of elites stood absolutely zero chance against this apocalyptic threat. The target's raw power was absolutely terrifying. It completely eclipsed even the most heavily mutated beasts. His mind raced with a chilling question. Just what kind of demonic entity did Thunder make a pact with? Agent 104 finally hit his breaking point. He sobbed a desperate apology while his comrade begged him to hold the line. But then, the unimaginable happened. Without a shred of hesitation, he turned his weapon and opened fire on his own teammate. A twisted smirk crawled across his face as he claimed he should have pulled the trigger ages ago, letting out a bone-chilling cackle. The combat android, M01, instantly flagged the anomaly. The horrifying truth was exposed. A mind-controlling parasite had hijacked his brain. With mechanical precision, the android launched forward to eliminate the compromised unit. It slammed 104 into the cold floor, violently neutralizing the monstrous threat in a matter of seconds. Desperate to regain control, William ordered the machine to summon all remaining first-floor operatives, demanding an immediate fallback to the second level. A suffocating tension gripped William's chest. M01 broadcasted the rally order, but a sinister buzzing noise began to echo through the comms. Then, the android delivered a soul-crushing broadcast. Any personnel failing to reach the second floor immediately would be officially classified as casualties of war. Cold sweat dripped down William's face as sheer panic set in. The horrifying realization finally struck him like a bolt of lightning. The monster hunting them down was not acting alone. Yo, huge thanks for sticking around until the very end of this epic journey. If this recap got your blood pumping, absolutely obliterate that like button and smash subscribe. Your support is our ultimate power-up. It really helps us out a massive amount. The next jaw-dropping chapter of this series is dropping exclusively on our second channel, so you definitely do not want to miss out. And if you are craving more overpowered main character energy, dive into the video popping up on your screen right now. Stay legendary, keep reading, and stay awesome. I will catch you all in the next epic adventure.